morning, everyone, distinguished guests, respected speakers, mentors, developers, innovators, students, professionals, and every curious mind present out here. We hope you all have settled in comfortably because it's going to be a long day. I'm your host, Ankita.
And I am Adiba.
It gives us immense pleasure to welcome each one of you to Build with AI 2026 by Google Developers Group, Bhubaneswar.
Today isn't just another tech event. It's a gathering of people who believe that technology has the power to solve real-world problems. Some of you are here to learn, some of you are here to build, some of you are here to network, and some of you, let's be honest, came here because someone said there would be good food and some good swags. Well, good news, you have got it all. But hopefully, you will also leave with something far more valuable, new ideas, meaningful connections, and inspirations.
Artificial intelligence is changing the way we create, communicate, and innovate. But behind every intelligent machine is an even more intelligent human asking, what can we build next? And that's exactly why we are here today. Throughout today, you will hear from inspiring speakers, participate in workshops, explore cutting-edge technologies, and discover how AI is transforming industries across the world.
So don't hesitate to ask questions. Talk to the speakers, interact with fellow participants, exchange LinkedIn profiles. Yes, LinkedIn, not just Instagram. Today's network can become someone's tomorrow's opportunity. So once again, welcome to Build with AI 2026 by Google Developers Group, Bhubaneswar.
Let's make this day filled with learning, collaboration, and innovation. May today's conversation become tomorrow's breakthroughs. Thank you, and let's begin this wonderful journey together.
Every meaningful beginning deserves a symbol of wisdom and hope. To officially commence today's event, we now move towards the ceremonial lighting of the lamp.
The lighting of the lamp signifies the victory of knowledge over ignorance and the light of innovation over uncertainty. May this flame remind us that every great invention begins with a small spark of curiosity. May I now request our esteemed dignitaries, respected speakers, and members of the organization team to kindly join us on the stage for the lamp lighting ceremony.
ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः बोधिः
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome Ms. Jayashree Tripathi to deliver the opening keynote. Jayashree is a technology professional at ThoughtWorks and an active organizer with Google Developer Group Bhubaneswar, where she has been instrumental in fostering an inclusive and thriving developer community. She is passionate about empowering developers, championing women in technology, and building communities where learning, collaboration, and innovation flourish.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So, welcome to Build with AI 2026. Before we dive in, I want to take a moment and thank all of you for showing up on a Sunday. Our speakers, organizers, and our volunteers who have been working behind to put all of this together. Give a round of applause for all of us. Okay. How many of you are attending this event for the first time? Raise your hands. Okay, mostly all of you. And keep raising your hand if you have built anything with AI. Oh, wow. Okay. That's the exact kind of mix audience we want for today. So today is for people who are starting something with AI and for the people who have also built something and want to move on to the next. Okay, AI is no longer the future, it's the present. The question is no longer how will AI change the world, but how will we use AI to shape it? Now, think about it. Years back, when we were initially learning about AI, AI was limited to us through research paper, labs, and it was only accessible to few engineers. Now, a student with a laptop and a great idea in an afternoon can build something that would have taken a bunch of engineers to build it in months. With this thought, this shift has three things. One is democratized access. The state of the art of AI infrastructure is no longer logged inside the high budget labs. And here's the thing, right? Anyone can build. Now, with natural language interfaces and abstractions doing the heavy lifting, the only real barrier left is our own curiosity and the willingness to learn. And the third thing is real-world focus. We need to focus on our real-world problems. So if tools are this accessible, so what do you think? What's stopping people to start and just watch? Now, I have divided it into three segments. I called it the builder mindset. So first thing is start small. Now, you don't need to build something like ChatGPT. You can actually start really small. So when I was exploring AI, for me, it was a simple problem like I wanted to integrate my Instagram, LinkedIn, social media apps with AI. And even if a simple problem like this will help you to explore AI. Second is keep learning. And given that in this fast-forward tech, where AI is a part of our life, we need to have that curiosity to keep learning and show up every day and be consistent about it. Third is build responsibly. Now, given that as exciting this AI is, but we also have to be responsible. We have to be thinking about what we are building, at what impact it is building for us. Now, so today, what does today looks like in practice? So today you have amazing speakers who will be taking amazing sessions, workshops. So my one request from all of you is not to just sit back. Ask as many questions you want to interact with your speakers, organizers, volunteers, and sit with someone you don't know. I mean, I'm guessing you guys are sitting with your friends, but sit with someone you don't know and ask them what they are building. Towards the end, I want to leave you with the thought that the best way to predict the future is not to wait for it, it's to build it. And I hope today is the beginning of your AI journey, not the end of it. Welcome to Build with AI 2026. Thank you.
Please give a huge round of applause for Jayashree ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That's for that inspiring keynote. It's truly reminding us that AI is not here to replace human creativity, it is here to amplify it. Let's give another big round of applause for her.
I would now like to call upon Tanim to move forward with the event.
Everyone, well, we know why AI matters. Now it's time to understand how actually build with it. Our next session dives into one of the most exciting areas in artificial intelligence, AI agents. You will discover how intelligent agent can reason, plan, interact, and automate tasks using Gemini and Google Agent Development Kit. Please welcome our next speaker, Mr. Aditya Joshi Sir, a senior software engineer at Walmart, Google Development Expert, GDE, with strong expertise in Google Cloud Platform, GCP, Cloud Native Development, and Scalable Software Architecture. He actively mentors developers, software through shares his technical thoughts, technical talks, and knowledge workshop to the community events. The prompt to autonomous building AI agent with Google ADK. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause.
I'm audible at the back. Raise your hand if I'm audible. Okay, cool. So we'll start. So first of all, thank you for joining us on this Sunday. I know it's raining outside as well, but thank you for joining us today. So I'll start the presentation, and today I'm going to talk about how you can build AI agents with the help of Google ADK and Gemini. And let's start. So before actually moving ahead, I'll give my introduction, a quick introduction. I'm Aditya. I'm working as a senior software engineer at Walmart. I'm also a Google developer expert. I regularly talk in meetups, conferences, do content creation on YouTube, and write regular blogs on Medium and on my personal sites. So why this talk? Why I'm here today? So I've been building AI agents from long. And I have been building agents on the top of Kubernetes. It's a framework where you can deploy your application at an orchestration level. And ADK, while developing all these agents, I figured out or found that ADK is one of the fastest way for me to build AI agents. And I'll show you that today as well. Within 60 seconds, you can also build your AI agents. You don't have to juggle between the frameworks, understand a lot about it. But if you know a bit of programming language, you can just follow the documentation and you can build AI agents by yourself. So let's talk about the journey, how this agentic shift came in, right? It all started the prompts when in 2013, during the COVID era or post-COVID era, ChatGPT was launched and it made AI, accessible. We started prompting, we started writing our queries into the ChatGPT, and that is where we started, using AI for our day-to-day tasks. Then came the era of tools, where we started using tools with these AI agents, maybe some sort of scripts that we were, integrating with these AI agents or these LLMs. And then the era came for the agents, where now you have the LLM agents or LLM that can reason for you and take actions for you, right? So you can define certain instruction to your LLM, and it can do some reasoning, like what or which tool should be called in what order, and then it can take action on behalf of you, right? And now it's the era of autonomous multi-agents, right? Which means your AI agents can take the actions for you autonomously, right? You don't have to tell it, everything in brief. Rather, you just tell him the end goal, that this is what I want to accomplish. And your AI agents, like if you have multiple such AI agents, they can do orchestration among themselves, route the request from one agent to another, and then get the tasks done for you, right? So on the left side, if you see, we had like prompts previously, right? You just have to do prompts, and it was kind of a deterministic response. And we always intended to have a deterministic response, because if you are building any kind of a software, you want determinism in the response, which means like for a given input, the output should always be exactly same. If I give you an example, determinism means like 2 plus 2 should always be equal to 4, right? But the non-deterministic case would be that if you multiply or do any addition with a random number, right? So the answer is always going to be non-deterministic, right? You can't define what's going to be the output, right? And on the right side, we have that we want a system which can think for us, right? Which can take actions on the behalf of us and get the things done for us, right? And that is where ADK shines in, because it has all those capabilities that you need as a developer or as an engineer to build AI agents and get those things done for you, right? Now, why AI agents, right? We know that prompts were not enough, right? Because when you do prompt, when you give prompt to LLM, it's just going to give you the answer back or the response back, right? But it can't take any actions for you, right? And if you have chains in your system, right? Chains means if-else condition, that if the response is this, do something this, right? So chains are brittle, because if there is any unexpected situation that arrives, right? Your system won't be able to handle, because you have not thought about that, or you have not done that implementation, right? So chains are kind of brittle, and real task, if you want to accomplish real task, you need to have the integration with the tools, the memory, and the decision. Like all should be governed based on some instructions, right? And the frameworks were either quite complex, right? If you want to build the AI agents, they were quite complex, a lot of things you have to follow, or they were too much abstraction. If you have heard of, there is a platform called N8N, right? It's a tool for building out the automation. So you see that it's kind of a lot abstraction for you, because you are just dealing with some visual components. You drag and drop those components, but essentially, as an engineer, you are not able to get what is happening behind the scene, right? And to fill this gap, there comes the ADK, right? It's a framework using which you can build AI agents, and you can test your AI agents using some certain evaluation set that you want to define. And you can also deploy those AI agents onto a Google Cloud, right? So like I mentioned, hard-coded chains are difficult to manage in AI systems, right? And let the AI agent take the decisions for you. And how it's going to take the decisions? Based on the instructions that you have defined, right? And these instructions needs to be rich enough so that AI agents can take the decision autonomously. Now, I talked about ADK, right, quite a lot, but what's ADK is, right? So it's an open source framework, which means it's completely free. Anyone can, go ahead, download the source code, start using it, or build it locally as well. And it's a framework by Google. So Google initially created this framework. It's an open source framework for building up the, AI agents. And you can use this framework to build AI agents. You can use this to evaluate your AI agents, whether it is, meeting up the criteria or the goals that you have. And you can use ADK itself to deploy the AI agents, right? So with the help of just one line command, you can deploy your AI agents either to the AI engine, or to Google Kubernetes service, or to the Cloud Run as well. So all these are Google technologies for running your applications, and you can deploy your applications into these platforms with the help of ADK. And ADK is not just limited to Google technologies, right? You can take the ADK, you can build your AI agents with the help of ADK framework, and you don't have to always, or it's necessary that you have to use the Google provided LLMs. You can use it with Claude, OpenAI, or any kind of other LLMs that you want to use. You can just plug that in the ADK itself, right? ADK does support that capability. And these are deployment agnostic, which means that you can deploy it anywhere as well. And it's not necessary that you have to deploy it on Google technologies like the Google Cloud itself, right? You can deploy it on your on-prem servers, virtual machines, or maybe your some other clouds as well, like Azure or AWS. You can run it anywhere. Now, Google ADK provides you a rich set of tools, which means just one line of a command to deploy your AI agent, one line of a command to do the evaluation, whether it is doing things as per the expectation or not, and one command to create the project scaffold for you, right? So it will create a boilerplate, and you can just start working on the top of that boilerplate. And with the help of ADK, you can create multiple agents, right? So with the help of just this framework, you can create multiple agents with just few lines of commands. Some of the core building blocks that ADK provides you, you can build agents, you can build sub-agents as well, and I'll talk about what sub-agents are. You can integrate tools, right? And our AI agent without any tools can't do much, because if it is not able to talk to any external service, to a database, or to do any kind of a custom implementation or functionality that you want to do, then it's of no use. So it provides you integration with the tools. You can write your own functions. For example, if you're using Python for building out your agent, you can pass Python functions, your custom functions, to the ADK, and it can run those functions for you. It provides you memory management as well and session management as well. So your sessions will get persisted. If you have used Claude or ChatGPT, you would have seen that when you use that platform, and if tomorrow morning, if you again go back to that same platform, you can again resume from the same session based on the chat history that is preserved, right? So again, sessions and history can be preserved in ADK as well. You can define your workflows as well, and I'll show you 3 different use cases, 3 different type of workflow agents. The sequential one, where you define multiple agents, and they are called in a sequential manner, like you call the agent 1, then 2, then 3, and that's it, right? The data flows across all the agents one by one, right? Then there is a parallel agents as well, where the request will be forwarded to multiple agents, agent 1, agent 2, and agent 3, right? And then there is a loop agent as well, where there is a iterative loop that is happening, and once the condition is met, then only you will exit out of the loop. Otherwise, the LLM will keep trying to improve the response and reach to the finality. And then definitely you can deploy your AI agents to cloud. Now, like I mentioned, that with ADK, it makes your life as a developer very much easy to build AI agents. And if you see this particular instructions on the screen here, you'll be able to see with just few lines of command, you are able to create an agent for yourself, right? So first, you just need to set up a Python environment. And in this particular example, or throughout the presentation, I'm going to use Python for showing up you different agents that I've built for the demo. So if you see this, first I'm creating up a virtual environment so that all the dependencies that I'm going to use for this project that stays within that confined workspace. Then I'm installing up the Google ADK, the CLI. Once I have this, then I'm setting up few variables. First, the important one is Google API key. So it's an API key using which your AI agents can talk to models, right? And then the last command here you see, it's ADK create, and then your agent name. And using this command, it's going to create an AI agents for you, right? So with the help of just this one line command, it's going to create a boilerplate agent for you. And then on the top of it, you can actually start building on the top of it, right? So you just have to do pip install Google ADK. You have the ADK CLI with you now, and your agent would be running in few seconds, right? But let's see how do you actually build the AI agent, right? So if you see this particular diagram or the code snippet here you can see that it's, I think, hardly 10 lines, but it's a ready agent, right? And you can start using this agent. It's just 10 lines of code. And the first thing here, you can see that I am giving the model name, which model to use. You can give any model name. Then the description of this agent, you can give whatever description you want to do. And the instruction, this is kind of an important component here, which has to be very descriptive. And based on the description that you have given, your AI agent is going to do based on the instruction that you have given, right? So it's just hardly 10 line of code. And with this, you have an AI agent ready for you, right? And this way, like, you can create an AI agent. But the agent that we saw, it was quite a basic agent, right? It didn't have any much capability, right? But how about if we kind of provide it more capability? More capability in the sense, like if you want to integrate with custom tools, like some API that is running somewhere or some database, or your custom implementation as well, right? You can do that with the help of something called as tools. And here in this snippet that you see here, I have defined a function called getWeather, right? And the second last line in this snippet, you see there is a tools where I'm just passing that function to my AI agent, which means that anytime if my AI agent receives any query for needing or to know the weather, it can simply call this instruction, right? And it will pass the appropriate data. So for example, if you just simply ask a query, what's the current temperature in Bengaluru or Delhi, right? Whatever query that you pass to your AI agent, it is going to see which tool it has to call, right? And in your case, there can be multiple tools. Now, how agent kind of figures out which tools to call based on the docstring that you have specified. So in this particular function that you see, getWeather, I've specified a docstring, which means you can think of this as a comment that return the current weather for a given city and the argument, like what's the argument, right? So argument should be the city name, and this is the description of this function. So my AI agent is able to understand that what's the functionality this particular function can do. Now, whenever you call that AI agent with the required query, it is going to see which all tools it has available, like what all tools are available, and it's going to call the respective tool and going to give you the response back. So with this particular example, now we understand that how to build an AI agent and how to kind of pass custom tools, right? How you can create your own tools. For example, in this case, it could be a API call to some weather service, right, which provides you the weather. Or it can be a call to your database or some your other application for your other application which is running in some other server, right? So it can call any of the other endpoint or other source, and it can directly integrate with that source. Now, how about if we kind of make it more advanced in this sense that, so Google does provides you, the ADK provides you a capability or a tool which is Google search. So now when you start using this tool, Google search, your AI agent can do a Google search, right, for you. So behind the scene, whenever you ask something to it, let's say I want to know, where the next Olympics are going to happen. So it's going to do a Google search, and based on the Google search, the response that it gets from the Google search, it's going to give you the data. If you are not using this functionality or the tool Google search, then you would have to write that implementation by yourself, right? You would have to build an API or call some API which does a search on the internet and then going to give you the response back, right? So the ADK by default provides you this kind of capability where you can directly do a Google search. Now, how do you actually run these agents? So assume you have built the AI agent, how you can actually run them, right? So there are 3 ways to run the AI agents. The very easiest way is you just simply write 2 keywords, ADK web, and it's going to open up a web interface where you can start interacting with your AI agent. The other way is the CLI-based approach or the terminal-based approach, where you just write the command ADK run and you pass your agent name, and then it's going to open up the session there in the terminal itself, and then you can chat in the session itself, right? The third way is you can run your agent as an API server, which means that it's going to expose an endpoint or a HTTP endpoint, which you can call and pass your queries, right? Just like for any application that you do, for any backend application, be it written in Python, Java, Node.js, it's going to expose you a REST endpoint, and then you can simply go ahead and call that particular endpoint with the required set of information. Now I'll move to the terminal and my code editor, and I'll show you how you can actually run these AI agents. Hope this is visible till the end. The font size is visible. If not, you can raise your hand. Okay. I assume that this is visible. Okay. So I have 2 agents here for the 2 demos that I have. The first one is my agent. It's a very simple agent. Essentially what I did, I just ran the command ADK create my agent, and it created an agent for me, right? And what this agent has, it's a very simple agent that I have. So here you can see, this is the AI agent. I'm calling the model Gemini 3.5 Flash. And then I have two tools here. One is get weather and second one is get current time, right? So the whole idea is that for the first tool, you pass the city name and it's going to give you the weather of that city. The second tool is get the current time of a given city, so it can be within India or outside as well. Now, if you see here, this particular function, which is get weather. So here you can see I'm calling a API weather.in and just passing up the city name, and it's going to give me the result back, like the weather of that city back. So this is how you can integrate. You can integrate with any other third-party service as well. And for the get current time, I'm just using, so I have a default database, like some set of data, and I'm just getting the time zone of that, and just figuring out what's the current time there, right? Now, what I'll do here, I'll just go ahead. And I'll call ADK Web. Now, this is the way I can run the agent, and here you can see it has started on localhost port 8000. Now, if I go to my browser, I'll refresh this. And here you can see my agent is available, right? Now, I can simply go ahead and ask, for example, weather in Delhi. So here you can see it gave me the response that the weather in Delhi is right now 35 degrees Celsius. I'll zoom this so that it's visible to everyone. And I just asked, what's the weather in Delhi? And it called the tool, right? And it was able to figure out the city name by, like, from the instruction itself. So I gave it as instruction, weather in Delhi, and it called this function called get weather. It passed the parameter Delhi there. It was able to figure out that what's the city name, and then it called that particular function. And this was the result that was returned by the API, right? Now here you can see on the right side, there is a diagram. I'm not sure if this is kind of visible to everyone, but here you can see the flow of the call, right? So the first call was made to the root agent, and the request was then forwarded to the weather function, right? Weather tool. So this is how you can also visualize. So this is the ADK Web is a great way for you to debug your AI agents as well, like how they are performing, right? You just simply in the visual representation, you can see how this is kind of performing. I can ask him one more query, like time in, for example, Tokyo. So here you can see, I asked him what's the current, like what's the time in Tokyo, and it called the function get current time, and it gave me the result that it's 2:26 p.m. of 5th July, right? So if I just click on this, it's going to show me that this particular tool was called. So this time, it called the tool get current time instead of get weather, and my AI agent was able to figure out which tool to call and how. This was completely based on the instruction that I have told. So here, you can see that the instruction that I have given, use the get weather tool for weather-related questions and get current time tool for the time-related question. So based on the instruction that you have provided, it's going to call the respective tool for you, right? So this was quite easy. Now, so similar way, like just now I showed you the ADK web command. You can just run ADK run command as well. Run, and it's going to, I'm not going to run the entire demo here, but here you can see it. Now I can type my query here, that whatever instructions or whatever intent or whatever question that I have with my AI agent, and it's going to respond me back on the terminal here, right? So this way, you can run your AI agents locally as well, right? So you saw that I was able to run my AI agents locally. I'll move ahead with my presentation. So the key tip here is that you have to be very descriptive with the dogs, your dog string and the instructions, because if they are not correct, then your AI agent won't be able to figure out which tool to call, right, with what set of data. So your schema should be defined in the dog string, and your instructions should be very clear to your AI agent. Now, assume that you have built your AI agents, but let's say you have multiple such AI agents, right? How can you kind of orchestrate these AI agents, right? So in this particular code snippet that you see, there is a lot of code, but trust me, this is just three agents that I've defined, with very minimal detail. The first agent that you see on the second line is the researcher agent. I've given the name as researcher, and then the instruction as gather facts from a topic. So which means that this agent is going to get some topics. The user is going to pass some topic, and then it's going to get the data. From where? From the tool that I provided, which is Google search in this case. So for this particular agent, I'm using a tool called Google search, so that because I need some information, and the source of the information in this case is going to be Google search, right? The second agent that I've defined is the writer agent. Now, what this agent is going to do is I have also defined in the instructions. So in the instructions, I'm saying that give me a crisp summary of the research, which means it has to do some sort of a summarization based on the data that it's going to get. The third agent here is the critic agent, and this agent is going to do the fact check against the information that it has been provided, right? Now, I've defined three agents, but how do you actually run them, right? Now, if you see this particular flow, this is kind of a scenario where I want to get some information from internet. I want to get the summary of that, and I want to also ensure that whatever information that I received from the internet, it's fact checked, right? And here in this case, I can define a sequential agent, right? Now, in the case of sequential agent, here you can see that I've defined sub-agents. If you see, there is a last statement where I've defined sub-agents, and in this case, I've defined all the three agents as my sub-agent, which means that there is a researcher agent, there is a writer agent, and there is a critic agent, right? So whenever a user is going to ask it a query, the request is going to flow first through the researcher agent, then through the writer agent, and then through the critic agent, which means whatever response researcher agent has generated with the help of Google search as a tool, that information will get passed to the writer agent, which is going to act on that information. And what action it has to take? It has to just write the crisp summary, right? Then whatever output will be generated by my writer agent, that will be passed to the critic agent, right? And this is how the sequential agent flow looks like, right? Where you have to define a sequence of flow, and one operation can be done once the previous one is finished, right? I've done the illustration here as well. So you give an input, you call the sub-agent 1, then the output is fed to the sub-agent 2, and then you finally get the response. So this is how the sequential agent looks like, right? And you have to define the agents in this particular manner, right? The way you define, they will be triggered or invoked on the same sequence, how you have defined. So in this particular example as well, I have defined that you have three agents. One is code writing agent, which is going to write the code for you. The second one is the reviewer agent, which is going to do the code review for you based on certain instructions that you have defined. And then there is a refactor agent, which is going to do the refactoring based on the review that you have received from the previous agent.
I want to ask, is unidirectional or bidirectional?
This is unidirectional.
So you can't mix the creative one, can't reach out the main agent.
No, in that case, you have to use I'll talk about that in the upcoming slides. But this is a directional flow, unidirectional, where the sequence is defined in the way, however you define the AI agents, they will be called in that same flow itself. The other kind of orchestration that you do is a parallel agent. Now, in this particular example, I have chosen a booking agent, which can book. So assume that you want to travel somewhere, maybe from India to Tokyo, right? and you want to get your tickets sorted, the flight tickets sorted, your hotel bookings done, and you want to have your itinerary also planned for you, right? So in this case, your parallel agents can help you, right? It can make things easy for you because these three tasks can be done parallelly, right? So your flight booking agent can run parallel because it doesn't have to do much with the hotel booking thing, right? And your hotel booking agent can be run in parallel, and then itinerary planner agent can be, run in parallel, right? And then you individually get the output of all these agents, and then if you wish to have one more agent which takes the output of these agents and give you a summary, that also you can do, right? So again, in the case of parallel agents, you have to define the parallel agents like this. You just call it parallel agent, and then you give the sub-agents, right? What all sub-agents we have. Now the third kind of agent is the loop agent, and in this case of in the case of loop agent, it basically runs the loop, and it tries to meet the goal that you have defined, right? And it's always, so there is going to be an exit condition, and once that exit condition is met, then only the loop will get exited. Otherwise, your AI agent is constantly going to improve on the response. And also, you can define the max iteration, how much iteration it can do, right? So for example, in the first iteration, if it was not able to get the data, then it's going to do one more loop, right? Then one more, again, until and unless either it reaches the max iteration or the success criteria or the exit goal is kind of met, right? So in this case, it kind of runs in a context loop. And how do you define that agent, like the loop agent? You can define it as a loop agent, and then you can give different agent, like the different sub-agents as an array. So here I've given writer agent and the critic agent, and it's always going to do the evaluation. So critic agent in this case is going to do the evaluation. If it is meeting up the criteria, then yes, I move ahead. Otherwise, it's going to do the iteration one more time. So agents are everywhere, right? And you need to figure out how you want to compose them, which means that you need to identify your use case very well, that whether do you have to just go with the vanilla implementation of your AI agent, or you want to use sequential agents. Do you want to use tools? Or if you want to use tools, how do you integrate them? You also need to ensure that which kind of orchestration you want to do, whether you want to go with sequential agents, parallel agents, or there is a need of having the loop agents in place, right? So you need to understand your use case very well. And if you understand your use case, then you can compose your agents as per the requirement. Now here in this particular snippet, I've shown that how you can do the delegation, or how you can leave the delegation to your AI agent, right? So your AI agent is going to choose or do the routing based on the description of your, or the instruction of your sub agent, right? So essentially, you define your main agent, and then it's going to do the dynamic routing based on the requirement, right? So in the previous examples that we saw, like the loop agent, sequential agent, or the parallel agent, you were very descriptive that always go in this flow. If it is a parallel agent, just send that request to all the agents, right? But in this particular example, you are delegating it to your LLM or your AI agent, and it's going to take the action or call the right set of agent based on the, the requirement in this case. Now, once you have built your agents, right? Once you have your agents, be it you are using sequential agents, parallel agents, you are using vanilla agents with certain tools, how do you evaluate them, right? And what I meant by evaluation is that are they performing what they are intended to do? What's the completion score? Are they meeting like 80% of your goal or 90% of the goals? And that you can do with the help of the ADK itself. So ADK provides you a subcommand called eval, and you pass the evaluation set, which is the data set that you are going to pass, ADK eval, and your agent name and the evaluation data. So in this case, I'm passing it as a JSON file, and my agent will be evaluated based on the scenarios that I've defined in that instruction file, right, or in the evaluation data set. So it's going to give me the how my agent is performing over the data that I've defined. Now assume, so far we have learned to build agent, like we saw, we were able to build sequential agent, parallel agent, or the loop agent. We also see if we are, how we can do evaluation. And now once you are kind of confident that, your AI agent is performing as per the expectation, it's time for you to go ahead and do the deployment. And ADK provides you 3 ways to do the deployment. First is your Vertex AI engine. You just do a one-line command, ADK deploy Vertex engine, and it's going to deploy your AI agent there. Or you can deploy your AI agent to Cloud Run. It's a serverless based platform from Google Cloud where you can deploy your agent. And then you can self-host it as well, right? Which means you can run it on any virtual machine anywhere. And in this, or you can run it on some containers. For example, you can run it on Kubernetes or in some VM, some on-prem. So you can run it anywhere as well, right? So I'll show you how you can actually, run or deploy your AI agents. And for this demonstration, I'm going to build a multi-agent research assistance, which is going to have 3 sub-agents. One is the research agent that's going to do the research based on the Google search. The second one is the write agent, which is going to do the summarization. And the third is the critic agent, which is going to do the fact check against the data that it has received from the write agent. So let's do the live demo. Let me see if my Wi-Fi is working. I can't rely on the premises Wi-Fi. Okay. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll try to So first I'll show you how it's running locally using the ADK web, and then probably we can try to deploy that. So again, I will do ADK web, and if I go here, I can choose the other agent that I have, which is research agent, and I'll ask him a simple query: where are Olympics happening? So I asked it a simple query. It's going to do a research and then do the summarization, and then going to give me the result back. So I got the response from the research agent. Then now it's going to call the writer agent. On the right side, you can see how the flow is happening, and it met the exit criteria. And then it went to the critic agent, and that is where the exit criteria was kind of met, and then it exited. So you can see that I was able to call all these 3 agents, like one by one. They were defined as a sequential agent, and it's running as per the expectations that we have. So from the end, it was able to figure out, do all this research, and then it gave me a crisp summary of where the Olympics are going to happen next. Okay, so they are happening in 2028 in LA. Okay, now let's try to deploy this AI agent. So before this, I already deployed this AI agent in the Google Cloud Run. This was the AI agent that I deployed. I'll try to deploy it one more time here. So this is the name of the agent, ADK default service name. Let me try to refresh it. So this was the AI agent that I deployed like an hour back. Let's try to deploy it one more time. I'll just close this, and I'll do ADK deploy Cloud Run, and then giving the AI agent which I have to deploy. And then I'm passing certain environment variables. I'll close this, and okay. This is going to take some time, probably a minute or so. But meanwhile, we can go ahead and see the code snippet. So it has started doing the deployment, and I can see the logs here. So my AI agent is being deployed right now in the Google Cloud Run as a container, and here it has started. It will take roughly 50 seconds. And here you can see I have defined so since here I'm using the loop agent, so I have defined how much iteration it can do. So it can do only 3 iterations. These are the different sub-agents: critic agent, then I have writer agent, then there would be a research agent as well. So there is a researcher agent as well. So all 3 agents are defined here. And then there is a loop agent because I'm running a loop on critic and reviser agent. And then this is a sequential agent. So because there is a chain of events that's going to happen, right? First research, then write, and then refine the agent, right? Refine the response. And the refine agent is the combination, it's a loop agent where I'm running the critic agent and the reviewer agent. Okay, so it has deployed. So if you see here, so my agent got deployed, and this is the endpoint that I received. I can go ahead and show you here as well. Yep. So here you can see it got deployed just now, which means our AI agent is, fine. Now what we can do, we can simply go ahead and start using this AI agent. And by the way, this AI agent is running in Google Cloud Run, right? So I don't have, now it's not running locally. So let's see that. So let's try to call that AI agent. And what I'll do here, so since it's an AI agent that is running on Google Cloud Run, and I have received the endpoint for that agent, which is this one. Not sure if this is visible till the end, but this is the endpoint that I have received, right? Which means my AI agent is accessible over this endpoint, and I can simply go ahead and call this AI agent with the command line. So you can, so I'll create a session here. So since I'm calling this AI agent, so I have to pass the name of the agent, which is research agent. Then a user, it's a dummy user. You can pass whatever you wish to, user 123, and the session ID. So I have given a random session ID, session 123. It's going to create a session with session ID S_123, right? And then you can give any key value pair here, right? So let's see if this is working or not. So my session is created, which means now I can go ahead and start calling my agent with this particular session. So let's do this. So I already have the command with me. So here you can see I'm calling this agent, which is research agent. I'm passing the user ID. These are critical fields, important fields not to miss. User ID and the session ID is S_123. And then I am making a query to this agent saying, help me research Google Gemini, right? So this is the query that I'm passing to this agent. And let's see if I just execute this. So it's taking time, which means that this agent is being invoked currently. And here we can see we got a bunch of data, like a lot of information. What I have already done is, like, I have copied this information somewhere here. So this is the same information that I kind of received. And in this particular output that I received, here you will be able to see that there will be a field called actor, like which all author, not actor. So here you can see that which all agents has been called and what was the state or what was the data that was transferred to these different sub-agents, right? So here you can see I have 5 instances of actor. This is writer. Then there would be critic agent that was also invoked. Then critic agent is invoked like multiple times. Then research agent, writer agent. So you can see that all these agents were invoked, and we have the data here as well. Okay, so I'll move ahead with the presentation, and with this demo, we were able to see how we can deploy our AI agents to cloud and how we can actually call them. So some of the best practices that you should ensure when you are building agents, doc strings, they are a great way for your LLMs or AI agents to know which functions to, or which agents to call at what time, right? And they also enforce a contract between your agent and the function, which means that these, you can think of this as a schema, right? If you pass if your function has a good doc string where you define what arguments this particular function needs, it is able, your agent should be able to pass that function, right, in the right set of format, right? Keep your agent small, right? They should be doing a specific task. You don't have to make your one single agent doing hell lot of things, right? Just keep it small. You can use multiple agents in the form of sub-agents. You can, use the workflows. Today we saw 3 workflows: sequential, parallel, and the loop workflow. You should always do evaluation of your agents, which means that evaluate your agents against the data set, that are they performing right, or are they performing in the right intentions. Guardrail, enforce the guardrails, because your AI agents should be doing what they are intended to do, not anything above or beyond that, right? And instrument everything, which means you should always know that what your agent is doing in what point of time, right? So you should be able to track the request. In the case of parallel agent or a sequential agent, we saw that the request was first going through one agent, then another, right? So you should always implement tracing of the request so that you know that at which agent is working fine, which is not working fine, and you will be able to debug or mitigate issues much faster if you have the tracing there. So just few key takeaways from this session. We started with prompts, right? ChatGPT gave us a way to use AI. Then we started using tools. We started integrating tools with LLMs. Then came the era of agents, and now it's the time of multi-agents, right? Everyone is using multi-agents, right? ADK is a code-first framework, which means there is no visual drag and drop thing to build your AI agents. You will have to write your code, and ADK does help you in certain ways where it's going to give you the boilerplate, a simple one-line command to deploy it, do the evaluation. And you can compose your AI agents in the form of workflows, so you can define your workflows. And the same code that you wrote, that's going to run across locally to some container platform, be it Kubernetes or Docker Compose, or to your on-prem servers as well. So same code can run across multiple ways. So that's it I have for today. So you can reach out to me on this below QR code, and if you want to access the code snippets that we saw today, the whole demo is available on the above QR code. There is a link to the GitHub repository, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. Yes.
Hello. So you showed us an agent that has city and time with it, right? So my question was, won't we do it directly like we are doing the traditional way by using an API key for the city in a env variable, and then we are invoking that API key in our code and we'll run it only?
Okay. So this question falls back to the principles of software engineering. And honestly, AI, today what we saw, this is just a code, right? So as an engineer, how you build any kind of application, right? So this is the implementation that I showed you. It's a vanilla implementation, right? As an engineer, when you are writing out any software code, right, you write it with very abstraction. So you will be writing up some certain interfaces, and you define the interface, and your actual implementation is behind that interface, right? So in this case as well, if you wish to pass certain secret, for example, API keys, right? You don't want to hard code them, because in any application we never want to hard code those API keys, so they can come from secret manager as well. So in this case, I showed you a direct way, like a vanilla implementation, but they can come from secret store as well. So Google has a secret manager from where you can inject those API keys to your container. So it can work in how you deploy any application to cloud, be it Cloud Run, Kubernetes, anywhere. Your the flow is going to be like same as well, right? So here as well, in this case, the example that I showed you where I tried to deploy that AI agent, it was using a CI/CD form as well, like behind the scene it was using Google Cloud Build for building up my container image, and then it was deployed to the Google Cloud Run, right? So just like you deploy any application, for example, if you have application in Node.js, right? How you deployed that, right? You just write a simple command, Google Cloud deploy, gcloud deploy, and your application name, and the pipeline will get triggered, right? So same way, the principles are same, just that the framework is different.
So one more question, sir. Like I used to do MLOK. So since you have mentioned that the three types of sequence are the sequential flow, parallel flow, and the loop flow. So can't we implement the same thing using fusion architecture that we're using while combining 2-3 ML models together and then generating a public output through it? So I think it's the same thing, right?
So you can do that, but the whole intent here is that if you have smaller composable agents, right, that makes the response much more crisper, right? So you know that agents, at a certain point, the agent will start hallucinating, right? Which means if it has a bigger context, right? If the information is this much, right? At certain point, it's going to hallucinate, or it's going to not give you the actual response that you intended to, right?
Yes.
But if the response is going to be very specific to the agent, right? What that agent is intended to perform, right? Then you will have better outputs in that case. You can do it with a single agent where you define certain instructions that do this, do this.
But sir, when we use an ML model to train, or when you use a fusion model, generally it takes very few time, right? Like after training, the agent, the model will generate output in a very less amount of time. So is it not more convenient than the agentic approach
So,
that we
so in that case, you are building out the model by yourself, right?
Yes, yes.
So here in this case, we are using the readily available model. So in this case, we saw that we are using Gemini, but like I mentioned in the slides as well, that you can use any other model as well, like Claude, OpenAI, any other models you can use, and you don't have to work on the model. Rather, you are building on the use case, or you are solving a problem rather than building the model itself.
Okay, so thank you.
There are few couple on this side.
Hello, sir. Simple question, sir. When we make a tool can, when the agent uses a tool, it can access multiple tools also. So, for example, it's a contextual limiter. For example, weather app and the time app. I just tell Delhi, Tokyo.
Sorry, come again.
I just give a prompt, Delhi, Tokyo. It doesn't have any context. We are asking time or weather. So, how we solve this type of edge cases to solve agent solving? Because this is the issue, I think.
So you need to provide the context or the right set of instructions to your AI agent, right?
Yes.
And it's not just that you have to provide, like any AI agent that you see, like they are rich in prompts or rich in instructions. So if you are able to provide much information to your agent, then it can work properly. For example, if you and your teammate, or if your team lead is assigning you a task, if he is not providing you right set of information or rich information, you won't be able to do the task yourself, right? So same applies to agents as well. If you don't provide them enough context, what to do, right? At what conditions you should do what things. So if you don't have that knowledge, then your agents will not be able to call the right set of tools. So you need to provide that rich instructions everywhere in your AI agents.
But it can also hallucinate also if I give too much.
So you need to be descriptive. So that is what I'm saying. So your instruction should be descriptive enough that you are able to figure out, or your LM is able to figure out which tools to call. So the example that I showed you where I had two tools, weather and time. So I had given enough context that for any time related query, call the time tool, and for any weather related query, call the weather tool. So if I'm passing enough context, then it is able to figure out. If I'm not passing enough context, then it will start hallucinating, or it may call the wrong tool as well.
Okay, sir. Another question, last question. Does a AI agent or multi-agent AI agent system require the main agent? So is this compulsory, or?
So it makes your life easier because now you don't have to call different agents, one by one. So for example, if you take the example of the ADK web that I was showing you, right?
Yes.
There was a research agent that I built, right?
Yes.
And there was a simple my agent which was giving weather and time detail, right?
Yes.
So now assume in the research agent I was using 3 sub agents, right? Right, researcher, writer, and then critic agent, right? Now think of the scenario where you, instead of building one agent like the researcher agent, you have built all 3 agents independently.
Multiple
There is a
agents,
research agent, then there is a different writer agent, and then there is a critic agent. Now think of a scenario where you get a response from research agent. Now you have to feed that, copy that response and call the another agent and pass that response to there, and then whatever response you get from there, you have to just feed it to the another agent, right? So now you have to do all those things manually by yourself, right? But whereas in this example that we saw, the sequential agent, right? For me as a user, I just have to interact with the agent one time, right? I just gave it a simple query, and now it is different agents based on the workflow that I've defined, right? I don't have to copy the response from the first agent and pass it to another agent. I don't have to do that, right? But if you're creating multiple agents, right, not as a sub agent, multiple different agents, then you would have to pass that response manually by yourself. Let me show you what I meant to say. So here you can see that I have 2 agents. One is research, my agent, and second is, now if I had, let's say, research agent, one more, writer agent, and then there is a critic agent, right? 3 sub-agents, 3 agents are differently there, right? So I have to copy the response from the first agent, then go to the another agent, for example here, put it here, and then whatever output that I get, I have to again switch my agent, go here, and then pass it here, right? So workflows make things easy, right? Because now there is no human in loop, right? You are not required there, right? Your AI agent can take decisions for you. I can take one last question and then probably I'll move. Yeah, just this last question, yeah. So by the way, like I'm here till lunch. So if you want to, chat with me, connect with me, either you can reach out to me over LinkedIn or probably I'm around here till lunch. So you can connect with me that time.
So my question is like, like you right now developed the agent based on the weather and that, and I have a question regarding the research one actually. Like you asked him about the Olympics question, and it go through and asked the research and go through the different agents.
Yes.
But I have a question regarding the guardrails. Like nowadays, every LLMs, every AI chatbots have some regarding to the guardrails. How do they set up the guardrails actually?
Okay. So so there are 2 different. So I'll give you this with an example. I'll try to answer this with example. So guardrails comes in place, and so for example, if this agent was doing something on my machine, for example, if I'm running this agent locally, I ran this locally as well, and if I asked it to do something on the file, for example, I gave it a file which has some content. For example, the research, for example, my research is in a file, right? And I asked it to modify this file and just do the summarization of this file and just create a new file with the summary. I don't need the hell lot of information. I just need maybe 5 or 10 sentences, and that should be enough for me, right? Now in this case, if you see, my agent is acting on my machine on behalf of me, which means it can modify my system. So anyway, it's going to modify the file, right? But if it is going to do anything beyond that, right? For example, it deleted something, it deleted my root directory, or it tried to peek into my secrets that I've stored on my keychain, for example, on the vault, for example, right? So it can do anything, right? So, and that is where you have to establish the guardrails. One place there are 2 places where you can do the guardrails. One is at your prompt itself. So you can at the prompt level itself, you can be very specific. Do not do these things, or do not touch any other file beyond this, right? So in your instruction itself, you have to be very descriptive that don't do these things, right? The other way is, for example, if you pass an abusive word to the agent, right? For example, if you pass some abusive word, right? And you don't want your AI agent to act on those things, right? So with the Google Cloud, this Google agentic framework, there is a feature called Modern Armor, right? Which can block these kind of a requests, right? So it can hide the sensitive information as well. So there is there is a feature in the Google Vertex engine, which is Model Armor. So it provides a security as well, right? It can hide secrets, right? It can block those certain things, right? So you can define all those things in the Model Armor, and additionally, you can be very specific at your prompts that don't do these things. You can do only these things, right? So you have to be very restrictive in that case.
Thank you, sir.
And even if you are using any agent for writing the code, you will see that there is an approval thing. If you have not allowed like YOLO mode, right, which means do anything, if there are some permissions, then it will always, your agent will always ask approve or reject, run this command, run or not, right? If you are using any kind of a agent, be it Copilot or any other agent, so it will always ask you, because there is some sort of a restriction that you can also set, like if you are using those agents, you can also set that, set these commands needs to be executed always, or it should always seek for the permission of the user.
Thank you so much for such an insightful session. I'm sure many of us already thinking, ये assignment भी कर दे तो life set हो जाएगी. ये agents assignments भी कर दे तो life set हो जाएगी. AI agents are powerful, but unfortunately, attendance still has to be managed by us. Thank you once again, sir, for your insightful thoughts. I would like to invite Adiba onto the stage.
क्या वो ऑडियंस बहुत डल लग रही है? एनर्जी खत्म हो गई है क्या? हाउस द जोश? कोई जोश नहीं है? हाउस द जोश? सच में जोश नहीं है? All right, everyone, it's officially time to pause the sessions, but not the conversations. Before we continue with the next session, let us give our brains a quick software update. Don't worry, ये update सिर्फ 10 मिनट का है, unlike some other Windows updates. If you know, you know. Tea and refreshments are waiting for you at the back of the hall. Enjoy your break, meet new people, exchange ideas, and don't forget to have something exciting for you. We also have some quizzes or games after the tea break, so come back soon. See you in a while. At the back to kindly settle down, we are beginning. All right, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed your break so far. And it's time to find out whether you're smarter or AI, or at least who has the faster Wi-Fi. Before we jump to the next event or the next session, let's do a quick system refresh. I have a question for you all. How many of you have opened ChatGPT, asked one question, and 30 minutes later, you found yourself discussing the meaning of life? Well, don't worry, ये कोई surprise test नहीं है. No coding, no debugging, no viva. बस थोड़ा सा fun और एक छोटी सी interaction, एक छोटा सा quiz है. So, are you all ready for it? I want high energy from everyone. How's the Josh? थोड़ा और जोर से, अभी तो ब्रेक लिए हो. How's the Josh? So let's begin with our quiz. Everyone see this QR? QR कोड स्कैन कर लीजिए. डोंट वरी, अटेंडेंस लिंक नहीं है. हम यहाँ कोई अटेंडेंस नहीं ले रहे हैं। नहीं नहीं, पैसा भी नहीं कटेगा। सब कोई जल्दी जल्दी स्कैन कर लीजिए। Then we'll begin with the quiz. Guys, kindly hurry up. सबने ज्वाइन कर लिया है? Shall we begin? Are you all ready? कोई तो आंसर करो. Are you all ready? So let's begin. First question, please. Which git command helps you find the exact commit that introduced a bug? We have only 20 seconds. It looks like majority लोगों को इसका आंसर नहीं पता था. The correct answer is git bisect. Moving on to the next question. Which language is used by Android Studio for modern Android apps? Think before you click. कभी-कभी AI भी गलत आंसर दे देता है. थोड़ा सोच समझ के क्लिक करना. We have 82% of votes to Kotlin, and the correct answer is Kotlin. Moving on to the next question. Which one of these is not an HTTP request method? We have maximum votes to command push, and the correct answer is push. Moving on to the next question. Which git command shows every action ever performed on head even after a reset? The correct answer is git reflog. This is one of those questions जो लोग emotions के साथ जाते हैं कि history होगा मे बी जिससे समझ में आ जाए, but actually ये technically गलत हो जाएगा. Moving on to the next question. What is the default port of HTTP? ये मैक्सिमम लोगों को पता है. That is 80. Moving on to the next question. Which protocol powers GitHub cloning? I know ये Google का event है, but please Google मत use करना. ना ही Gemini, ना ही ChatGPT, कुछ भी नहीं. We have 76% votes to SSH. And the correct answer is SSH. Can we see the leaderboard, please? Okay, we'll see the leaderboard at the end. Moving on to the next question. Which AI model is Google's flagship model today?
This answer is expected to be correct from everyone. So time is running out.
Come on,
5
ये तो
seconds,
बहुत easy
3
है, कोई भी
seconds,
बता लेगा.
2 seconds, 1 second. Yeah, it's absolutely correct.
इसमें भी 15% लोग गलत किए हैं. Moving on to the next question. Which one is not a Linux distribution? Question ध्यान से पढ़ना. Not a Linux distribution. आंसर गलत हो जाने से कोई टेंशन की बात नहीं है. यहाँ से प्लेसमेंट नहीं मिल रहा है. बस एक क्विज है छोटा मोटा. 93% votes to Android Studio. And the correct answer is Android Studio. Moving on to the next question. Which language is Flutter written in? अगर आप लोगों ने GDG के पहले इवेंट्स अटेंड किए हैं तो हमारा फ्लटर पे भी एक वर्कशॉप हुआ था. %76% votes to Dart, and the correct answer is Dart. Moving on to the next question. Which one of these is a vector database?
Hurry up, guys. Time is running out.
%72% votes to Pinecone, and the correct answer is Pinecone. So I think majority लोगों को answers पता ही थे. I hope आप लोगों ने कोई AI का use नहीं किया था. Now it's time for the leaderboard. Leaderboard देख करके डर मत जाना. हो सकता है आपको लगा हो आप बहुत जल्दी आंसर कर दिए हैं, but ज़रूरी नहीं है. Before we see the leaderboard, a big round of applause. Give for yourself for joining this quiz. Winning is great, but participating is more important. जो भी जीतेगा उसको कुछ तो मिलना चाहिए ना? क्या लगता है, कुछ मिलेगा? मिलेगा, ब्रैगिंग राइट्स मिलेंगे, लेकिन सिर्फ नेक्स्ट लाइडो गेम तक। जब तक दूसरा गेम नहीं आता है तब तक वाहवाही ले लेना। सो वी आर हैविंग So here we have our leaderboard, Aryan Ashima Swain. Congratulations. We have Adrija Kar at second position. Sai Krishna Subudhi at third. बाकी तो आप लोग देख ही सकते हैं. Let's move forward with our sessions. Now I call upon Satyadarshi to move forward.
Good afternoon. How is the Joes? I need a reply back. How is the Joes? Not yet. How is the Joes? Okay, so we have our next session. We have just seen how AI agents can be built. Now, let's take the conversation one step further. What happens when these intelligent agents move beyond demos and become a part of real business? Across industries, organizations are rethinking the way they look, from automating repetitive tasks and streaming workflows to enabling faster, smarter decisions, and at the heart of this transformation is agentic AI. Our next session will explore how AI agents are redefining business processes, enhancing productivity, and helping organizations work more intelligently than ever before. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we have Mr. Debabrata Panda, the lead business architect and product owner at LTI Mindtree. He works in digital transformation space, has been closely associated with AI-led processes, inventions, and AI advisory services. So let's welcome Debabrata on stage with a huge round of applause.
Waiting. Some sort of a technical error because, I'm primarily a business guy. So, मैं थोड़ा टेक में पीछे हूँ. So, before I came in, I had tried to do a small PPT because that's what a part and parcel of my job. I'm someone who you would know as a business analyst, and if you try to ask ChatGPT what a business analyst typically does, so I kind of work in as a liaison between the business and the tech team. That's what you will try to understand, but let me tell you, it's a little bit beyond that. We try to deliver value to businesses. So end of the day, some of you would end up, once you're out of your college, or people who have already been working, all of you work for a particular deliverable or to support an end goal by making use of your available tech stack. That end goal is ultimately to deliver value. So if you don't deliver value, the entire effort stands futile. So business analysts or business consultants, we go by different names. Our job is primarily to enable value or primarily to take the businesses to utilize the potential of the investment that they have done in tech. So this is where people like me, we come into the picture. And so I basically, when I came here, I see myself in all of you because I started with tech. After working in tech for around 4.5 years, I felt a bit lazy. So I made a transition towards the business analysis side, and that's how I ended up getting into the functional space. And so for the last 8.5 years, I've been working primarily in the functional space, supporting the tech teams and supporting the businesses alike. I mean, the world of Google is a little bit new for me, so I had to do my own homework before coming here, because for most of my life I have been working on the enterprise side of things. I work with some applications that you might have heard. Pega, it's a intelligent business workflow automation application. So what we do is we automate workflows. I've also worked with Salesforce, Appian, and the entire gamut of applications that are involved with workflow automations. Now, before we move ahead, let me tell you what do we mean by business processes. Very simple things. Imagine yourself going to a bank to open an account. Imagine trying to fill a claim, an insurance, post-dated insurance claim for let's say for your vehicle or something. So if you look at it from a business lens, this is nothing but a business process. A business process typically means that any particular transaction or any particular activity which follows a definitive path or which follows a workflow or a journey from end to end, so that's a business process. Traditionally, as in the examples that I gave you, and we will be discussing later on today, so anything that you see as a business process, at the start of it, there was a mix of manual and automation activities involved. For example, if you remember to the good old banking days, for any account opening, you had to go to a branch, you had to submit your documents. They used to scan it, they used to put it back into their banking application. Then it used to update your system, customer system of record, and finally, after an X number of days, you would get that happy SMS saying that your account has been opened. Now you need to visit the branch for the next step. So even though it was very taxing for us, but if you understand from a banking standpoint, they have to make sure that they don't allow anyone to just come and open an account, because that will lead the business exposed to a lot of unwanted security risks. Because tomorrow, I'm just taking you back to some days. We'll come to how we are or where we are today, just to give you a hang of what a business process is all about. So any activity that we talk about, right, it follows a sequence of activities. It involves many people, and it involves some systems in play. So if you are looking at a sequence of activities, your background verification or your account opening form, or like your record updation or creating a customer profile, opening a passbook. So these are all the processes that are present. Then you have the people who are involved, whom we call as the personas. So there can be a personal banker or a KYC officer or a KYC analyst who does your background verification. The personal banker is someone with whom you interact when you walk into a bank. And then, there are channels. So for example, in this case, it's a direct walk-in, but if you wish to open it when we are trying to withdraw money from the ATM, or when you are at a net banking front end, if you click on open a new account, so that becomes a web channel. So And finally, there are systems. When we say systems, there is a core banking application, or there is, another application which takes care of your transactional monitoring, or, account level updates, or databases such as customer system of records or transaction system of records. Okay. I hope I'm not making a lot of jargons, throwing a lot of business jargons here. So don't worry, we'll move to where we are now. Okay. This was how banking was done back maybe 10 years back. But now there has been a shift. So with AI, with conversational AI, for most of the applications that you use in your day-to-day life, be it the likes of your e-coms or your banking or insurance or any other, application that you use as a customer, you are now empowered. So what do you mean by, a customer having things under control? So that is nothing but the conversational AI, how things have changed. So with conversational AI around, in place, all you need to do is you need to engage with the chatbot. You need to tell the chatbot that, okay, I need to open an account, or I need to upgrade my card, or let's say, I need to, I have some kind of issues, or I have a fraud, I have a suspected fraud, I want to remediate it. So these are, you just key in your keyword, the chatbot replies to you, because that's conversational AI, right? And end of it, what happens is a service request is logged for you, and you are continuously in loop about what is happening. So that's how, if you see, most of the common applications or most of the businesses have evolved to this stage now. So this is where we are. However, if we are looking at where we should be or where we could be, because in this step again, if you might have observed any chatbot that you are interacting. Let's say you have interacted to inquire about or update something on your account, or you have reached out to a chatbot and trying to, let's say, open a new account, or even in Amazon, when you are looking at the AI assistant, you are trying to compare the prices of a particular product. So these are all, as we see, these are all focused on a single task. That means if it is a single task, even though conversational, in the back of it, it is structured to give you a single output. That means it is not multitasking in nature. That's the first part. If you recall a typical IVRS interaction, right? At the end of a call, they would always ask you, is there anything else we can help you with? What if this experience is flipped to directly give you a bouquet of services all in one go? So what it ideally means is, let's say I am, booking a tour package, or I'm booking a flight ticket from destination A to destination B, and along with that, I also have in the back of my mind that I also need to book a stay at that particular place. And alongside the stay, because I'm a foodie, so I do want to explore some popular eateries, locally, and I don't want to come back empty. So I need to do some souvenir shopping back home. Back for my home. So how do I, plan it all? I go to one website, I book my tickets, then because I booked my ticket as a follow-up, they might offer me some discount, and I can book my tickets over there, and then go to maybe a Pinterest or something and try to find out a list of places that I might hit in order to have a good food experience. So this is how we usually plan that entire process for us for a trip. What if we are offered everything in one go, but we don't get the feelings back that here a website A or website B or a travel services provider A or B is acting as a travel agent. No, it's selling me an experience, or it's making my job easier. That's the goal. So your goal is to go to city A and have a rich culinary experience, right? So that's your goal. So that's exactly what the agentic workflows or the agentic processes are all about. In agentic processes, we are focused about the goal. And when we talk about goal, it's about, giving you an experience back. So that means what, as I told you, it executes multi-step planning autonomously. You don't need to tell that, okay, I need this kind of a hotel or something. If you have been booking with that particular application for a long time, they might as well know your preference. You don't need to tell that, I would have this kind of restaurants where I would like to have my couple of meals set. If you have been, using the same application to, let's say, buy your restaurant vouchers from, they might as well know what you are into or what is your liking. So what it does is, it combines the overall experience, that has been funneled or that has been, captured from its data sources without letting you feel the brunt of it. That means, it is not going to ask you back questions in loop, continuously, because it is going to refine its answers, like we do in our conversational. If you are trying to fine tune your output from the likes of GPTs, so you continuously, keep on enhancing the prompts. But you don't expect this to happen, if you are looking at from an agentic lens, because our goal is there. We have the right set of, resources being present. All you need is, you need the experience. So when we are taking it as a business wants value, and that value is delivered effectively by using agentic workflows. And one of the ways, or probably one of the expected outcomes here, can be a STP intervention. I'll come to it later, but just to tell you, STP is a straight-through processing wherein there is no human in loop. So if you are looking at, if we go back, to the examples that I gave, definitely there has to be some human in the loop who oversees how your account is opened or your claim is verified, or even in this case, let's say there has been some issues, right? A human in loop has to come and kind of fix it for you. But if we are looking at the next gen of the customer experience or the actual business delivery, which is, delivering with agility, that is when the STP interventions or straight-through processing comes into the picture. So as I said, it orchestrates via the structured agent-to-agent protocols. So here, if you are looking at the same booking example, right? One agent takes care of your flight booking. One agent takes care of your itinerary. Yet another agent, tries to source the internet to match your, let's say, culinary preferences or past, I would say, restaurant eating pattern, I would, if putting up in context. So there are multiple agents who work together and cohesively in order to deliver value or in order to give you a goal, in order to, serve your goal, sorry. And so what it ends up with? It ends up with, as it said, direct transactional self-healing system actions. You don't need to interact with it continuously. You don't need to kind of, keep on checking if my thing is done, if it is right or if it is wrong. Definitely there can be follow-ups, but minimum is the follow-up, maximum is the ease of dealing with it. So if we are looking at agentic intervention into any business process, the key output that businesses expect from it is there has to be minimum human in loop intervention, maximum STP as much as possible. It has to deliver value with agility and speed, and as much as possible, it has to be a RIT job or a right first time, right in time, right first time job. So moving ahead, as I was talking initially, if you look here, this is probably where we currently are. So if you look at the ways we bank typically, right? with the advent of omni-channel banking, that means you can bank from any channel. You can bank from your app, you can do from WhatsApp, you can do it from the chatbots, IVR, and so on. So from the entire gamut of channels available to you, you can go into any digital channel. You can submit your details. You can verify your identity. Once you are doing so, it then moves on to the bank's end, where back office persona is going to, it can be a KYC analyst, or it can be anyone who primarily does this kind of back office jobs in a bank. So this is a generic example. So they do the, if you see, whenever you are applying for any banking product, it will say you that subject to bank's internal criteria or internal condition. So that is where they do a match of their laid down criterions, which is like, let's say, your credit score or a age or a salary factor and other decision making factors in one side, and second is so the review that this particular persona does, and finally when everything is done, you get a welcome kit, or the customer correspondence or the communications follow. So this is the stage where we currently are, and maybe for us this has been a good experience so far, if we look back at where we were a couple of years back. So this is exactly where we are, but we don't want it to be here. Couple of years back, I was in Manila, where we were helping a completely digital bank, or neobank as they call in India, to open. So it was in essence the first completely digital bank in Philippines after they had gotten the license from the government. One of the key concerns of the bank was they wanted to ensure that every customer that reaches out to the bank is given an immediate resolution to the queries. So for the particular bank, they had this thing called Go 1, 2, 3. So that means within 1 minute of you reaching out to the bank in any customer channel, you have to be responded back. Within 2 minutes of you, of you being responded back, you are provided a initial resolution or a immediate acknowledgement as to what this issue is supposed to be and where it is going to lead. And the next thing was 3, which was the SLA of 3 hours. Just imagine it in the context that within 3 hours, any issue, they had this promised because they were betting it big. When we had joined, they had 0 customers, and that's when all this planning happened. And maybe 1.5 years down the lane, they were closer to 1 million customers, 1 million active customers. But the premise to get those customers, to acquire those customers, was this 1, 2, 3 promise. So how we dealt it is, back in 2022, maybe we don't see a lot of agentic or stuff even being discussed about. Conversational AI again was not much into the picture, but there was something that was already happening in the areas of machine learning and I would say process AI. So what we did is, we put some process AI models, and the process AI models would then try to understand the customer patterns and match the customer dispute or the customer query with the customer's history. And even though it was a human in loop, so the 2 minutes was where the human in loop came into the picture, the 3 hours was where the actual resolution happened. And in the 3 hours window, the human in loop depended on process AI models in order to look back into the customer's behavioral, transactional history, and AI-based nudges were there to assist your customer service guys to give it back to the customer. So the reason I tell you that is, most of the processes that we see in banking or insurance or healthcare or any other sectors, already there is some kind of AI intervention that has been in place even before people start talking big about it. But we also need to look at it, and as we move on, our processes should also be enhanced. Our businesses should also be enhanced so that the same amount of maturity goes back into delivering value to us. So, for example, I work with Pega. And if you see this entire process that that is there in the diagram. So if you see here, how we do is, you have it defined, right? There is a stage, then there is a step within the stage, and then there is a sequential delivery that is happening end to end. So application submission is a stage, identity verification is a stage, review and approval is a stage, and account creation is a stage. And within each of the stages, there are probably certain number of steps that are present. So this is how a typical workflow or a typical business process looks like. Now, if we are taking the same into agentic based routing, so what happens here is, you define the policy for this, even for this particular workflow. Now we want to increase the speed, and we want to make sure that this is probably done within a minute, or this is done maybe let's say in a couple of minutes. So if there is a person who is doing a verification, if there is a system which is reading the records, then how are we going to do it in a couple of minutes? That's where probably using some agentic AI intervention might solve the picture. Why? Because we have established the policy guardrails that if someone is unable to provide a Aadhaar card, or if someone is unable to provide bare minimum documents needed for verification, we are going to ask him to send an email to us. So that means any XYZ cannot simply come and open an account, because doing so, as I said, you might end up exposing the system to multiple uncalled risks. So you have the policy guardrails that are put into the picture. Then you have got modular tools or APIs. So what happens is, because we are, for any simple banking activity, there are multiple systems that work in cohesion. Systems that deals with your compliance and AML, systems that deals with your transaction, transactional activities. There are systems which deals with your SORs, and systems which extend the customer relationship management to you, all your loyalty program and everything else. Then there are multiple banking channels that are involved. For example, your mobile app that offers you one kind of an experience. So you need to provide this omni-channel experience as well. So how does that happen? That happens because there are multiple front office and back office systems which work in cohesion, and the interaction between them happens through API. And that's exactly what we are also going to do through the agentic intervention. So we are cutting through a longer step, and we are simplifying the step because we are providing them a goal. Acquire a customer with the best fit products for the customer's profile. That means if you are simply going and browsing in a bank's website, or you are doing some kind of a comparison in any aggregator, let's say like Bank Bazaar or other websites, what it does is it observes your profile, it observes your browsing pattern, it observes whatever information you have provided, it already has it handy. And with that, it tailors to you a customer experience on the UI such that you have a nudge coming up on your screen that XYZ Bank is going to offer you a seamless digital banking experience within 1 minute. Instant bank opening within 1 minute. This is happening for some banks as we speak. So this is the kind of speed or agility in business processes that a agentic intervention can bring around. Okay. Now, this is something which is primarily the area that we try to work, and we try to make customers believe that AI is not yet another buzzword floating around in the circles, but this is something which is actually going to bring value to you. When I say value, this may not be only in terms of cost, but this can also be in terms of resourcing and a lot many factors. So I have collated across some of the real-time, statistics that can give you an idea about what is the kind of value that we already have started getting when agentic AI or agentic AI interventions are being put into use. For example, I worked in one of the initiatives which was a legacy modernization. So a particular healthcare organization was depending on an old school way to manage the co-pays or in order to, I would say, do a provider services, just making it more simplified. And when we funneled the same process, or when we funneled the same end-to-end workflows into a agent-based ecosystem, that too without stressing the client of its resources. That means, there wasn't a big paradigm change that needed to be put into the picture. It was simple plug and play into some of the areas where we can, plug agents. An example is many medical bills were put into place. So, a classification agent, if it is present or an intake agent, if it is present, it can simplify the way your medical bills are, analyzed or scanned, and then maybe it can also root out some false positives, because many times people will try to play mischief by putting on fake bills. So this is something that can already be done, and it has been present in some places, right? So we did not flip the entire system altogether, but we did small amount of changes. The real-time output of it was a typical co-pay based. Co-pay means where the insurance provider or the healthcare provider agrees to pay a certain amount of your medical expenses. So, let's say you have incurred a bill of $100, and the provider says that, okay, I'll pay around 70 for it, and 30 is something that you have to foot the bill. But this process earlier was like, once your expense is done, you have to upload your medical report, you have to upload your bill, and then you have to wait. And this waiting period was anywhere between 4 to 5 working days, because physically someone is doing the verification. With this intervention, currently the turnaround time has been reduced to close to 1 to 2 working days, because as I said, we are not completely doing the legacy modernization. There are certain constraints around the uses of PII, or there are certain constraints around managing the payment, because payment is done by a bank and payment advices are only something that can be generated by your provider. So despite this bottlenecks, if you can see, there has been a simplified reduction of 50% in the turnaround time. What if the same thing happens completely, if it is an end-to-end agentic orchestration present, right? Then I can tell you this can happen within a matter of hours, only because of the loopholes present. So if you see, the KYC is one of the areas which consumes, which is actually one of the areas where banks put in a lot of efforts. And KYC is not only when you are opening an account, it is a lifelong process as long as you are associated with a bank. Any kind of KYC discrepancy can lead banks to pay hefty fines to the regulators. So any change in your profile or any change in your, I would say, if you are looking at the recent developments, right? When Russia-Ukraine war happened, most of the banks in Northern Europe had accounts from Russian oligarchs. So if you are following the news, you might be aware, there was a big can of worms opened there, because these people were KYC verified. But their party-to-party relationships, or they were stakeholders. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so we'll glide through. Probably you can also, I'll try to share this with everyone. You can have a look at it later. मैं अभी तक agenda पे आया नहीं हूँ, so I'll quickly glide through. Okay, so because we are talking about build with AI, and this is what from the agentic orchestration standpoint Google has there to offer for you. If you are looking at any agentic process, it ideally has three distinct, areas. If we look at the previous examples also, right? The brain. If at all, you are giving some customer inputs, or you are, let's say, uploading a document, or you are initiating a process. So for everything, this has to be analyzed and this has to be validated. So that is where, the brain comes into the picture, and that's something your 3.5 Plus and Pro do it seamlessly. Then comes the framework. Okay, we have the things ready with us, but we need to take it to the next level, and we need to kind of, integrate it with multiple systems in order to get our job done. Simply a document arriving and me analyzing the document won't do the job. That's where your agent development kit or ADK comes into the picture, because you need to orchestrate this process with multiple other agents in loop. Then of course the connectivity. Now that you have the things ready, so what you need to make sure is your once the job is done, your customer's profile is updated, or once your activity is done, I need a communication as a customer that, hey, what is the output of it? Or is it really done or not, right? So that's where, this is the bridge that allows to, make sure that the agent-to-agent orchestration, when it is happening, the backend systems are updated, or the transactional information is updated, or the customer is informed, or the communication is flowing through, right? So this is where, if you are looking at the workspace, or what the gamut of tools that Google has offered us, or how we can reimagine any process using this. So now quickly I'll take you through this. As I was speaking initially, any typical process. So let's say you might have seen this when you were kids. Nowadays insurance has become very simplified, but earlier whenever we had any medical treatment done, our parents would sit back and then fill very long forms with all the details of the treatment, attach all the bills, and send a big courier back to the insurance provider or to the third party. And then if we are looking at the same thing but a little bit advanced, or where we are today, so what happens is once everything is done, we still do the filing manually if it is a post-dated claim, not to go for the cashless ones. Once the filing is done, there is a claim analyst. So this is a real-time business process. This is how it happens in a in an insurance workflow. So then there is a claim analyst who what the claim analyst does is they really open it, go through all your documents, check your customer profile and everything else, and then there is a claim verification that is done. I believe whenever if anyone of you might be aware, so once this is a claim is analyzed or a claim is admitted, then you get an email saying that your claim is verified and this is going to take 3 to 5 days, because they in that case they check your records which are already available, or the customer system of records. They also check your medical data if you have been claiming from a long time, so a sufficient amount of medical information is available. They also make real-time checks with your healthcare provider or your hospital. After that, it goes to a review and approval. That is it really legitimate, and all the details, if it is filed, it then goes to a review and approval. And finally, there is a fulfillment. So in fulfillment, what you get is you get a email or a SMS saying that it's done, and then you also get the details that payment will be done in 3 to 5 working days. And in the back end, the insurance provider shares the payment advice to the bank, whichever bank details you have provided, right? At the back of it, there are many regulatory and auditing application activities that happens, but I have skipped it for the sake of simplicity. So this is how we are looking at it from a very simple lens. Typically, this is how it happens. And quickly moving on, if we have reimagined the same process in Agentic, let's have a look at how fast or how agile this same thing becomes. You don't need to now fill all the documents or anything. If you have an account with an insurance service provider, simply click pictures of your medical documents or your bills and upload it to the WhatsApp number. Now, for a business analyst like me, the bigger question will come from, the business or from the client. That means I am accessing a customer's PII. I am accessing someone's medical data. How do you handle it? So you have the Google Cloud's DLP API that does all the redactment here. That means it will mask all the confidential information that the backend people or the insurance provider should not be privy of, and it filters out the rest, which is needed for the sake of claim processing. Then what happens? Now we do the intake and OCR analysis. Because I have uploaded the bills, or I have uploaded, let's say, the doctor reports or anything, most of it can be filled manually. And we all know how good a doctor's handwriting are, right? So, that is where, the intake agent or the Gemini multimodal, digitizes all these receipts or, handwritten documents and does the restructuring of the metadata that is present. Key, what kind of a claim this is, what are the details that are present, what is the amount, and, what is the customer details, and matches it with the background SOR. All this is done. Then comes the review agent. So in that case, we are utilizing the Vertex AI search. So what it does is it queries the internal claim histories. What if you have been just claiming for, that you have got a limit of this much and you need to simply claim it. So you have started falsifying your bills, or you have been claiming very frequently for the same issue. So this needs to be validated, right? And when we are doing the validation, it cross-checks what is your applicable coverage, what is your eligibility, and all the laid down business rules or all the laid down criterions from the insurance provider. And then it takes into account the guardrails or the policy guardrails. So what it essentially means is, tomorrow we can start putting on multiple claims. And there is a chance, because till we cannot say that any system is going to be 100% secure. What if I am putting on a very high amount and I have kind of bypassed all of this. I have hoodwinked the system till now, till the review agent I have hoodwinked, and it appears everything genuine in paper. But if you see the amount, it's an exorbitant amount. So in case such a claim is approved and later it turns out to be a financial mischief, then the insurer or the insurance provider is going to be in trouble with the regulators, with its money and everything else. So that is where the policy guardrails are important. So let's say a claim beyond X amount has to go back to the reviewer or to the human in loop picture. But anything below that, if it satisfies X, Y, Z criteria, it glides through. And finally, the communication agent, which does all your omni-channel communications. It sends details to the insurance company. It sends details to the team which is responsible for doing a verifications and review. It shares lively updates, on-time, real-time updates to the insurer. To the insured or to the customer. And it also, if needed, can file regulatory reports back to IRDAI or relevant regulators which are needed for the purpose of auditing and as per law. So if you see the previous process and this process, maybe the number of steps are same, but try to rethink to it. Try to think how effective agentic intervention is going to make it, how fast it is going to happen, how easier it is going to happen for you. So if it is becoming easier for you, it becomes all the way easier for the business end of the day. So that is where any process, if it is reimagined, any simpler process, if it is structured well, if it is broken down into a logical sequence of steps, and you have identified the ultimate business goal that you are going to do, then you are going to reimagine it from an agentic lens, and that's where all the magic happens. That's where you are able to solve the major problem that we have in customer-facing businesses today, which is the turnaround time. People are willing to pay, but people are never willing to wait. This is what one of the main key points I would like to stress on, okay? So that's it. And as we all know, we are slowly moving into an agentic world, and if something else is not coming on into the picture, definitely by 28, most of the orchestrations or most of the business processes are going to be agentic led. Or that's something that we as practitioners are already on the way at. And yeah, because I work in as a BO or a product owner, BA or a product owner, so my take or how I came in, so if this process is something I'm doing in real time, this is the way I would, go to tackle it. So I would try to do the discovery or audit the existing processes, understand what are the legacy steps that are involved, and how much of it can actually be modernized, or how much of it can be actually taken through the AI route. Sometimes if you don't need something, you need not really do it. So the first part is discovering or understanding the problem. Then we are going to have an initial design. Once the design is there in place, we need to make sure that it is not giving in to the fallacies of any of the flaw lines that current days AI systems have, primarily around data integrity or around, having any guardrail breaks in place. And then finally, we take the small batch into production, for example, the intake or classification, and keep on adding multiple MVPs into it. So that's how, we as business analysts or product owners work hand in glove with the development teams in order to make sure that any existing process, if it is taken through an AI lens, is moving through a established pathway to get the desired results. So yeah, that was it. I think I had a lot of things that I spoke, and so please feel free to ask your questions. Okay, 2 questions. You can connect with me offline, I'll be here, but yeah, I can take 2 questions. No questions means either I was speaking like a lot, many stuffs which went like this, or maybe, okay.
Okay, sir. Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, my question is very particular. First, you heard about the AI takedown by the Starbucks, no? The inventory management system was down because it uses very good technology but failed to do the tasks in J. So I want to ask, this failure can happen here also. So how you can, as a business analyst, you can't tell that. So these issues, how can you tell basically?
Yeah. That's a very interesting question, and it is in fact it's because of the very same reasons that most of the customers who are already running a successful enterprise application, or or are already having applications like the Pega or a Salesforce in picture, they don't really want to invest into AI. And this is more so a pain point if you are trying to talk with customers who are into banking space, because there is a chance of risking their data, and of course a lot of such events have happened in the past. So what we ideally do is we try to just as we were speaking about, right? So there was this reduction of data, right? So what we do is we run them through small POCs, right? And more often than not, we are trying to encourage them to use the infrastructure, right? Because any discussion for a big scale AI project does not happen without having the InfoSec team or the information security team in loop, right? So what we do is we run them through small batches of identified test data or generated test data, right? Whatever POC we are building, and then we do a information security audit and analysis of the entire process before we go ahead and go for any kind of a MVP. Otherwise, the efforts both way is going to, go waste. But having said that, yes, we are always, running at a risk of data theft and other boundary issues with AI. So, but every other process has got its bottlenecks. So yes. InfoSec is the team which kind of, owns up such issues. They try to pre-mask the customer data
basically,
as such.
this is decrease in the time usage by managing inventory and all. So first you mentioned that in the old times there used to be a long process because they need to for security purposes that no fake account or unused accounts will be present. So shortening the time doesn't technically solve the problem. There may be still empty accounts also. So why we need to
See this use cases, see AI-based use cases are ideally more applicable when you are looking at retail customers or customers in I would say simplified processes which otherwise took longer time. Example is a digital bank opening, right?
Yes.
The quantum of risk involved there is less. But if you are looking at SME customers or customers who have got big party-to-party relationships, like I am a SME entity, I am also a subsidiary in another company, and those people are linked to another entity which is operating in some countries where there is a sanctions that is present, right? So here you have got a bigger scale enhanced due diligence or customer due diligence that needs to be done from a AML compliance standpoint, right? So such areas still require a larger human in loop intervention, right? So those are the places where maybe we cannot achieve 100% STP. You got my point. Because you can't onboard an entire large corporate institution to as a customer within a matter of minutes, because there are a lot of legal and regulatory check boxes that has to be ticked. But if you are looking at a simple retail customer, you have your KYC details ready, you have a salary proof for every details, okay, then why should you wait? Why not give you instant access to a digital banking account and you can start banking right away at your fingertips? So those are the kind of processes which are already counterfeit to go to the AI mode. But if you are looking at complex processes, where there is a compliance or a AML angle involved, we really need to step back and still look how much of it can be, enhanced. Maybe some part of the entire workflow, but certainly not the complete end-to-end orchestration, I would say. Yeah.
We'll take one last question.
Hello. As a business analyst, how do you handle the clients? For example, I mean to say that sometimes the client requirements are not clear and the client expectations are not clear, and with AI that is also that becomes intensified, means that the intention of the client and the other restrictions like budgets and all that are not very certain or very clear. So how as a business analyst you handle these things?
So that's rightly said. I mean, client expectations, getting ambiguous end of the day is a everyday pain point that any BA has to face. And particularly with AI, one thing has happened is, sometimes customers come to, let's say, a discovery workshop or a requirement elaboration session, and before that, they do their homework using a GPT and bring in all the hallucinated data to you and, ask you to build that up, right? So that bottleneck always remains. But end of the day, it's always a human with whom you are interacting, right? As a practice, what I essentially do or I insist is, if you are talking to a CXO level employee or if you are talking to people who are going to sponsor your project or sponsor your initiative, you might get in a high level view of what is the benefits they are getting in terms of, let's say, the turnaround time or the NPA or the cost effectiveness and stuff. But as a extensive exercise or an ideal way of working, what a business analyst should do is they should reach out to the actual users of the application. If we are talking about a banking transactional monitoring app or something, right? Who is the actual user? It is not the chief information officer of the bank. They definitely have got an eye on the bigger picture. But if you are looking at delivering them an application, then you should go sit and speak with the tailor or with let's say the AML analyst or the person who is actually working on it, either manually or some system has been in place and they are working through it and facing some issues for which they want to modernize it, or they simply they have got some money to invest, so the people way above are doing that, right? So you should always go down to the actual users of the system. So when we reach out, when we reach out, as a part of the requirement process, the discovery is what happens with the higher level people. I mean, people, who are in the, with all the decision making powers. But to understand the requirement to its fine granularity, we reach out to the, let's say customer service representatives, or the bank customer, the compliance officers or the AML analysts and the people like that, and we try to understand from them how they are going to use the system. That is where you get all the deltas answered. You have to reach out to the actual users of maybe the language may not be technical, but you have already understood the business pain points from the people above. You know what your application is going to offer from your technical guys, and you need to sit with the ground workers, right, the line level people, and understand from them. So you are going to now, I would say, make the puzzle complete. Those are the missing blocks. That information lies with the people who are the actual users of your system.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. All right then, so it was really nice speaking to you all. Of course, I had a very silent audience, so maybe you are very interested. Or if not, you can always reach out to me through LinkedIn, and also, while I'm here. So thank you for having me here, and yeah, all the best, guys.
So can we have a big round of applause for sir? Thank you, sir, for the insightful session. Today, we learned that agentic AI is not just about automating tasks. It's about empowering businesses to work smarter, make better decisions, and unlock new possibilities. As AI continues to evolve, the organizations that embrace it thoughtfully will be the ones shaping the future. Let's give our speaker another big round of applause for sharing such valuable insights with us. So, I particularly like the transitions. We have seen how AI agents can be built. Now let's take the conversation one step further. Before that, आप सब लोग अभी लंच के बारे में सोच रहे होंगे, thinking about the good food. Can I get a reply back? How is the Josh now? No, it's not the Josh. How is the Josh? Well, we are having our lunch, but now we are having our one more speaker with us who would be continuing. Then we have our lunch for that. So far we have explored how AI agents are built, how they are transforming business, and how the future of user experience is evolving. Now let's dive into one of the most exciting applications of generative AI, Agentic RAG. Imagine having an AI assistant that doesn't just generate answers, but understands your organization's knowledge, retrieves the right information, and delivers accurate, context-aware responses. That's exactly what our next session is about. Whether it's improving productivity, enhancing decision-making, or building enterprise-ready AI solutions, Agentic RAG is opening up a whole new world of possibilities. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Abhijit Tripathi, a visionary entrepreneur, author, researcher, and mentor. He is the founder and CEO of Pressure Softwares and has been recognized among the top 100 future contributors to AI startups and technology. He continues to inspire young innovators across the country. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Abhijit Tripathi on stage.
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीबॉडी. पता है भूख लगा है. ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगा. ओनली 30 minutes फॉर दिस सेशन एंड दिस इज़ गोइंग टू बी लिटिल बिट इंटरेस्टिंग फॉर यू क्योंकि हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू अंडरस्टैंड ओडिया? तो और ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग हो जाएगा. ओडिया में बोलूँगा नहीं, कुछ दिखाऊँगा और जो दिखाऊँगा वो दुनिया में कहीं और एग्जिस्ट नहीं करती, सिर्फ मेरे कंप्यूटर में एग्जिस्ट करती है. और जो मेरे कंप्यूटर में एग्जिस्ट करती है वो मेरे कुछ क्लाइंट्स के पास भी एग्जिस्ट करती है, बट अल्टीमेटली वो मैं बताऊंगा नहीं, राइट? सो हम लोग जो चीज़ यहाँ पे आज देखने वाले हैं वो उसका डिस्क्रिप्शन मैं दे देता हूँ। आप लोगों में से कितने लोग ऐसे किसी ब्रांड को प्रमोट नहीं कर रहा हूँ, जस्ट गिविंग यू रियल लाइफ एग्जांपल्स। आप लोगों में से कितने लोग जियो यूज़ करते हैं? तो आप लोग जब कोई नया बुकिंग करते हैं जियो में, लेट्स अज्यूम फॉर जियो फाइबर, या फिर आप बुकिंग करते हो फॉर नया जियो होम कनेक्शन के लिए, जैसे ही आप फॉर्म भरोगे इमीडिएटली आपको एक कॉल आएगा, एक सुंदर महिला आपसे बात करेंगी, सुंदर सुर वाली, हमने तो देखा नहीं है, राइट? अरे लेकिन बात ऐसा है कि वो एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करती हैं, लेकिन आपको लगेगा कि बहुत ही एकदम कहीं पे बैठी होंगी कॉल सेंटर में और बात कर रही हैं, और आप जो जो चीज़ें पूछेंगे वो आपके अकाउंट के बारे में सब चीज़ बता सकते हैं। साथ ही साथ आपको अगर कोई शेड्यूल करना है, मेंटेनेंस शेड्यूल करना है या फिर इंस्टॉलेशन शेड्यूल करना है, वो वहीं पे बैठे बैठे कर देंगे, और जैसे ही वो करेंगे आपको एक मैसेज भी आ जाएगा, आपको एक मैसेज भी मिल जाएगा कि आपका सब शेड्यूल हो गया है, आपने पेमेंट कर दिया है, वगैरह वगैरह। तो ये सब चीज़ें रियल लाइफ में रियल टाइम में होती कैसी हैं, ये थोड़ा हम कम्प्लेक्स पे चले गए। मेरे मित्र जो आज यहाँ पे हैं उन्होंने दोनों बहुत अच्छे चीज़ों पे एक्सप्लेन किए, बट मैं थोड़ा सा टेक एंड बिजनेस दोनों को एक्सप्लेन करूँगा, बिकॉज मैं आता तो टेक बैकग्राउंड से हूँ, बट आई हैव बीन डूइंग बिजनेस फॉर द लास्ट 7 years। तो हम लोग क्या डिस्कस करेंगे कि इसी टाइप के जो कम्प्लेक्स चीज़ें होते हैं जहाँ पे हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं कि जो एआई है, एआई बेसिकली क्या है, कौन बता पाएगा? हम लोग जो एआई के बारे में बात करते हैं ये बेसिकली क्या है? हु कैन से? अरे यार किसी को एआई नहीं पता, एआई के वर्कशॉप में आ गए हो क्या? ऐसा है क्या? अरे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस उसका फुल फॉर्म है क्या? एनीवन? हाँ प्लीज। अरे उनको एक माइक देना, या मैं ही लेके आऊं क्या? अच्छा, इसको स्क्रीन में देने का मतलब है कि आप मेरे से कनेक्ट कर सकते हो, पहले ही दे दिया हूं क्योंकि बहुत सारे क्वेरीज वैसे भी आते हैं। आप कुछ बोल रहे थे राइट? खड़े होके बोल दो।
दूसरी चीज क्या, एक पर्टिकुलर मशीन को इंटेलिजेंस दे रहे हैं।
देखो आप जो बोल रहे हो इट्स ए फिलोसॉफिकल आंसर कि हम नेचर से इंस्पायर्ड होके मशीन को इंटेलिजेंट बना रहे हैं, बट एग्जैक्टली हम कर क्या रहे हैं? लेट्स गिव ए इंजीनियरिंग आंसर। कौन दे पाएगा? हाँ प्लीज बताइए। यूजिंग एआई नहीं, यूजिंग एआई तो हम बहुत चीजें कर रहे हैं। एआई है क्या?
बेसिकली वो एक ऐसा इंटेलिजेंस है जो हमारा काम को इजी बना देता है।
भाई मैं पूछ रहा हूँ ये इंटेलिजेंस क्या है? एआई में जो इंटेलिजेंस हम बात कर रहे हैं वो चीज़ क्या है?
लाइक हम ऐसे एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हैं, लाइक हमको अगर कुछ क्वेश्चंस दिया जाता है, लाइक आप हम लोग को एक क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, हम कुछ सोच के आपको आंसर कर रहे हैं, वो जो हम लोग का नॉलेज बेस है वो हम गेन करते हैं। जो
तो आप सोच कैसे रहे? अब क्वेश्चन और थोड़ा डीप चला गया, आप सोच कैसे रहे?
तो वो
जब तक देखिए, जब तक आप लोग इन क्वेश्चन का आंसर नहीं दे सकते, सभी फ्रेमवर्क, सभी टूल्स, सभी टेक्नोलॉजीज आर ऑफ नो यूज, राइट? सो मेरे को 18 लिंक्डइन कनेक्शंस आ चुके हैं, थैंक यू। वहीं दिख रहा होगा 21 हुआ है। सो इतना कनेक्शन करने की जरूरत नहीं है, यू कैन जस्ट फॉलो मी अप। बट स्टिल व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज, अब बैठ जाओ। हम जो इंटेलिजेंस की बात कर रहे हैं वो कुछ नहीं है, वो पैटर्न्स हैं। हमारे पास जो डाटा अवेलेबल है हमने उसका पैटर्न अंडरस्टैंड किया। मान लो मैं एक ऐसी जगह से हूँ जहाँ पे बारिश में छाता नहीं पकड़ते हैं, भीगते हैं, तो फिर बचपन से मेरा आदत क्या होगा कि बारिश में भीग के ही जाना चाहिए, सब लोग तो भीग के जा रहे हैं। तो दिस इज व्हाट हैज़ बीन फेड टू आवर ब्रेन्स, जिसको हम एज अ पैटर्न फॉलो करते हैं। इंटेलिजेंस का सिंपल मतलब है कि पैटर्न्स। आपको समझ आ गया? अब अगर हमारे पास कुछ पैटर्न्स हैं तो फिर ये एजेंट वाली चीज कहाँ से आ गई? पैटर्न को सॉल्व करने की जरूरत नहीं है, पैटर्न को समझने की जरूरत है। तो एजेंट क्यों चाहिए हमें? अरे यार आप लोग रात में सोते हो, मच्छर काट लिया तो क्या करते हो? बहुत ही वायलेंट लोग हो भाई, मच्छर को मार ही देते हो, है ना? हाँ ठीक बात है। तो आप ये जो मच्छर को मारते हो, क्यों मारते हो? बिकॉज यू गॉट अ सिग्नल कि अरे मेरे को काट रहा है मच्छर, राइट? तो आपने आपका जो हाथ है दैट्स बिकम एन एजेंट, आपने उसको बोला कि जाओ उसको मारो, राइट? सो एजेंट्स का क्या मतलब है आपको पहले ये समझना चाहिए, अदरवाइज यू विल नेवर अंडरस्टैंड। एजेंट्स का सिंपल मतलब है कि ये जो इंटेलिजेंस की हम बात कर रहे हैं, बेस्ड ऑन द पैटर्न्स दैट वी हैव फाउंड, वी हैव टू टेक सम एक्शंस इन अचीविंग ए कंटिन्यूअस गोल। यही एजेंट्स हैं। सबको समझ आ रहा है? कोई नहीं समझ रहा क्या? ओके, सो मैं कुछ चीज़ें दिखाऊंगा एंड मुझे लगता है आप लोगों को थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग भी लगे। इसमें वॉइस आता है? वॉइस आता है ना? लगा दो। को कोई एक चीज़ दिखा रहा हूँ एंड प्रिजियर मेरा ही कंपनी है, तो ये काइंड ऑफ एक एजेंटिक रैग ही है, बट इन एडवांस फॉर्म, इन ए कन्वर्सेशनल फॉर्म। वो भी कन्वर्सेशनल में इतना एडवांस है कि बाकी दुनिया में एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करती, राइट? मैं दिखाता हूँ। कनेक्ट हो गया क्या? अच्छा ठीक है, इतना मेहनत करना पड़ेगा तो मैं इसी को कनेक्ट कर लेता हूँ। अरे ये कहाँ से लगाऊंगा, मेरे पास है ही नहीं वो लगाने के लिए। है इतना बड़ा वाला है, घुसेगा? घुसा तो है, तोड़ मत दे। हो गया? अब चलाऊँ? पक्का ना?
नमस्कार।
Okay, so please listen carefully. After that, I'll explain.
हेलो, नमस्कार, मु रूपा क्विक कार्ट रु मु आपन को किपरि सहाय्य करि परिबे?
एक्चुअली गोटे प्रोडक्ट रिटर्न करियार थिला।
ओहो, बुझी पारुची। दया करी आपन को ऑर्डर आईडी कहि परिबे?
365 365।
धन्यवाद, मु देखुछि। आपणक ऑर्डर फेरस्त पई स्वीकृति मिली एवं यार प्रक्रियाकरण चली 5 रु 7 कार्य दिवस मध्य आपणक रिफंड मिली जिवो।
ओके ओके, आउ कोन कर?
Basically, it is talking in Odia just like a original Odia speaking girl, right? आप लोग अगर इसको कोशिश भी कर लो तो आपको कहीं मिलने वाला नहीं है, सिर्फ हमारे पास अवेलेबल होता है। बट एनीवे, वो पॉइंट नहीं था। पॉइंट ये था कि यहाँ पे जो क्वेश्चंस पूछा गया एक ऑर्डर नंबर के बारे में, तो एक एजेंट जो कि हमसे बात कर रही है, उसको कैसे पता उस ऑर्डर नंबर में क्या हो रहा है? हाँ, अरे ठीक बात है, लेकिन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का डाटाबेस से कोई लेना नहीं है, वो तो पैटर्न मैचिंग है ना। तो ये डाटाबेस से डाटा लिया कैसे? हाँ, तो वही बात है ना। अब आपको समझ में आ गया कि एजेंट्स बेसिकली करते क्या हैं, राइट? तो एजेंट्स का काम है कि बेस्ड ऑन मैंने जो क्वेश्चंस पूछा, और ये कितने मिली सेकेंड्स में हुआ है ये चीज़, दिस हैज बीन डन इन मिली सेकेंड्स। क्या हुआ? मैंने एक चीज़ उड़िया में पूछा, उसको उसने उड़िया में समझा, और उसको भी बहुत लंबा प्रोसेस, राइट? TTS, STT, लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स आर देयर। उसके बाद उसने रिट्राइव किया वो डाटा फ्रॉम द DB। उसके बाद उसने ऑप्शंस भी दिया कि ये आप कर सकते हो मेरे साथ, राइट? तो आपने ये चीज़ें बताया, फिर उसने किया भी। सो ऑल दिस थिंग्स हैपन थ्रू ए एजेंटिक फ्रेमवर्क, और ये रिट्राइवल ऑगमेंटेड जनरेशन ही है, बिकॉज यू आर रिट्राइविंग डाटा। समझ में आया कुछ? अरे नहीं आया समझ में? ओके, सो तो कुछ बेसिकली ये गूगल क्लाउड से ही लिया गया चीज़ है। तो जब हम रैग की बात करते हैं, तो रैग में भी 2 प्रकार की चीज़ें होते हैं, 3 प्रकार की चीज़ें होते हैं। आई विल शो यू, पहले वो भी दिखाता हूँ आपको। तो ये आदित्य बता भी रहे थे ये चीज़ के बारे में, बट स्टिल आई विल एक्सप्लेन अगेन। जो रैग होता है, रिट्रीवल ऑगमेंटेड जनरेशन, जिसकी हम बात करते हैं, रैग क्या होती है बेसिकली? हम लोग क्या चीज़ रिट्राइव करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं? हम लोग डाटा रिट्राइव कर रहे हैं, ऑगमेंटेशन मतलब हम उस पर समझ रहे हैं कि वो डाटा की मतलब क्या है, आपस में कनेक्शंस क्या है, राइट, एंड उसके बाद हम जनरेट कर रहे हैं. जब हम लोग एजेंटिक रैग के बारे में बात करते हैं, जब हम नॉर्मल क्वेरीज लिख रहे हैं एक बार LLM कॉल होता है, राइट. जब हम एजेंटिक रैग की बात कर रहे हैं तो मिनिमम 2 times LLM विल गेट कॉल्ड, राइट. तो ये भी आपको समझना चाहिए कि वहाँ पे होता क्या है. तो बेसिकली देयर इज ए यूजर क्वेरी व्हिच गेट्स रिट्राइव्ड from the knowledge source, which is also known as knowledge bases now, right? आप लोग जिसको knowledge base के नाम से जानते हो. And फिर the LLM जो है वो आंसर क्रिएट करते हैं. यहाँ पे मैंने जेमिनी का ऑप्शन दिया बिकॉज वी आर इन ए गूगल सेशन, राइट. ये होता है नॉर्मल आपकी जो रैग होती है, जो आप जब दुनिया में सब LLM मॉडल्स नए नए आए थे तो आप एक PDF अपलोड करते थे, वहाँ पे आपको कुछ कुछ आंसर्स मिलता था और बहुत सारी चीज़ें रॉन्ग भी मिलता था, हेलोसिनेट करता था. किसी ने क्वेश्चन पूछा था हेलोसिनेशन के ऊपर, राइट. तो उस चीज़ को सॉल्व करने के लिए हमने फिर क्या किया. आप लोगों में से कितने लोग ने ग्राफ डाटा स्ट्रक्चर के बारे में पढ़ा हुआ है? तो उसमें क्या होता है बेसिकली, नोड्स होते हैं, एजेस होते हैं. एजेस क्या डिटरमाइन करते हैं? 2 नोड के बीच रिलेशन कितना स्ट्रांग है. अब वो रिलेशन इन टर्म्स ऑफ रोड भी हो सकता है, एक जगह से दूसरी जगह जा रहे हैं, शॉर्टेस्ट पाथ फाइंड कर रहे हैं, और इन टर्म्स ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट भी हो सकता है कि जब हम डाटा स्टोर करते हैं. अगर इस पर्सन ने बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस पूछा आज के सेशन में, तो आज के सेशन और इस पर्सन का जो एज है वो थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा वैल्यू का आएगा, ज़्यादा वेटेज का आएगा, राइट. तो वैसे ही कॉन्टेक्चुअल आंसरिंग इन ए लेस हेलोसिनेटेड वे अगर हमें चाहिए तो वहाँ पे हम लोग बात करते हैं ग्राफ RAG. थोड़ा सा स्मार्ट ग्राउंडिंग रहता है जहाँ से आपको चीज़ें और अच्छी तरीके से रिट्राइव हो सकती है. समझ में आ रहा है? उसके बाद जिसके बारे में आज का सेशन है, उसके बाद हम आते हैं टू दी एजेंटिक रैग. अब एजेंटिक रैग जो है वो दुनिया में बहुत पहले से है एंड वी कैन टू नो इट रिसेंटली बिकॉज फिर हम उसमें LLM एंड बाकी चीज़ें ट्रांसफॉर्मर्स ऐड कर रहे हैं. बट एजेंटिक रैग का जो सिमिलर पार्ट है कंप्यूटर साइंस में, अगर आप थोड़ा रिसर्च में आगे बढ़ेंगे तो देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड एज GANs, जनरेटिव एडवर्सरियल नेटवर्क्स. तो जनरेटिव एडवर्सरियल नेटवर्क्स क्या करता है? बेसिकली आपके कुछ अच्छे दोस्त जो आपके साथ करते हैं वही करता है. आप बोलोगे मुझे ये काम करना है, आपके दोस्त बोलेगा तू नहीं कर पाएगा, ये सब प्रॉब्लम्स हैं. वो आपको एडवर्सरियल पहले दिखा देगा कि ये सब प्रॉब्लम्स हो सकते हैं. नॉर्मली एजेंटिक रैग में भी वही होता है. देयर इज ए कंपोनेंट व्हिच फाइंड्स द प्रॉब्लम्स इन द आंसर दैट बीइंग जनरेटेड, राइट. तो आज के डेट में आप कभी भी, आप लोगों में से कितने लोग AI का यूज करके कोड लिखते हो? तो आप लोग देखोगे पहले वो एक कोड जनरेट कर देता है, राइट. फिर से कुछ कुछ प्रोसेस करके पूरा कोड को डिलीट करके फिर से जनरेट करता है. क्यों करता है? बिकॉज देयर इज ए कंपोनेंट व्हिच इज कॉन्स्टेंटली मॉनिटरिंग कि जो पैरामीटर्स उस कोड को करेक्ट करने के लिए पास होनी चाहिए वो पैरामीटर्स पास नहीं हो रहे. सो दैट बिकम्स एजेंटिक रैग, राइट. तो वहां पे एक एजेंट ऐसे भी बैठा हुआ है जो देख रहा है कि हाउ एफिशिएंटली यू हैव गॉट द डाटा फ्रॉम द डाटा सोर्सेज. समझ में आई? तो आज हम जिसकी बात कर रहे हैं वो है एजेंटिक रैग. नॉर्मल चीज़ों की हम आज बात नहीं कर रहे हैं. तो एजेंटिक रैग में आप देखेंगे नॉर्मली यूजर क्वेरी, अंडरस्टैंड एंड प्लान. हाँ, अंडरस्टैंड एंड प्लान ये एक नया चीज़ है. नॉर्मली जब नया नया LLM आया था तो अंडरस्टैंड एंड प्लान नहीं था, थिंकिंग नहीं थी. आज के डेट में आप देखेंगे सब में थिंकिंग आ चुकी है. अगर आप कोई भी इतना बड़ा सा टास्क करने देते हैं तो वो टास्क 1 टास्क 2 करके धीरे धीरे अचीव करता है, राइट. तो ये अंडरस्टैंड एंड प्लान जो चीज़ है वो एजेंटिक रैग में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट. और जिस टाइप का प्रोडक्ट मैं आपको दिखा रहा था कन्वर्सेशनल AI, बिना एजेंटिक रैग का वो हो नहीं सकता. एजेंटिक रैग के बारे में हम अभी बात कर रहे हैं, बट 1 साल पहले हम ऑलरेडी उस चीज़ को बना चुके थे, राइट. और हमने उसको शोकेस भी कर चुके हैं नेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म पे. बट एनीवे, तो यही होता है बेसिकली एजेंटिक रैग. सबको बेसिक समझ में आई? अब ठीक है, अब बेसिक समझ में आ गई तो आगे बढ़ते हैं. तो आप देखेंगे बेसिकली ये कुछ तरह, ये एक हाई लेवल ओवरव्यू है और इसका एक डिप्लॉयमेंट लेवल ओवरव्यू भी गूगल क्लाउड पे मैं दूंगा. नॉर्मली ये चॉइस है आपका कि आप लोग गूगल क्लाउड यूज़ कर रहे हैं या कोई अदर क्लाउड चीज़ यूज़ कर रहे हैं, और ये बेसिकली गूगल क्लाउड से ही है, राइट. तो हम लोग देखते हैं नॉर्मली जो एंटरप्राइज में डाटा होता है, हम लोग आप लोगों के कैगल की डाटा की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं या data.world की डाटा की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं. हम लोग एंटरप्राइज डाटा की बात कर रहे हैं. एंटरप्राइज डाटा CSV में आपके पास व्हाट्सएप पे या मेल पे नहीं आता, वो आता है थ्रू ए प्रॉपर पाइपलाइन फ्रॉम डाटा इंजीनियरिंग टीम, राइट. तो जो चीज़ आती है उसको बेसिकली देयर इज दिस प्रोसेस and this is all about how data is getting stored, how data is getting retrieved. जो आप बीच में देख रहे हो वो जेमिनी एंटरप्राइज एजेंट प्लेटफॉर्म है और इसमें बहुत चीज़ें हैं. इसमें वेक्टर सर्च है। आप लोगों में से बहुत लोगों को पता होगा वेक्टर डेटाबेसेस क्या होते हैं, राइट? तो वेक्टर डेटाबेसेस में वही हम ग्राफ और बाकी नोड्स की तरह उसको सेव करते हैं और चीज़ों को रिट्राइव करते हैं ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट। पाइनकोन अभी क्वेश्चन था, पाइनकोन इज़ वन टाइप ऑफ FAISS है, फेसबुक AI सिमिलरिटी सर्च, जिसको हमने भी यूज़ किया है। गूगल का अपना भी है, आप वर्टेक्स पे जा सकते हैं, वहाँ पे आप यूज़ कर सकते हैं। तो उसमें एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट आती है रेस्पॉन्सिबल AI की। अभी आप लोगों में से कितने लोग कोड लिखते टाइम यूज़ तो करते हो? ऑब्वियसली हमें पता है आजकल कोई कोड नहीं लिखता। हमारे टाइम पे तो हम मर बच के लिखते थे। जो भी यहाँ सीनियर डेवलपर्स हैं सबको पता है वो कैसे लिखते थे। रात रात चली जाती थी, एक पेज होता था। एनीवे, तो अब आप लोग क्या करते हो, चैट GPT को दे देते हो या जेमिनाई को दे देते हो, क्लाउड को दे देते हो और आप सो जाते हो। सुबह उठो तो वो कर देता है ना? एकदम गलत प्रोसेस है, नहीं करना चाहिए। किसी दिन सिस्टम उड़ जाएगा, आपका जॉब चला जाएगा। तो वो इसीलिए होता है बिकॉज रेस्पॉन्सिबल AI में HITL, ह्यूमन इन द लूप, एक बहुत बड़ा चीज़ है जो रहना ही चाहिए। HITL प्लस AI गवर्नेंस के कुछ फ्रेमवर्क्स हैं, वो रहनी चाहिए। मैं आप लोगों को इसलिए बात बता रहा हूँ क्योंकि मेरे हिसाब से इट्स ए फंडामेंटल प्रैक्टिस। ये बाद में नहीं पढ़ाया जाता, या पहले पढ़ाना चाहिए, राइट? तो फंडामेंटल प्रैक्टिस है जब भी आप। और अभी हम लोग क्यों एंटरप्राइज एजेंटिक रैक की बात कर रहे हैं? हम लोग क्यों बात नहीं कर रहे हैं कि आप जेमिनाई है आपके पास, जाके PDF अपलोड कर दो अपने कंपनी में। मान लो आप अमेजॉन में काम कर रहे हो, गूगल में काम कर रहे हो, गूगल का एक PDF ले लो, आपके CEO ने भेजा है, लेके अपलोड कर दो, नेक्स्ट डे आपका जॉब चला जाएगा। क्योंकि वो एंटरप्राइज डाटा है, पब्लिकली नहीं अपलोड कर सकते ना, तो आप करोगे कैसे? नाउ द क्वेश्चन कम्स। तो रेस्पॉन्सिबल AI प्रैक्टिसेस होती है, उसको आपको समझना चाहिए। तो वंस यू डू दैट, वहां से क्या होता है, चंक्स रिट्राइव होता है। चंक्स क्या होता है? वो सोया चंक्स नहीं होता है, राइट? चंक्स का मतलब होता है आपका इतना बड़ा डाटा है, राइट? हमको डिफरेंट नोड्स और एजेस फॉर्म करना है ना, तो हमको कैसे फॉर्म करना है? पहले हम फाइंड आउट करेंगे कि इसमें इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स कौन से हैं, उसके बाद फाइंड आउट करेंगे कि इनके बीच का रिलेशन क्या है। अंडरस्टूड? तो ये होता है चंक्स। मैं आपको इसका ये तो बेसिकली हो गया आपका थोड़ा हाई लेवल है कि आपने कैसे किया, फ्रंट एंड सर्विस हो गया, बैक एंड सर्विस हो गया। मैं आपको इसका क्लाउड, गूगल क्लाउड का आर्किटेक्चर दिखाता हूँ। तो गूगल क्लाउड की आर्किटेक्चर कुछ इस हिसाब से होगी, और ये ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है आपको समझना, क्योंकि आप देखेंगे जो डाटा फॉर रैक आ रहा है वो बेसिकली दैट इज गोइंग टू द क्लाउड स्टोरेज विच इज अ बकेट फॉर स्टोरिंग द डाटा। दैट्स द रॉ डाटा। अभी हमने उसका चंक्स नहीं किया। जो भी डाटा आ रहा है हमारे पास डाटा इंजीनियरिंग टीम से पूरा ठीक ठाक होके हम उसको वहाँ पे रख दिए, राइट? अंडरस्टूड? तो उसको रखने के बाद देर आर डिफरेंट प्रोसेसेस। जैसे क्लाउड रन है, सर्वरलेस रन है, तो आप उससे रन करके चीज़ों को डिफरेंट चंक्स में डिवाइड कर सकते हैं। और चंक्स में डिवाइड करने के लिए आप स्क्रिप्ट्स लिख सकते हैं, ऑटोमेटिक करने का भी ऑप्शन आता है। हमने कुछ बनाया भी है, वो अब हमको दिखाएंगे, राइट? तो ये चीज़ करने के बाद उसी चीज़ को आप एम्बेडिंग API है, वेक्टर सर्च है। वेक्टर सर्च की वैसी ज़रूरत नहीं है, पहले आपको एम्बेडिंग्स में कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा। अच्छा, आप लोगों को एक बात बता दूं, जो LLM और MLLM जिसकी हम बात करते हैं, ये बेस्ड है ट्रांसफॉर्मर आर्किटेक्चर पे, राइट? ट्रांसफॉर्मर्स आप लोगों में से बहुत लोग सुने होंगे, पढ़े होंगे, बिल्कुल मत बोलना, मुझे पता है आप लोग नहीं पढ़े हो, सिर्फ नाम सुने हो। ट्रांसफॉर्मर्स पढ़ने के लिए आपको ANN और CNN की कंसेप्ट पूरी आनी चाहिए, अदरवाइज आप ट्रांसफॉर्मर नहीं समझोगे। तो ट्रांसफॉर्मर में जब हम बात करते हैं कि कैसे काम करता है, तो एम्बेडिंग्स आर ए बिग पार्ट ऑफ द ट्रांसफॉर्मर। क्योंकि एम्बेडिंग और पोजिशनल एनकोडिंग, ये दो चीज़ों के बगैर ट्रांसफॉर्मर काम ही नहीं कर सकता। सीधी सीधी बात है, आप लोगों को मुझे अगर ट्रांसफॉर्म करना है टू समथिंग एल्स, तो पहले मुझे आप लोगों का कोऑर्डिनेट्स पता होना चाहिए। अदरवाइज मुझे पता कैसे चलेगा मैंने जिसको ट्रांसफॉर्म किया वो कितना डिफरेंस में है? तो कोऑर्डिनेट्स पता करना ही बेसिकली पोजिशनिंग है। और आप लोगों में से ग्रुपिंग करके अगर मैं डाटा कंटेक्स्ट निकालूं तो फिर वो एम्बेडिंग में आ जाता है। अब मैं इतना इजीली इसलिए बता दे रहा हूं बिकॉज मोस्टली ट्रांसफॉर्मर की कंसेप्ट यही है, राइट? तो ये दो चीज़ बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, इसलिए वहाँ एम्बेडिंग का अलग API है। आप लोग सिर्फ चंक्स में कन्वर्ट करोगे तो डैट विल नॉट वर्क, इट शुड बी गेटिंग कन्वर्टेड टू एम्बेडिंग्स, राइट? अंडरस्टूड? अरे कोई समझ रहा है? नहीं भी समझ रहे तो मुंडी हिला दीजिए, मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस मिलता है, ठीक है? हाँ, तो उसके बाद देखो, अभी हमारे पास कंपनी के डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे, कंपनी के डाटा थे, डाटाबेसेस थे, ABCDE थे, राइट? तो हमने उसको चंक्स में डिवाइड किया, एम्बेडिंग्स में डाला। अब डालने के बाद की प्रोसेस क्या होती है, उसके बाद आप वहाँ पे सर्च भी तो करोगे ना। जब आपके AI को हम कमांड देंगे कि हमको ये डाटा चाहिए, तो आप सर्च भी करोगे। और आप कैसे सर्च करोगे? बाइनरी सर्च करोगे? लीनियर सर्च तो भूल जाओ यार, नहीं हो पाएगा। बाइनरी सर्च एटलीस्ट किसी को पता होगा तो वो हो जाएगा, नहीं होता है ना वैसा है। तो उसके लिए वेक्टर सर्च चाहिए, और वेक्टर सर्च इज बेसिकली ग्राफ पे जो हम सर्च करते हैं, ग्राफ डेटाबेसेस पे, काइंड ऑफ इंस्पायर्ड फ्रॉम दैट, इट इज़ नॉट सिमिलर टू दैट, इट्स इंस्पायर्ड फ्रॉम दैट। तो आप उस चीज़ को यूज़ कर सकते हो, और आप जब सर्च कर लोगे तो आपको नोड्स, एजेस, आपके बीच का रिलेशंस तो मिल जाएगा, बट आंसर कैसे मिलेगा, बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन है। एक बार आपने LLM यूज़ किया चंक्स में से सब चीज़ सर्च करके निकालने के लिए, आंसर फॉर्म करने के लिए यू नीड अनदर LLM कॉल, राइट। सो यही चीज़ जब आप लोग एज ए आर्किटेक्ट काम करोगे, आपको समझ आएगा कि भाई LLM कितनी बार कॉल हो रहा है, यही हमें नहीं पता है। पता चलता है 2 रुपये की जगह पे 20 रुपये का बजट खत्म हो चुका है, राइट। इसलिए आर्किटेक्चर समझना फ्रॉम ए वेरी बेसिक लेवल बहुत ज़रूरी है। इसी के साथ साथ जब आप LLM कॉल करते हो, सो देयर इज ए मॉडल फॉर रेस्पॉन्सिबल AI, वहाँ पे सेफ्टी फिल्टर्स आप लगा सकते हैं, डिफरेंट कंपोनेंट्स का डिफरेंट रेस्पॉन्सिबल AI फिल्टर्स आप लगा सकते हैं। ABC वर्ड का बता रहे थे आदित्य जी, वो आप लगा सकते हैं। आपको अगर कंपनी के, फिर वो रेस्पॉन्सिबल में नहीं जाएगा, वो गार्डलिंग में चला जाएगा। अगर आपको कंपनी के बाहर का डिटेल कोई पूछ रहा है, मान लीजिए मेरा कंपनी का एंटरप्राइज, ऐसा मान लो आप में से कुछ लोग मेरे कंपनी में हायर हो गए एज एन AI इंजीनियर, राइट। वैसे हम हायर करते हैं और हम 15 लाख के ऊपर का पैकेज देते हैं, बता दे रहा हूँ बस फॉर अंडरस्टैंडिंग। तो अगर आप लोग हायर हो जाते हो एज एन AI इंजीनियर मेरी कंपनी में, देन मैंने आपको टास्क दिया कि एक्स कॉरपोरेशन मेरा क्लाइंट है, राइट। तो उनका 25,000 PDF डॉक्यूमेंट है, डाटा है, और आप लोगों को एक एंटरप्राइज क्वेश्चनिंग एजेंट उनको बनाना है जो आंसर कर पाए, कोई भी क्वेश्चन के ऊपर आंसर कर पाए। HR पे भी कर देगा, फाइनेंस, वही बनाया गया है, वही दिखाऊंगा। HR पे भी कर देगा, फाइनेंस पे भी, सब पे कर देगा। बट अब यहाँ पे एक क्वेश्चन आता है कि भाई अगर हमको ये एजेंट बनाना है और ऐसा पता चला आपने एजेंट बनाया, HR सुबह सुबह आके पूछ रही है कि व्हाट इज़ द वेदर टुडे इन दिल्ली, तब तो भाई एंड ऑफ द मंथ आपका बजट 10 टाइम्स आ सकता है जो आपने सोचा होगा कि, क्योंकि वो कुछ भी कोई पूछ लेगा ना यार, मेरे को कोडिंग करना है, मैं वही कोड लिख के पूछ दूंगा, अरे इसको ठीक कर दो खत्म, कंपनी खत्म। तो इसलिए गार्ड रेलिंग्स होती है, सेफ्टी फिल्टर्स की बहुत ज़रूरत होती है। अब आप लोग पूछ रहे थे गार्ड रेलिंग कैसे होती है, तो गार्ड रेलिंग FAQs होते हैं, मोस्टली फ्रिक्वेंटली आस्क्ड क्वेश्चंस होते हैं। गार्ड रेलिंग के कुछ लाइन अप डॉक्यूमेंट्स होते हैं जिनको आपको एज ए सिस्टम प्रॉम्प्ट के साथ ही पास करना पड़ता है, जो आदित्य भी बता रहे थे, राइट। तो आप ये चीज़ कर सकते हैं। उसके बाद देखो एक और चीज़, अगर आप आजकल देखोगे बहुत ही ज़्यादा बात कर रहे हैं आजकल लोग, अगर आप लिंक्डइन पे देखोगे, कॉन्टेक्स्ट विंडो। अरे लार्ज कॉन्टेक्स्ट विंडो हो गया, $20 की जगह पे $400 आ गया है। हाँ होता है, इसीलिए प्रॉम्प्ट ऑप्टिमाइजर होना चाहिए। आप कितना कॉन्टेक्स्ट, अभी मैंने एक लाइन लिखा, फिर मैंने कुछ लिखा, फिर वही लाइन को रिपीट किया, तो वो लाइन 2 बार क्रॉस हो गया ना, तो हमको 2 बार ऑप्टिमाइजर का पैसा देना है, क्यों दूँ? मैं उसको ऑप्टिमाइज करूँगा। सो देयर शुड बी ए प्रोसेस। तो बहुत सारे लोग मेरे पास आते हैं कंसल्टिंग करने के लिए, बहुत सारी कंपनीज की, हम अपना टोकन यूटिलाइजेशन कैसे कम करें। सो दिस इज़ वन ऑफ द वेज जिस पे आप कर सकते हो। और भी बहुत सारे तरीके हैं, वो मैं यहाँ नहीं बताऊँगा, उसके लिए पैसा लगेगा, ठीक है। तो नॉर्मली ये सब चीज़ें, जितनी भी चीज़ें मैंने आपको दिखाया, ये सब रहता है क्लाउड रन सर्विस पे, जो बेसिकली एज अ बैकएंड काम कर सकता है, सर्वरलेस है। अगर आप दूसरे में चले जाते हो, लैम्बडा है, बहुत सारी चीज़ें एज्योर में होता है, सब चीज़ में होता है, तो आप उसको यूज़ कर सकते हो। अब ये मैंने डिप्लॉयमेंट के लिए बताया गूगल के फ्रेमवर्क यूज़ करके, राइट। तो जो हम डॉक्यूमेंट इंजेक्शन करते हैं, देखो यार मैं थोड़ा सा ओल्ड स्कूल का हूँ, PPT नहीं बनाता हूँ। सो व्हाट आई डू इज़, मेरे लिए यही है, राइट। तो हमारा क्या है, अगर आप डॉक्यूमेंट इंजेस्ट करोगे तो ये बेसिकली सोर्स है, फ्रॉम देयर देयर विल बी पार्सिंग, ऑफ कोर्स देयर विल बी पार्सिंग। और पार्सिंग के साथ एनरिचिंग क्यों लिखा है, कौन बता सकता है? नहीं, कोई थोड़ा सा दिमाग लगाओ, इसमें कोई पढ़ाई लिखाई करने की जरूरत नहीं है, सब इंजीनियर हैं जो मुझे लगता है। कोई नॉन इंजीनियरिंग बैकग्राउंड से भी हैं क्या? इंजीनियर्स होंगे, हाँ नॉन इंजीनियरिंग में तो कोई बात नहीं, दिमाग ही लगाना है। अरे यार कहाँ पे लिखा गया है कि सारे डॉक्यूमेंट टेक्स्ट में आएंगे? तो हो सकता है ना किसी में टेबल हो, किसी में इमेज हो, तो आपको एनरिचिंग के लिए एक और फैक्टर समझना पड़ेगा। तो बेसिकली इसलिए लिखा गया कि वहाँ पे एनरिचिंग भी होता है। एंड वंस दैट इज डन देयर विल बी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, हियर इट विल बी कन्वर्टेड इनटू चंक्स, और ये प्रोसेस टाइम टेकिंग है, डिपेंड्स ऑन दी वेक्टर डाटाबेस एज वेल। देयर आर फ्यू वेक्टर डाटाबेस जिसमें 2 मिनट में हो जाता है, देयर आर फ्यू वेक्टर डाटाबेस जिसमें 2 दिन में भी नहीं होगा, अब करते रह जाओगे होगा ही नहीं। तो ये डिपेंड करता है डाटा कैसे रिट्राइव होकर स्टोर हो रहा है, और इसके लिए भी कंसल्टेंसी होती है, अगेन यू नीड टू पे। सेकेंड थिंग इज इंडेक्सिंग। तो इंडेक्सिंग का सिंपल मतलब होता है कि आपने जो चीज़ रिट्राइव किया उनको 1 2 3 4 5 6 करके आप लिख के रखोगे, ताकि रिट्राइवल के टाइम जब आप वहाँ से रिट्राइव करोगे तब उसका एक सीरियल नंबर हो कि किसके बाद कौन आया। काइंड ऑफ ए प्रायोरिटी क्यू समझिए। इंडेक्सिंग आप लोग डीबी इंडेक्सिंग पढ़ते हो, डाटाबेस इंडेक्सिंग, अरे पहला क्वेश्चन उसी से आने वाला है इंटरव्यू में, हाँ ठीक है, आप पढ़ते हो ना, तो उसी के टाइप का है इंडेक्सिंग, राइट। तो उसको इंडेक्स होने के बाद हम फिर वेक्टर डीबी में उसको डाल देंगे। वंस वेक्टर डीबी इज डन, उसके बाद देखो ये हो गया रिट्रेवल, राइट। उसके बाद हमको फिर समझना पड़ेगा क्वेरी रिट्रेवल कैसे करना है। या हमने डाटा रिट्रेवल किया फ्रॉम द पीडीएफ, फ्रॉम द डॉक्यूमेंट्स, राइट। अब क्वेरी रिट्रेवल कैसे करना है। अब जब मैं क्वेरी का बात करता हूँ, क्वेरी आप लोगों को क्या समझ में आता है? अरे हाँ भाई, क्वेश्चंस तो उसका डिक्शनरी का मीनिंग है। नॉर्मली क्वेरी का मतलब कंप्यूटर साइंस में क्या होता है, हाँ, तो आप लोग कुछ लिखते हो ना डाटाबेस में, एसक्यूएल में, आप उसी को क्वेरी बोलते हो, काइंड ऑफ दैट। तो उसी चीज़ को थोड़ा सा ऑप्टिमाइज करने के लिए एक एलएलएम का लेयर लगाया जाता है। और इसमें भी बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। अभी रिसेंटली हुआ है, मेरा एक फ्रेंड है अमेरिकन एक्सप्रेस में गया था, चैट जीपीटी यूज़ कर रहा था, उड़ा दिया, एक बहुत बढ़िया प्रोडक्शन डाटाबेस उड़ा दिया, जॉब जाते जाते उसकी बची है। एनीवे तो यही प्रॉब्लम है कि आप ऐसा कोई अगर दे देते हो कमांड टू एआई, तो वो क्वेरी के साथ साथ आपके डीबी को उड़ा भी सकता है। इसीलिए ह्यूमन इन द लूप की बहुत ज़रूरत होती है। वंस आपका रिट्रेवल हो जाए, फिर उसको रैंकिंग करना पड़ता है। रैंकिंग करना पड़ता है मीन्स डाटा बहुत सारे। अभी आप लोग घर पे जाके क्या करना, पहले आप लोग कॉन्टेक्स्ट समझो। इसको कोड लिखना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ नहीं है, बहुत बड़ा चीज़ आज के डेट में नहीं है, कोड कोई भी लिख सकता है। बट इसको समझो कि वहाँ पे रैंकिंग की क्यों ज़रूरत पड़ी। जो हमने रिट्रेवल किया डाटा, उसमें पहले कौन सा डाटा दिखाना चाहिए वो डिपेंड करता है मतलब जो क्वेरी पूछा था वो कैसा क्वेरी पूछा था, उसमें अंडरस्टैंडिंग क्या थी उसकी, राइट। तो उसी लिए हमने वहाँ पे एक रैंकिंग यूज़ किया। एंड वंस दैट इज़ डन, फिर हम उसको मार्कडाउन में फॉर्मेट करते हैं, HTML में फॉर्मेट करते हैं, इमेज फॉर्म में फॉर्मेट करते हैं। फॉर्मेटिंग इज़ डन, दैट फॉर्मेटिंग इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर मल्टी मॉडल LLM। वंस दैट इज़ डन, फिर हम LLM API के थ्रू उसको भेज देते हैं। तो ये कुछ रिसोर्सेस हैं। बेसिकली ये जो वीडियो है ना, ये IO 2024 का है। आप लोगों में से गूगल IO के बारे में कौन जानता है? तो ये 2024 का है, जब वो लोग पहली बार लॉन्च कर रहे थे RAG के बारे में। ये एजेंटिक RAG नहीं है, इट्स ओनली RAG। तो आप लोग एक बार ये वीडियो जाके देख सकते हैं। आप गूगल में लिखेंगे दैट व्हाट इज़ रिट्राइवल ऑगमेंटेड जनरेशन गूगल IO, तो आपको मिलेगा। इनकी प्रेजेंटेशन भी बहुत अच्छी थी कि आप विदाउट रैग और विद रैग आप क्या कर सकते हैं। एंड आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू टेल यू, ये लोग जब इसको लॉन्च कर रहे थे उसके 2 दिन पहले हम लोग लॉन्च किए थे। प्लेटफॉर्म मेरा है, बट वो उतना एफिशिएंट नहीं था। फर्दर हमने उसको फिर एनहांस किया एंड नाउअडेज इट इज़ वेरी एफिशिएंट। सो दिस इज़ द प्लेटफॉर्म। तो ये हमने और बाद में बताऊंगा उसके बारे में, बट लेट्स गो टू 1 सेकेंड गाइस। ये थोड़ा कोडिंग का स्क्रीन वगैरह कुछ आ रहा है क्या? हाँ, सबको दिख रहा है? पीछे थोड़ा बड़ा कर देते हैं, दिख रहा है क्या? अरे बहुत सिंपल है, कुछ नहीं है। और मैंने भी कौन सा खुद से कोड लिखा हुआ है, मैं खुद से नहीं लिखा हूँ, इतना समय है क्या मेरे पास? तो सिंपल अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, पहले आपको क्या करना है, यू शुड हैव ए डाटाबेस रेडी, डाटा रहना चाहिए। यहाँ पे सिंप्लिसिटी के लिए हमने डाटा लिया है, बट डाटा को हमने मार्कडाउन फॉर्मेट में लिया है। सबको मार्कडाउन पता है ना? और आप यहाँ पे देखोगे, साइड में देखिए, देयर आर डिफरेंट सेगमेंट्स ऑफ डाटा। फाइनेंस का अलग है, HR का अलग है, इंजीनियरिंग का अलग है। अब इसी पर्टिकुलर यूज़ केस को हमने इसलिए लिया है क्योंकि हम इसी पे काम करते हैं, हम एंटरप्राइज AI पे ही काम करते हैं। ज़रूरी नहीं है कि वो जेमिनाई हो या चैट जीपीटी हो या क्लाउड हो, हमारे पास खुद का मॉडल्स भी हैं। बट यही इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि आपको समझना है, ये जो डाटा है ये पर्टिकुलर और प्रॉपर स्ट्रक्चर में आए तो तभी आ सकता है जब डाटा इंजीनियरिंग पाइपलाइन से आप डाटा लेते हैं। अगर आप सीधा रॉ डाटा उठा के दे दो, कुछ नहीं होने वाला, ठीक। सो उसके बाद आप देखते हो यहाँ पे एक बिल्ड इंडेक्स करके फाइल है, राइट। बेसिकली यही फाइल है। और क्या लगता है ये फाइल का काम क्या होता होगा? मतलब कोड से तो आप लोग समझ ही गए होंगे, बहुत स्मार्ट बच्चे होते हैं आजकल। जोर से बताओ जो भी बोल रहे हो। हाँ, तो ये बेसिक नॉट ओनली चंक्स, मैं चंक्स के साथ एक और चीज़ भी बोला, इंडेक्स में भी। सिर्फ चंक्स में कन्वर्ट करेंगे तो हमें नोट्स मिलेंगे, बट उसके एजेस मिल पाएंगे। एजेस मिलेंगे जब हम थोड़ा इंडेक्स भी डालेंगे, और भी चीज़ें हैं उसमें, बट एनीवे। तो उसी चीज़ को करने के लिए ये छोटा सा स्क्रिप्ट है। अब आप इस स्क्रिप्ट को कहीं पे भी यूज़ कर सकते हो। मैंने लोकल सर्वर पे यूज़ किया है। मान लो आपके यहाँ पे जो चंक्स आते हैं वो आपको वेक्टर डाटाबेस पे रखना है, वर्टेक्स एआई का जो वेक्टर सर्च डाटाबेस है आपको वहाँ रखना है, तो आप उसको कॉल कर सकते हो। और उसके लिए आपको गूगल वर्टेक्स एआई के कंसोल प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाके एपीआई की क्रिएट करके उसको कनेक्ट करना पड़ेगा, और वो जो आपका 20 एंड 21 लाइन जो है वहीं पे आपको उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करना पड़ेगा। अगर आप उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं देन इट विल गेट स्टोर्ड इन द वेक्टर डाटाबेस। तो ये बेसिकली इंडेक्स का हुआ। एंड वंस इंडेक्स इज डन, फिर हमारे पास बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जहाँ पे हम एजेंट्स फॉर्म करते हैं, राइट। तो ये बेसिकली कुछ हमारे एजेंटिक टूल्स हैं। तो आप देखेंगे HR डॉक्यूमेंट सर्च करने के लिए, लीव बैलेंस कैलकुलेट, सिंपल बात है। एजेंट्स का दूसरा नाम है फंक्शंस। आप लोग फंक्शंस पढ़े हो ना, पहले आप लोगों को क्या करना पड़ता था, देखो दोनों में डिफरेंस क्या है मैं समझा देता हूँ, ये आप समझ गए तो आप मैक्सिमम चीज़ें खुद से कर लोगे। दोनों में डिफरेंस सिंपल है, फंक्शन में आपके पैरामीटर्स फिक्स्ड होते हैं, जो पैरामीटर दिया गया आपको फंक्शन वैसे ही कॉल करना है, और पैरामीटर को मैनुअली पास करना है एज ए डेवलपर। मान लो एक फंक्शन है सम AB, तो आपको खुद लिखना पड़ेगा सम 2 and 3, तभी जाके आपको 5 आंसर मिलेगा। बट इस केस में क्या होता है, बस सम 2 and 3 कॉल जो होता है फंक्शन कॉल, वो AI आपके लिए कर देता है, क्योंकि आपने AI को एक चीज़ बोला, वहाँ पे एक LLM मॉडल रन हुआ, वो समझा कि इस चीज़ का एक्चुअल मतलब क्या है, और बेस्ड ऑन द मतलब उसने वो रिलेटेड फंक्शन को कॉल किया। और ये जो मतलब समझने वाला चीज़ है वो काइंड ऑफ आपका सेंट्रल नर्वस सिस्टम है फॉर ऑल द एजेंट्स, राइट। तो उसका एक अलग नाम भी है एजेंट में, उसको MCP बोला जाता है, मॉडल कॉन्टेक्स्ट प्रोटोकॉल। तो ये बेसिकली काइंड ऑफ एक नर्वस एजेंट होता है आपके, मतलब आपका जैसे होता है ना, एक ब्रेन होता है जो सारा चीज़ कंट्रोल करता है, काइंड ऑफ थिंग। तो जिसको यहाँ पे उन्होंने क्वेश्चन भी पूछा था कि एक मैन एजेंट होना चाहिए, उसके बाद सब एजेंट्स होना चाहिए, काइंड ऑफ मैन एजेंट वही है जो उसका अंडरस्टैंड करता है कि यहाँ पे कस्टमर किस चीज़ को कॉल करना चाह रहा है। तो बेसिकली इस टाइप के हमने यहाँ पे एजेंट्स बनाए जो बेसिकली फंक्शंस ही हैं। आप देखेंगे यहाँ पे एक सर्च करने का टूल है जो उस फंक्शन में कॉल होता है, बस और कुछ नहीं है, राइट। तो ये एज सिंपल एज दैट है। एंड यहाँ पे कुछ इंजेक्शन का पाइपलाइन भी होता है। ये क्यों है, मान लो ऐसा तो बिल्कुल नहीं होता कि आपका कंपनी में 25,000 डॉक्यूमेंट आज है तो महीने के बाद भी 25,000 रहेगा, वो तो रियल टाइम पे अपडेट होता रहेगा ना। तो आपको तो इंजेस्ट भी तो रियल टाइम करना पड़ेगा। सो फॉर दैट रीजन दैट इज समथिंग कॉल्ड एज इंजेक्शन द डॉट पाई। एंड टाइम की थोड़ी कमी है, एक एक लाइन समझा सकता था, बट वो फिर आपको मेरे गिटहब से लेना पड़ेगा, राइट। उसके साथ साथ देयर इज समथिंग एज वेक्टर स्टोर, और यहाँ पे हमने बहुत सिंपल सेंटेंस ट्रांसफॉर्मर यूज़ किया है। अब सेंटेंस ट्रांसफॉर्मर पे NLP पढ़ोगे, ट्रांसफॉर्मर पढ़ोगे तो सेंटेंस ट्रांसफॉर्मर आता ही है। तो बहुत सिंपल सेंटेंस ट्रांसफॉर्मर यूज़ किया है, क्योंकि मैंने जानबूझ के डाटा को थोड़ा टेक्सचुअल रखा था, सिंपल रखने के लिए, राइट। और इससे हम क्या बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं बेसिकली, अब जब आप देखोगे यहाँ पे पहले index.py को हम रन करते हैं, रन करने के बाद यहाँ पे आप देखोगे index.faiss करके एक आता है, जिसको मैं एक्सप्लोर करने की कोशिश करता हूँ, पता नहीं होगा कि नहीं, बट वेक्टर डाटा एक्सप्लोर करने के लिए टूल है, VS कोड पे आप यूज़ कर सकते हैं। तो वेक्टर डाटा यहाँ पे आता है, एंड बेस्ड ऑन दैट हमारा कुछ ये रन होता है, राइट। अब देखते हैं क्या रन होता है। और इसका जो आर्किटेक्चर है वो काइंडली बहुत सिंपल है, और उसको अगर हमको गूगल में करना है तो हम कुछ इस तरह से कर सकते हैं। तो ये बेसिकली फाइल स्टोर है, क्लाउड फंक्शंस है फॉर क्लाउड रन, राइट, क्लाउड स्टोरेज है, एंड ऑल दीज आर एजेंट्स। आप देख सकते हो मल्टी एजेंट सिस्टम है, राइट। सो दिस इज लाइक ऑफ एजेंटिक रिट्रीवल ओनली, एजेंटिक RAG। सबको थोड़ा थोड़ा समझ आ रहा है, थोड़ा थोड़ा ही समझना पड़ेगा, और उसके बाद फिर आप आगे बढ़ पाओगे, राइट। किसी को कोई क्वेश्चन है क्या? ओके, तो चलो देखते हैं ये चलता है कि नहीं। इंटरनेट चल जाए तो चल जाएगा। चल रहा है, चलो अच्छी बात है। सो हमने लिखा इट्स ए जनरल एजेंट, बिकॉज हमने यहाँ पे कुछ पूछा नहीं। अब हम पूछते हैं, अब आप सेम चीज़ एजेंट डेवलपमेंट किट के अंदर जाके देख सकते हैं। तो आपको यहाँ पे दिख रहा होगा क्या हुआ यहाँ पे। बेसिकली मैंने ये पूछा, आई वांट टू नो द HR पॉलिसी ऑफ द कंपनी, और इसने क्या किया। ये चीज़ आप जाके एजेंट डेवलपमेंट किट में देखते ही थे, बट हम लोगों का खुद का किट है तो हम अपना यूज़ करते हैं. सो दिस इज हाउ द कॉल हैपन्स फॉर HR एजेंट. सर्च HR डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड यू विल गेट द आउटपुट एज वेल. आपको सोर्स भी मिलेगा कि बेसिकली कहाँ से आया, तो आप सोर्स देख सकते हैं. बेनिफिट्स ओवरव्यू MD, ये एक मार्कडाउन सोर्स है जो आपको मिला. बेस्ड ऑन द मार्कडाउन सोर्स आपको सारी डिटेल यहाँ पे मिल जाएंगी कि कहाँ पे क्या चीज़ का डिटेल है. तो मैं इसको कैलकुलेट करने भी बोलूँ तो ये चीज़ें हमारे लिए कैलकुलेट कर सकता है. तो आपको समझ में आया बेसिकली. यहाँ पे मैं इंजीनियरिंग का ये जो प्रोसेसिंग है 6 से 7 सेकंड्स ले रहे हैं, बट इट कैन बी 5 टाइम्स फास्टर अगर एक लिनक्स सर्वर होता तो, बिकॉज वहाँ पे प्रोसेस IDs को थोड़ा छूट मिलता है जल्दी प्रोसेस होने में. तो यहाँ पे हम देखेंगे तो इंजीनियरिंग के डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी हमें अब इसके बारे में भी हम डिटेल्स पूछ सकते हैं काइंड ऑफ, राइट. इतना डिफिकल्ट नहीं है आज के डेट में बनाना, बट इसमें डिफिकल्ट पार्ट कौन सा है? हेलोसिनेशन है. उस हेलोसिनेशन को कम करने के लिए बहुत सारे तरीके आपको मिलेंगे जो एजेंटिक रैक में होते हैं. एक तो पहला तरीका जो होता है, जब आप LLM मॉडल चूज़ कर रहे हो, ऐसा तो बोलना नहीं चाहिए, बट डोंट गो फॉर APIs एट फर्स्ट. आप एक बेस मॉडल लीजिए, जैसे जेमिनी का बेस मॉडल गेमा में है, और भी चीज़ें हैं, उसको फाइन ट्यून कीजिए फॉर द सेक्टर. अगर हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर का है, हॉस्पिटैलिटी मीन्स काइंड ऑफ दिस, अगर इन सेक्टर का है तो आप उससे लीजिए. मेडिकल का है, मेडिकल से लीजिए. एजुकेशन का है, एजुकेशन से लीजिए. उसके डाटा पे थोड़ा ट्रेन कीजिए. पहला चीज़ ये. दूसरा चीज़ होता है गार्ड रेलिंग. एज केसेस जो होते हैं ना, अभी एक क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे थे कि अगर मैं सिर्फ दिल्ली और टोक्यो पास करता हूँ, अरे आप पूछ रहे थे ना, मैं सब चीज़ सुनता हूँ, मैं कहीं पे भी बैठूँ मैं सब चीज़ सुनता हूँ. तो दिल्ली और टोक्यो आप पास करते हो तो आंसर कैसे आएगा? और वो आंसर तब आएगा जब AI एजेंट को पता होगा के एज केसेस को हैंडल कैसे करना है, और उसके लिए होता है गार्ड रेल्स. उसके लिए सिस्टम प्रॉम्प्टिंग भी होता है. अगर आप AI एजेंट कभी कभी क्या करते हैं, आप क्लॉड यूज़ करते होगे कोडिंग के लिए, तो वो कभी कभी आपसे भी पूछ लेता है, अरे यहाँ पर मुझे क्या करना चाहिए. आप ऑप्शन देते हो, फिर आगे बढ़ता है. क्यों पूछता है? बिकॉज उसको गार्ड रेलिंग में दिया गया है कि यहाँ पे तुमको 2 लाइन्स दिख रहे हैं ना, तो सीधा उससे पूछ लो, वो बताएगा, उसमें जाना, खुद का दिमाग नहीं लगाना है. तो दैट इज काइंड ऑफ गुड फॉर रेस्पॉन्सिबल. अगर खुद का दिमाग लगा दिया तो हो सकता है डाटा पे उड़ जाए, आपको पता भी नहीं चलेगा, राइट. तो एजेंटिक रैक बनाना 5 मिनट का काम है, बना लोगे, सब अवेलेबल है, क्लॉड अवेलेबल है, सब है. लेकिन उसको डिप्लॉय करना एंड एंटरप्राइज लेवल पे सक्सेस करना वेरी डिफिकल्ट. 80% सक्सेस रेट फॉर एंटरप्राइज AI इज ऑल्सो अ वेरी गुड रेट. हम लोग अचीव कर रहे हैं उतना, और थोड़ा सा कोशिश है कि कैसे आगे बढ़ें. तो बेसिकली यही है एजेंटिक रैक के बारे में. आप लोगों में से किसी को कोई क्वेश्चन है? क्योंकि टाइम इज अप. अरे किसी को भी कोई क्वेश्चन है पूछ लो, एटलीस्ट यही पूछ लो, आपके कंपनी में ज्वाइन कैसे करना है, वो बता दूंगा. नहीं, पूछने से बताऊंगा, ऐसे बताऊंगा नहीं. किसी को कोई क्वेश्चन? चलो ठीक है. और बाकी जिसको जो क्वेश्चन है, आपको पता है कहाँ पे रीच करना है. आजकल मैं भुवनेश्वर में ही रहता हूँ और हर AI के इवेंट में दिख जाता हूँ, तो मुझे बुला लेना, पूछ लेना, ठीक है. थैंक यू गाइस. एंड just for your information, this is promotion of my company because a lot of people know me, but still ये मेरी कंपनी है और 7 साल पुरानी है और हम इसी सेक्टर्स में काम करते हैं, राइट. और आज के डेट में वी आर द ओनली कंपनी हैविंग ए ODI AI model with us, which is trained on 76 GBs of data, collected data from different parts of Odisha, which was showcased in the India AI Impact Summit in February last year. This year only, in February. Because before March it is last year for me, financial year ना. So last year हो जाता है हमारे लिए, but March से पहले ही हमने. Yeah, please. हाँ, हमारे पास है, आप हमसे ले सकते हो, बट फिर वही एक चेक भेज दूंगा, उस पर लिख देना वही है, हम फ्री में कुछ नहीं देते. राइट. हाँ जी.
कस्टमर सर्विस में जैसे आप दिखाए हैं, वहाँ पे एक AI कन्वर्सेशन करता है, तो उसको डेटा हम देते हैं.
ऑब्वियसली एंटरप्राइज डाटा पे.
तो उसमें कुछ रिस्क नहीं है, डेटा सिक्योरिटी या फिर समथिंग?
बिल्कुल रिस्क है.
तो कैसे दे, होता कैसा है ये प्रोसेस?
रेस्पॉन्सिबल AI से होता है. क्या होता है, अभी आप जो रिस्क वाला क्वेश्चन आना चाहिए, मैं चाहता हूँ आप DPDP एक्ट पढ़ोगे डीपीडीबी एक्ट अभी नेक्स्ट 6 मंथ्स में और थोड़ा टाइट हो जाएगा। 250 CR का फाइन लग सकता है किसी भी कंपनी को जो PII डाटा के ऊपर अच्छे से काम नहीं कर रहा, राइट। तो उस पर ये बोला जाता है कि डाटा को स्टोर कैसे करना है, और जितनी भी एंटरप्राइज कंपनीज हैं वो डाटा को स्टोर करती हैं, फिर भी नथिंग इज 100% सिक्योर। कुछ मेरे जैसे गधे होते हैं रात में बैठ के हैक करने में लगे होते हैं। हाँ,
तो डेटा मिस होने का भी कुछ
डाटा मिस होने का पॉसिबिलिटी है। AI इज नेवर 100%। डाटा मिस होने का पॉसिबिलिटी को आप कम करेंगे। कैसे करेंगे? आप रोल बैक्स लेंगे, आप बैकअप्स रखेंगे, आप मल्टीपल मास्टर स्लेव मॉडल में डाटा रखिए। तो आप जब भी आप आर्किटेक्ट लेवल पे आओगे, सीनियर सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर, मैं नहीं हूँ वैसे, मैं थोड़ा दूसरा काम में ज़्यादा रहता हूँ, बट एनीवे जब आप आओगे तो आपको समझ में आएगा कि एक डाटा को सिक्योर कैसे किया जाता है। सिक्योर इन द सेंस नॉट ओनली एनक्रिप्टेड डाटा इज सिक्योर, नहीं होता है वैसा, एनक्रिप्टेड को डिक्रिप्ट किया जा सकता है। डाटा सिक्योर तब होता है जब डाटा में कोई भी चेंज हो और आप उसको प्रोपागेट कर पाएँ कि डाटा में क्या चेंज हुआ है आपको पता रहे। अगर डाटाबेस डाउन हो जाए तो कितने टाइम में आप बैक आ सकते हैं, वो एक बहुत बड़ा पैरामीटर होता है। आपने ब्लॉकचेन का नाम सुना है आप लोगों ने? वहाँ कोई एनक्रिप्शन हो ना हो, बट ये चीज़ जरूर होता है कि कौन डाटा चेंज कर रहा है, कितने बजे चेंज कर रहा है, क्या कर रहा है, आपको सब पता रहता है। नॉट ओनली दैट, कोई एक चेंज करे तो बाकियों के पास ओरिजिनल डाटा फिर भी रहता है। तो ये सब चीज़ें होती हैं प्रिवेंट करने के लिए। बट लेट मी टेल यू, नथिंग इज 100% सिक्योर। और जो लोग भी अपना बहुत सारा इंस्टाग्राम पोस्ट डालते हैं, रील्स डालते हैं, फ्यूचर हैज सम सरप्राइजेस फॉर यू, तो आप लोग रेडी रहिए। मैं नहीं डालता हूँ, ठीक है? ऑलराइट गाइस, थैंक यू। सबको भूख लगा है ना? अरे हमको भी लगा है। चलो, कोई और क्वेश्चन है? ओके, सो एनीबडी हु वांट्स टू, यू हैव अ क्वेश्चन? नो, यू कैन आस्क।
Powered by deep query agents.
Which one?
In the
Okay, so DeepQuery is my company. I told you, right? Much before ChatGPT or Gemini released that agentic framework for documents, what we know as RAG nowadays, we have developed this DeepQuery, and there is a white paper available for it as well. If you see the dating, no, it is much before AI ever come into the picture. So we already did that, and we implemented a project as well. I'll show you. So this is, you see, the very basic or very first architecture of that, and there is a live use case. This one, right? So what happens is, smart cities में क्या होता है कि टैक्स का, प्रॉपर्टी टैक्स का बहुत सारा चीज़ होता है, और आप लोगों में से जिसके पास भी प्रॉपर्टी है और नहीं भी है तो पापा दादा से पूछ लेना। आप जब प्रॉपर्टी टैक्स भरने जाते हो तो वाटर टैक्स अलग होता है, ये टैक्स, वो टैक्स, एक्स टैक्स, वाई टैक्स, दिमाग खराब हो जाएगा। फिर आदमी को पता लगता है कि यार इतना सारा टैक्स क्यों है, हमें जाके पूछना चाहिए। और जब वो पूछने आते हैं पता चलता है इतने लोग ऑलरेडी लाइन पे खड़े हैं। तो ये बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, किसी भी स्मार्ट सिटी में आप चले जाओ। तो उसको हमने सॉल्व किया, और ये प्रोजेक्ट सीधा मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ अर्बन अफेयर्स से था अप्रूव्ड। उस टाइम ChatGPT में ये कंसेप्ट ही नहीं था कि आप ChatGPT या Gemini में कि आप PDF या डाटा अपलोड करो और ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट हम आंसर करेंगे। सो वी आर द फर्स्ट वन इन द फील्ड हु डिड इट, एंड दिस इज अ प्रोजेक्ट ऑन दैट एज वेल। तो ये डीप क्वेरी था उस टाइम पे, और अभी तो और भी स्मार्ट हो गया और हम भी और स्मार्ट हो गए। नाउ डीप क्वेरी हैज़ कम अप ए लॉन्ग वे, और हमारी सारी जो आप यहाँ पे देखेंगे, हमारी सारी जो प्रोडक्ट्स है ना, जेंट्रिक है, इंडी कंप्यूट है, और बाय द वे आप लोगों में से बहुत लोगों को पता नहीं है, बट वी आर वन ऑफ द मेजर क्लाउड प्रोवाइडर्स। तो ज़्यादा प्रमोशन नहीं करना है, बट देख लेना खुद से, राइट? तो यही है जो है हमारे बारे में। सो किसी को कनेक्ट करना है, यू कैन कनेक्ट विथ मी। वेरी एक्टिव इन द टेक कम्युनिटी हियर फॉर द नेक्स्ट फ्यू डेज, नेक्स्ट फ्यू मंथ्स। सो thank you so much, guys. Thank you for having me.
An engaging session. Today we saw how combining intelligent agent with retrieval augmented generation can transform scattered information into meaningful and reliable knowledge. As organizations continue to embrace AI solutions like agentic RAG and helping bridge the gap between vast amount of data and actionable insights. Thank you for sharing your experience and inspirations to think beyond traditions, AI applications. Let us give our speaker another well-deserved round of applause. Adiba will continue further.
I know it's been a day packed with information for you all, but don't worry, I know your RAMs still have enough space. But कोई battery saver mode में मत चल जाना यार, please. We have officially reached the halfway mark of today's event, and if you have been taking notes throughout the sessions, your notebook is probably as full as your mind is right now. So I think you have earned this break. अभी तो सिर्फ मॉर्निंग सेशंस हुए हैं यार, पूरी पिक्चर तो अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त. पूरी बोल के मुझे भी भूख लगने लगी. So lunch is served now, but here is a small challenge for you all. Before you come back from the break, introduce yourself to at least one new person. I might ask you later. Who knows, the next conversation might lead to your next hackathon, your next startup idea, or maybe just someone who finally understands your debugging struggles. Try with someone you have never met before. One of the best things about community events like this isn't just the sessions. It's about the conversations that happen over a plate of food. And sometimes you just simply make a friend. So you may now proceed for the lunch. Please make sure to return by 2:30 p.m. Happy networking and happy lunch. Thank you. But here's the real catch. Can you identify the difference between an AI-generated image and a real image? अगर आपको लगता है कि वो AI generated है तो अपना right hand उठाना, और अगर आपको लगता है कि वो real image है तो left hand उठाना. Got the rules? Shall we begin? AI के लिए right, real के लिए left. Let's begin. Change in rules. आप लोगों को बताना है कि लेफ्ट वाला इमेज AI है या राइट वाला इमेज AI है, ठीक है? फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन प्लीज. किसको लगता है A रियल है, किसको लगता है B रियल है? Pay attention to my question. Answer, please.
For option A, you can raise your right hand. For option B, you can raise your left hand.
और अगर नहीं पता तो दोनों हाथ उठा लो. रियल के लिए राइट हैंड और नहीं सॉरी ऑप्शन ए के लिए राइट हैंड, ऑप्शन बी के लिए लेफ्ट हैंड.
Identify the real one.
जिसको आंसर नहीं पता वो दोनों हाथ उठा लो.
Hello. So what you have to do is raise your left hand for A, right hand for B, and you have to raise whichever is the real one. Okay? Are we clear?
The correct answer is option A. A is the real one.
Change.
Moving on to the next question. You have to identify which is the real image. Choose your right hand if it's option A,
Option B.
and choose your left hand.
Right hand for B.
Choose your right hand if it's option B, and choose your left hand it's option A.
अरे
और दोनों हाथ उठा लो अगर नहीं पता है तो.
girls have problem which is right and left.
The correct answer is option B. Option B is the real image. Moving on to the next question.
2, मतलब 0 out of 2 for everyone. Very bad here.
Which is the real image? Left hand for option A and right hand for option B.
So everybody are 0 till now. Let's see. All are saying, that guy says, I don't know.
जिसको नहीं पता वो दोनों हाथ उठा लो. The correct answer is option A. A is the real image. Moving on to the next question.
One mark to everyone.
Which one is the real image? Raise your right hand for the option B and left hand for option A. बाकी लोग जो दोनों ही हाथ नहीं उठाए उनका क्या ऑप्शन है? People at the back, कौन सा ऑप्शन? The correct answer is option A. Moving on to the next question. Which of these image is an AI generated image?
Which is AI?
Guys, here, कौन सा इमेज है? AI generated बताना है. AI generated कौन सा है? Option A is the correct one. It's an AI generated image. Option B is the correct one.
Option B is the AI generated one, right?
Real one.
B is real one.
Moving on to the next question. Which one is an AI generated image?
I vote for B.
Guys over here, कोई ऑप्शन नहीं चूज करना है.
जिसको
नहीं पता दोनों हाथ उठाओ यार.
You can raise your both hands also.
फिर बल्ले बल्ले करना पड़ेगा दोनों हाथ उठा के.
Option B is the AI generated image over here. Moving on to the next question. Identify the real image.
Is the AI generated?
Option B is the correct one. It's real image. So games बहुत हो गए. अब आगे बढ़ते हैं. बहुत सारे workshops बाकी है. बहुत सारे sessions बाकी है. So I call upon Ankita to move forward.
Clap for you guys.
Welcome Mr. Guru Prasad Mahapatra with a huge round of applause. Guru is the founder and CEO of Smarters. He helps tech startups to build production-ready mobile web and SaaS applications. He's also organizer at GDG Bhubaneswar and loves to share his knowledge and real-world experiences with the community. So please give him a huge round of applause.
Everyone is full? नींद आने लगी है किसी को? Anyone? Hands up. नींद आ रही है? वहीं पे सो जाओ. So hello everybody. Thanks for coming here. I'm Guru Prasad Mahapatra, the founder and CEO of Smarters. We build softwares and yes, we build AI. We build with AI. We build by AI, we build AI. Everything is AI. So today's session is all about the future of generative AI. So this session will be interactive. मतलब मैं ऐसा नहीं कि आके बोल के चला जाऊंगा. I will be asking some questions. तुम लोगों को जो भी पता है अपने opinions देना. And we will have a interactive session. Okay? Okay? अच्छे से okay? Okay. So what is generative AI? What is generative AI? We use generative AI every day. सोशल मीडिया पे पोस्ट डालना हो, मेरे फोटो में मेरा सार्ट थोड़ा गलत आ गया, उसको ठीक करना हो, सोशल मीडिया पे लिंक्डइन पे कुछ रैंडम सा पोस्ट करना हो, इंस्टाग्राम में रील खुद ना हो बट खुद को डाल के डालना हो, पीपीटी बनाना हो, ये पीपीटी मैंने बनाया हुआ है, जनरेटिव एआई, मुझे टेक्स्ट जनरेट करना हो, लंबा वाला कैप्शन जो लिंक्डइन में रहता है, इंस्टाग्राम में अच्छे खासे हैशटैग वाले चीज़ें रेडी करना हो, हैकाथन में वाइब कोडिंग से कोड जनरेट करना हो, जैसे बहुत लोगों ने किया होगा. एवरीथिंग इज जनरेटिव एआई. Whatever we generate with AI, the content we generate with AI is called generative AI, right? We already know that. So what is the future of generative AI? So in this session, I'm going to talk about what was generative AI 2-3 years back, how it is right now, and what's going to be. I think already you guys already know it because you are using it every day. So 88%, 90%, I would say 99% organizations are using it. Every organization, every person, without generative AI, there is nothing in this world right now. Without AI, तुम लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकते. So 900 million plus active users, 900 million मतलब 90 crore only in India are using AI. हमारा total 100 CR या 110 CR mobile phone users है. Out of that, 90 crore people are using AI every day, whether it's ChatGPT, Gemini or anything. So what kind of penetration we already have? Then I'm going to talk about 4 pillars only. There are a lot of different things we can generate with AI. जैसे मैंने पहले फर्स्ट स्लाइड में मेरा था चिट्टी, चिट्टी ने क्या किया था, इट इज ऑल्सो द फर्स्ट एआई ऑफ इंडिया, जनरेटिव एआई ऑफ इंडिया। चिट्टी ने क्या जनरेट किया था, कोई बोल सकता है? एनीबॉडी? चिट्टी ने क्या जनरेट किया था? और चिट्टीज, राइट? So Chitti was the first generative AI of India, but I am going to talk about only text, image, video and code, which are the most common form of generative AIs right now we are using. So there are some names, familiar names, right? Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity. There are a lot more. You guys use Bolt, you guys use Emergent, a lot of different AI tools. So 1 or 2 years ago when you are generating some content, वहाँ पे क्या हो रहा था कि बहुत जेनरिक, मतलब इफ यू सी आवर इंटरव्यूज, अभी कुछ देर पहले एक इंटरव्यू आ रहा था जहाँ पे कि देयर आर वन ऑफ आवर स्पीकर्स इन जीटीजी, सो ही वाज टेलिंग दैट आई कैनॉट ट्रस्ट एआई, आई विल सजेस्ट एवरीबॉडी दैट डोंट यूज एआई and focus on Android, iOS or whatever you are building. Somebody was telling, एक वीडियो प्ले हो रहा था. It was 2 years ago. But right now, can anyone say it? कि मैं AI पे trust नहीं करता and मैं नहीं कर सकता? So that's the level of achievements, that's the level of like improvements we have done in AI. 2 साल पहले जब हम बना रहे थे कोई चीज, उसको लिख के 1000 बार हमें चेक करना पड़ता था. हम जब एक टेक्स्ट जनरेट करते थे ना, इमेज में हमें चाहिए था कि कुछ लिखा हो, तो वो लिखा बहुत एक रैंडम सा कुछ हो जाता था. इफ यू गाइस हैव रिमेंबर्ड, मतलब लिखा होगा टेक्स्ट, तुम्हें चाहिए एक एयरपोर्ट का इमेज जहां पे ऊपर स्क्रीन पे लिखा हो कुछ स्टेशंस का नाम, वहां पे वो नाम बहुत एक कुछ रैंडम कोड जैसा हो जा रहा था पहले, रिमेंबर? बट अभी वो हो रहा है? नहीं हो रहा है. दैट्स व्हाट द काइंड ऑफ इंप्रूवमेंट वी हैव बीन डूइंग. एंड 1 year ago हेल्पफुल था, बट वेरी सैलो ऑन मल्टी स्टेप रीजनिंग. मतलब जब हम ज्यादा पूरा एक्यूरेट एक बहुत बड़ा चीज, कॉम्प्लेक्स चीज करने जा रहे थे, वो नहीं हो रहा था. बट राइट नाउ वी आर एबल टू डू दैट. देन whenever we are putting some content, हमारा दोस्त कोई छोड़ता था अपना फोटो, अपना ट्रिप का फोटोज, पता चल जाता था कि ये खुद नहीं लिखा है, उसको इतना इंग्लिश नहीं आता, ये एआई ने लिखा है, करेक्ट? बट अभी तुम लोग नहीं जान सकते. देन वेरी शॉर्ट कॉन्टेक्स्ट विंडो वाज देयर. तुम लोग आज कुछ बोले होगे एआई को, एंड टुमारो यू विल कम, तो तुम्हें फिर से बोलना पड़ता था सेम चीजें, फिर से शुरू से. बट राइट नाउ specifically I will give you an example of ChatGPT and Gemini. When you will ask who am I, just ask who am I, तो वो तुम्हारा घर कहाँ है, तुम्हारा ऑफिस कहाँ है, तुम क्या करते हो, तुम्हारा मूड कैसा रहता है, everything it can give you. It is storing all of your context from all the conversations, right? Just try it. Go to ChatGPT and Gemini, try who am I and what kind of person I am. वो पूरा तुम्हारे कॉन्टेक्स्ट से निकाल के दे देगा. दैट्स द बिग कॉन्टेक्स्ट इट इज हैपनिंग राइट नाउ. देन देयर आर सम टाइम्स ऐसा होता था कि जब फर्स्ट ChatGPT आया, एट दैट टाइम वी आर आस्किंग देम सम क्वेश्चंस, इट वाज गिविंग अस द डाटा ऑफ 2 years बैक, राइट? वी आर आस्किंग देम सम कोडिंग थिंग्स, सम लाइब्रेरीज ऑफ कोड, वो हमें वो वाला डाटा देता था जो 2 साल पहले 3 साल पहले होता था. बट राइट नाउ दैट्स नॉट हैपनिंग, राइट? It's enabled the web search functionality as well. So these are some examples we have seen in the last few years. किन लोगों को इसका मतलब मालूम है? ये वर्ड्स के बारे में किन लोगों को पता है? कहां पे देखे हो? इसको कहां पे देखे हो? जिंदगी में कभी AI आने से पहले ये वर्ड्स कौन लोगों ने यूज किया? प्लीज हाथ ऊपर करो. हार्नेस, वो वाला हार्नेस नहीं, लाइक और ये किन लोगों ने यूज किया था? क्यों यूज किए थे बिफोर एआई? भाई ग्रेट इंग्लिश पीपल, मैंने तो कभी यूज नहीं किया था. दीज आर द वर्ड्स, मैं जहां पे भी देख लूं कि ये वर्ड्स यूज हुआ है, दिस इज एआई. हार्नेस, एलिवेट, आई एम एम्बार्किंग ऑन ए जर्नी, ये सारे वर्ड्स पहले बहुत ज्यादा एआई में कंटिन्यूअसली आते रहते थे रैंडमली. एंड अभी इफ यू विल जनरेट अ कंटेंट, अभी देखना, यू विल फाइंड इट मोर ह्यूमनली. That's why the content creator people, जो लोग content create करते थे, जो लोग content लिखते थे खुद, they were saying कि no, AI cannot replace us 2 years back. But right now they are also replaced. So there are some, this is about image generation. So there are some good things like Google Pics, जहाँ पे कि जिसको कि नानो बनाना हो गया, Mid Journey, DALL-E. DALL-E, if you guys remember, बहुत पहले शुरू हुआ था DALL-E से image generation. It was one of the oldest models. Adobe का Firefly है, जहाँ पे कि you can generate images, you can edit images right now. So these are some tools. अभी तो ChatGPT में भी आ गया है, exclusively बढ़िया से बना रहा है. So this is an example of 2 year back image, जो कि अगर मैं बोलता कि एक माउंटेन का सीनरी बनाओ, very simple words में बना था. So this was the output 2 years back. Okay, and this is the output right now. And तुम लोग बोलो कि सर ये भी तो रियल नहीं लग रहा, मैंने बनाया है वैसा. And literally this image, ये जो image है ये मैंने 2 साल पहले खुद बनाया था and अभी मैंने आज ये बनाया है with the same prompt, same similar prompt. So you can see the difference, you can see the clarity difference, you can see everything. यहाँ पे like सूरज है, सूरज का पूरा छाया पड़ रहा है, like यहाँ पे this is very cartoonish, right? So the realism was missing 2 years, 3 years back, right? And the minor details are missing 2-3 years back. But right now we are here. Abhi just 5 minutes ago, I guess we have a competition where we all have lost miserably. Literally, I also couldn't tell कि इसमें से सच real कौन सा है and fake कौन सा है, right? So we are at a stage right now that we don't know which is AI generated, which is real. But अभी मेरा question है कि ये जो चीज हुआ है, is it good or is it bad? कौन लोग बोलते हो it is really good? Please hands up. कितने लोग बोलते this is bad? Please. नहीं, none of the above option नहीं है, नोटा option नहीं है. Everyone has to. कितने लोगों को लगता है बुरा है? Please. So you guys never generate images with AI? Okay. So why it is bad? Anybody? You can say? Why it is bad? बताओ? नहीं, रियलिस्टिक भी बन सकता है ना, आजकल तो रियलिस्टिक भी बन जाता है. लाइक मुझे अगर खड़ा होना आईफेल टावर के ऊपर, मैं डाल सकता हूँ, पूरा रियलिस्टिक भी बन सकता है. Why it is bad? Anybody wants to tell? हाँ बताओ. Exactly. So the main issue with the more advanced generative AI in images is deepfakes. बहुत खराब images में, like you guys already know कि बहुत खराब images भी कोई भी तुम्हारा बना सकता है. Anybody can create your image with standing at somewhere where you never went. तुमने एक बढ़िया सा आर्ट पीस बनाया है, कोई भी उसको कॉपी करके खुद का बना सकता है. तो द कॉपीराइट इशू इज देयर एंड द डीप फेक इशू इज देयर. इससे बचना कैसे? हाउ टू सेव इट? सो गूगल is creating one initiative and a lot of big companies have joined it, which is whenever they are creating a image, they are putting some metadata into it. The metadata into it which can recognize that it's a AI generated image or it's a real image. So abhi, when you will create a AI generated video and you will upload it on Instagram or AI generated image as well, तो वहाँ पे ऑटोमेटिकली एक AI info करके एक ऑप्शन है वो कि enable हो जाएगा, ऑटोमेटिक enable हो जाएगा. So it is able to detect whether it's a AI generated image or not. Why it is having that? So that हमें पता चले, हमें difference पता चले between the real and fake image. And whenever, yeah.
Hello. Due to the synth ID. Synth ID in the
exactly.
Metadata.
The name is synth ID, right? Yes. So that's what the initiative's name is, And a lot of big organizations are already joining it, and whatever AI tool you will use and they will generate the image, we are able to detect it. And we are also able to detect it कि कौन से AI ने इसको बनाया है. You can also detect that. So that's a good initiative. Video generation, VO, Sora, Kling, Sit Dance. I think you guys have already known कि ये सब tools क्या है. अगर नहीं जानते, so these are some tools जिसमें कि you can create animated videos. You can also create your own virtual clone. There is a tool called Hazen. There is a tool called Google Omni. Google's new model, Google Omni. You can go to Google Flow. If you guys already have a AI subscription, this Google One subscription, you can go to Google Flow. You can generate your own clone as well. You can just click your own photo. You can give it to the prompt, and you can tell that I want to walk in a Dubai sideway. So it will be very, very realistic. So these are some tools. There are more tools as well. So Sit Dance is there. Sit Dance is a Chinese model. Sit Dance 2 is also here right now. So you can use that to generate good videos. So what was happening before in the video? So if you generate a video in Gemini, you will realize that you cannot generate a video. What is the maximum time of video generation? Anybody? 8 seconds. अभी भी तुम लोग Gemini में जाके generate करोगे, the maximum length is 8 seconds. And in a lot of AI tools, the maximum limit is AI 8 seconds. That's due to the video generation takes a lot of resources for the AI. So उन्होंने bound किया था 8 seconds तक. But it was before. अभी मैंने जो बताया Sit Dance, Google Flow, you can create your whole animated movie. How many anime fans here? Oh, a lot. Okay, so every month, every week there are like mangas coming up from Naruto, One Piece, right? So you guys are already reading it. So अभी क्या हो रहा है कि because of these tools, so there are some creators, what they do is they give the manga to these AI models, and they are generating the anime directly, and the anime is actually having the same clarity as the real anime. If you haven't checked it, you can check it out. So अभी क्या हो रहा है कि तुम लोगों को जो चीजें बनाने में, like animate करने में, animation is a very hard job to do. To make it very, बहुत time जाता है, पूरा एक frame को design करना पड़ता है. But with this kind of tools, you can just create, like आप जाओगे भी Google Flow में, just go to Google Flow and check it out yourself after the session. वहाँ पे तुम्हें option मिलेगा to create different characters. मतलब, let's say you want to create a movie. You want to create a movie. You can go to Google Flow, there is a character section. There you can create multiple characters. खुद के face से एक character, तुम्हारे दोस्त के face से एक character, तुम्हारे girlfriend के face से एक character, तुम्हारे पापा मम्मी सबके फेस में कैरेक्टर डाल दो, देन खुद का जो रियल लाइफ का स्टोरी है उसको डाल दो प्रॉम्प्ट में, एंड विथ योर रियल फेसेस एंड एवरीबॉडीज रियल फेसेस, वो तुम्हारा स्टोरी, तुम्हारा मूवी. सबको चाहिए कि मेरे नाम पे मूवी होता है, सबको लगता है खुद के स्टाइल लाइफ एक मूवी है. सो यू कैन जनरेट योर रियल मूवी एज वेल विथ गूगल फ्लो. सो गो एंड चेक इट आउट. Then the code generation, which is like Google Anti-Gravity, GitHub's Copilot, Cursor, there is Claude, there is ChatGPT's Codex, और क्या क्या है? Which one? Okay. और anybody? और कौन कौन से टूल किसने ट्राई किया है फॉर कोड जनरेशन? ओके, मेटा का है. देन AWS का है. ओके, और हाँ AWS का वो है ना, एमर्जेंट. ओके, और रेप्लिट, राइट. Okay. Every CMS, every like Salesforce में any low code platform like Flutter Flow, in every platform, whichever platform you have been using, सब में आ गया है खुद का co-pilot जैसा, where you can just write the code, write the prompt in simple languages and it will generate code for you. Okay. So 2-3 साल पहले एक्चुअली में मैंने ट्राई किया था एक वेबसाइट बनाओ विथ वन प्रॉम्प्ट एक वेबसाइट बनाओ, तो वो ऐसा कुछ एक वेबसाइट बनाया था 2-2.5 साल पहले। मैंने एक सिंपल प्रॉम्प्ट दिया था कि मुझे एक वेबसाइट चाहिए फॉर अ SaaS प्रोडक्ट, ऐसा कुछ बना था, थोड़ा इससे बेटर था बट ऐसा खासा था, लाइक द क्लैरिटी द डिटेल्स इट हैज वाज लाइक दिस। देन आप उसके बाद उसको और प्रॉम्प्ट दे दे के you have to play around with it for days, then it will create a really great website. But अभी आज के डेट पे you will go to Claude, you will go to Antigravity, you will give one prompt and it will design something like this. And ये तो सब लोगों ने सबका खुद का एक वेबसाइट ऐसा होगा, I think. ऐसा एक ऊपर टेक्स्ट लिखा होगा, टाइटल, उसके ऊपर एक चिप होगा, टाइटल के ऊपर एक चिप होगा, राइट सबका, देन नीचे 2 बटन्स, देन उसके नीचे से कार्ड्स एंड ऊपर यही होम फीचर सॉल्यूशन एंड गेट स्टार्टेड। ऐसा वाला वेबसाइट आई थिंक किन लोगों ने नहीं बनाया आज तक, थोड़ा आई वांट टू सी योर फेसेस, आज तक नहीं बनाया ऐसे वेबसाइट बनाए हो एआई में, बट ऐसा नहीं बनाया। ओके, सो जिन लोगों ने भी वाइब कोडिंग किया है, कभी भी SaaS प्रोडक्ट बनाया, कुछ बनाया, कभी ना कभी तो ऐसा एक वेबसाइट बना होगा डार्क मोड में, थोड़ा ग्रेडियंट आके, थोड़ा ब्लूइश वायलेट वो कलर का थोड़ा ग्रेडियंट होके एक डिजाइन बना होगा। बट आई वांट टू हाईलाइट द क्लैरिटी, द डिजाइन स्टाइल एंड द डिफरेंस बिटवीन हाउ फार वी हैव कम इन द लास्ट 2 years. So basically पहले क्या होता था कि when first AI आया and it was majorly ChatGPT, so at that time the businesses who are going to use, we were using the APIs of ChatGPT, so that was very costly. Right now also it's costly, but there was a lot of different alternatives. If you know, there is a lot of websites are there जहाँ पे you can go, you can put your open source LLMs, host your open source LLMs, and you have to pay like a fraction of the amount you ChatGPT. Like ChatGPT में अगर आप like $1 दे रहे हो, तो you have to give $0.01 per such companies. So there are multiple companies are there I can name also, जिनमें कि you can just do whatever you are doing in ChatGPT, you can do for open source LLMs. तो वहाँ पे क्या होता है, cost is very negligible. The cost is very negligible. तुम लोगों को अभी you have a small database. Let's say you are building a e-commerce store. Okay? You are building a e-commerce store where you have a lot of products. You have a lot of customer data, like how many orders are people doing and how people are actually behaving in the website. Like वो कहाँ पे जा रहे, क्या search कर रहे, क्या use कर रहे, क्या नहीं कर रहे. So if you have all the data, you don't need ChatGPT. You don't need ChatGPT to build an AI. You can just take any open source LLM like Llama, or we have this Gemini's open source LLM. We have different open source LLMs. You can just take it on your premises. You can just fine tune it, or you can create a RAG pipeline with your database. And you can just host it in your server if you have that kind of a space and capability, or you can host it in such platforms. There are different platforms there to host LLMs with free, and you just need to pay the amount for the API usage. So cost is very, very low, and due to this Geo's offer, the student offer, and different offers, we are getting a lot more cheaper usage, at least to launch our MVP and to test the market. Once we start revenue, then we can spend our money on the AI, right? So, right now, the generative AI has come so far. We have come so far in terms of usage, but what exactly is happening? What exactly is happening in the real world scenarios for the companies? Because हमारे लिए AI generate करना हमारा personal चीज़ है, but for a company, it's a very big thing. The more the bigger companies will use these kind of AIs, the more better services we will get. So अभी क्या आ रहा है? 95% of generative AI deployments, so no measurable P&L impact yet. ये MIT का है. This PPT is AI generated. That's how far we have come. So 80% plus estimated project failure rates across GenAI initiatives. So क्या हो रहा है कि हम बना दे रहे हैं अपना AI. We are using this ChatGPT and some different big companies, these 4-5 bigger names. But अगर कोई company है, there is a TCS. If TCS wants to create their own generative AI, they have to deploy it in their own server, in their own premises. And they don't have that kind of resources, and specifically in India. Right? You have DPDP Act, you have different Act to save and secure our user data. So you have to store all the data in our premises. You have to also store the AI models in our premises. So in a lot of places, in India specifically, the AI is actually failing. The generative AI is actually failing. It doesn't matter to us, right? Actually, it matters. Because it's not about how you are connected to TCS or smaller companies. It's about how you are consuming their data, directly or indirectly. So 21% of organizations have a mature governance model for their generative AI use despite rapid adoption. एक चीज सब लोगों को नाम पता होगा, Fable. What is Fable? What is that? क्या है उसमें स्पेशलिटी क्या है? Fable का पुराना नाम क्या था? Mythos? क्या था उसका, like what was his specialty? The model was so powerful that it was able to launch a cyber attack itself. It was so powerful. That's why that model was not launched commercially. Then उसको थोड़ा tone down करके लिया गया Fable. So Fable is right now the Claude's latest model, which takes a lot of token and give us a really great thing. But सोचो कि जो चिट्टी के साथ हुआ in the robot movie, कौन लोग robot नहीं देखे? Robot 1 किन लोगों ने नहीं देखा? Everybody, great. So जो चीज चिट्टी के साथ हुआ कि if the AI will have its own context so powerful that it can think that it's getting used, and it was so powerful कि वो खुद से एक human से बहुत कुछ ज़्यादा चीज कर सकता है. So वो क्या क्या करेगा, right? अभी तुम्हारा जो तुम लोग अपने लैपटॉप में Claude रखे हो, you are generating code, you are telling Claude to do research for you, you are telling Claude to generate images for you via other tools, you are telling Claude to push your Git repository, you are telling Claude to shut down your computer, what not? You are telling everything to Claude or other AI agents, right? So, अगर उनके पास इतना power है, you are in a meeting with a client having a 1 CR deal, and in the middle he will tell कि भाई मेरे लिए अलग से सर्वर ले, नहीं तो मैं तुम्हारा कंप्यूटर अभी के अभी शट डाउन कर दूंगा. What you will do, right? अभी तुम लोग अपने फोटोज वगैरह गूगल फोटोज में डाल रहे हो. गूगल फोटोज का AI जो है, अभी AI है ना, which can detect your faces, which can you can search कि मेरा फोटो दिखाओ, ये शर्ट येलो शर्ट पहना हुआ. You can search it in Google Photos and you'll get the images. What does that mean? That means Google Photos has your access, your images access. अभी कभी उसको मूड हुआ कि भाई आज तेरा लेता हूं कि गूगल को $10,000 आज दो नहीं तो तुम्हारा फोटोज वायरल कर दूंगा, राइट? क्या होगा? गूगल फोटोज में हिडन एल्बम्स भी है, तो किसी के कुछ भी फोटोज हो सकते हैं, एंड एवरीथिंग इज स्टोर्ड इन गूगल डेटाबेस, so anything can happen, right? That is why this last point is there. With good AI, with powerful AI, we have to store, we have to have strong governance rules. AI को कितना पावर मिलेगा, AI को कितना एक्सेस मिलेगा, AI क्या कर सकता है, कितना चीज वो खुद से कर सकता है, कितना चीज उसके लिए अप्रूवल की नीड है. All these rules we have to set in an organization when you are working. You guys may be working in a personal computers right now, but when you will create your own startup or you will go to a good organization, वहाँ पे जब AI use होगा, उनके पास lakhs crores of data रहेगा, lakhs crores of rupees उनके पास होगा, वो उनका business चल रहा होगा, वहाँ पे lot of things are in stake. अगर तुम लोग सोचोगे and any organization will think that to implement AI governance cost मेरा 20% ज़्यादा cost आ रहा है. अभी मैं AI में कोड लिख के छोड़ दे रहा हूँ, मुझे इसको गवर्नेंस लगाने के लिए, सेफ्टी के लिए मुझे और 20% ज़्यादा देना पड़ेगा. If by thinking that we are not implementing those things right now and I'm just आलसी बन के we are just letting it go, then in the latter times बहुत कुछ problematic हो सकता है. To implementing AI governance is very important. Whenever you are deploying your production ready applications, make sure you have AI governance, AI safety in place. So I think you guys are already going to have this hackathon where you are going to create a prototype first. बहुत लोगों ने बना लिया है, मुझे इतना आइडिया है. कितने लोगों ने ऑलरेडी बना दिया है? सच बताओ. How many people have already built the product for the hackathon? Please. अरे सब और भी हाथ ऊपर करो यार. Okay. So when you are building it, always first build the prototype. First build the prototype. What is a prototype? जहाँ पे back end कुछ नहीं होगा. First design the front end. वो पहले बनाओ. पहले उससे satisfied हो. कोड तो क्लाउड बना देगा, ChatGPT बना देगा. तुम लोग क्या कर रहे हो? First create a design, then see, check every flow कि सही से बना है नहीं बना है. उसका flow actually user friendly है कि नहीं. It actually solves the problem or not. Then go to this generating this APIs, then creating this backend infrastructure, integrating recommendation engines, generative AI, whatsoever. Then ship it. So, what is the future of generative AI? Generative AI models start taking actions. अभी के लिए तो तुम लोगों को पूरा देना पड़ता है prompt. Like Instagram में तुम लोगों को वो start मिल जाता है comment करने से एक बड़ा सा prompt, right? उसको लाके डालते हो and अपना image डालते हो trend के हिसाब से. So, after a few years, maybe in a year or 2 years, you just need to tell in a very simple language in 1 or 2 lines, and the generative AI models will think more. They will create the bigger prompts internally and they'll give you the perfect output, जो कि अभी नहीं हो रहा है. अभी तुम्हें पूरा, अगर तुम्हें अच्छे से एक प्रोडक्शन रेडी चीज बनाना है तो तुम्हें डिटेल्ड प्रॉम्प्ट देना पड़ता है इन इमेज जनरेशन. Capable generation on device by default. Right now, हमारे डिवाइस में, in our mobile devices, the capability is not there. Right? Apple ने करने का ट्राई किया था, but it couldn't. Google का भी है, but this is not so powerful. But in the coming years, we will have mobile phones and laptops where you can generate the same clarity, same quality images on your device. Then world model meet robotics. अभी के लिए जो लोगों, how many are you from mechanical branch or robotics, working in robotics, drone, all these things? कोई हो? 1 or 2 people, 3 people. So they actually think they are very lucky that nobody can take their job. AI cannot take their job right now. But in a year or 2, AI is also going to be connected to robotics. Robotics क्या है? इट्स अ मशीन, उसके अंदर भी सॉफ्टवेयर ही लगा है. So once we are able to run AI into this machines, then that's done. AI also into robotics. Then जो हम चिट्ठी देख रहे थे, हम सबके घर में अपना खुद का चिट्ठी होगा. Then governance and evaluation tooling matters. So I think government of India is also taking a lot of measures, and every government in the world actually taking a lot of measures, creating a lot of rules, policies to restrict AI's usage. So you cannot just create an AI which can destroy the world. There will be rules in place from the governments. So in few years, the question won't be, can AI generate this? अभी हम लोग पूछते कि यार ये AI बना देगा, right? But in few years, the question will be, was this made by a human? Was this made by a human? So हम थे like 90s में, when the industrial revolution started in UK and Europe, जहाँ पे लोग खुद भाग भाग के काम करते थे, वहाँ से मशीन शुरू हुआ. Then बहुत सारा चीज like टी-शर्ट, चेयर, टेबल, जो भी, सब कुछ machines बनाने लगे. But again, after few years, there will be a time जहाँ पे लोग पूछेंगे कि is it generated by a human? Then इसका demand अच्छा है. It's going to be there because everything can be done by AI. So आगे जाके जो human खुद के हाथ से करे, जैसे आजकल जैसे हमारे ओडिया में होता है पट्टा साड़ी, जो लोग पट्टा साड़ी जानते हैं, that is much more valuable. Why? Because उसको एक एक करके बुन के बनाते हैं अकेले हाथ से. The handcraft is so valuable right now. Similarly, आगे जाके तुम कभी अपने दोस्त का एक फोटो खींच लोगे ऐसे, तो he will like hug you. Thank you, bro. Why? Because it's human generated, not AI generated. We have spent years teaching machines to talk. बहुत सालों से हमने like 90s से हमारे movies release हो रहे हैं कि AI आ जाएगा, artificial intelligence ये कर देगा. A lot of movies, serials, a lot of web series are released. But finally we are here. And जो future हम सोचते थे 10 साल पहले कि we will be in a future where machines will talk to us, where we can do anything. We will have a virtual assistant like Iron Man's Jarvis. कि ये कर दो, वो कर दो. Right now we are in a phase, and maybe in a 1 or 2 year, you will have a real Jarvis, जो कि तुम्हारे सारे hardwares, तुम्हारे system, तुम्हारे mobile phones, everything will be connected in one place. You can just tell in voice, and it will do everything for you. That's pretty much it. Thank you, guys. Anyone wants to know more about generative AI के problems, AI के अच्छे बुरे, anything you want to ask about building products, you can always reach out to me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this fascinating session. Today's talk reminded us that it's about making them think better, respond smarter, create experiences, and feel truly personal. The way we interact with technology is changing rapidly, and it's exciting to imagine what's possible in the years ahead. Let's give our speaker another well-deserved round of applause for sharing these valuable insights with us. Now I would like to request Taneem to continue from here.
We have explored some fascinating ideas throughout the day, and now it's time to continue the journey with another insightful session. Our next speaker bring with him a wealth of experience in the world of artificial intelligence and expertise innovations. His work focuses on helping organizations harness the power of AI to build intelligent, scalable, and impactful solutions while driving meaningful digital transformations. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Deepraj Pandey. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Deepraj Pandey with a huge round of applause.
Right. Hi. Okay. We have had a very long day, and it's been incredible session after another incredible session. We had a bit of a lunch break in the middle, and before we proceed with whatever it is we're going to do over here, I wanted to take a quick check of the room. Let's start from this side. Wait, first off, energy levels. On a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being we are very low on energy, we want to go to sleep, go back home, and like maybe set up a podcast in the background and just like go crash, like the post-lunch siesta. 5 being like we're excited, we want to see what's going on, we want to keep building for the hackathon, or there is something else that we're excited about that's coming up in the evening. High energy, all right? Let's go section by section. Like this is, let's divide it into 4 sections of the room. And I want this area to first shout out like what number you're at in terms of energy level. Only this area, 1 and 5. When I say 3, 2, 1, okay? 3, 2, 1. I heard 4, 5. 5. Anyone with a 1, 2? 2, okay, okay, all right. Let's go to that section. All right, 3, 2, 1. Can't hear you. 4, I hear a lot of 4s, I see. Anyone who's at a 1 or 2? No? Okay, all right, cool. Next up to that section, back corner. 3, 2, 1. Okay, okay, that's also 4. Anyone at a 1 and 2 over there? No? Okay, that's amazing. Last section. 3, okay, let me do the wrong countdown again. 3, 2, 1. I heard a 6. Oh, that's amazing. Again, no 1 and 2s. That's lovely. That's lovely. 1, you said you were at a 2, right? No, not anymore. You're at a 5. Yes. Okay, cool. That's great to know. Before we proceed, I am Deepraj, and I think this is when I should put up like my website over here. There is no presentation because this is where we are going to talk to each other and we're going to build something together. That's where I am at. That's me. There's a bunch of random things on here about what I'm doing these days and what I've done in the past. And feel free to just go to deeprajpandey.com and see like what I am doing. Not too important for conversations that we're going to have today, because what matters is what we are going to do over here. All right? Just to give a little bit of background, I've been involved with the GDG community over here since 2015, when I was still in high school back then. We did a hackathon, early days. I'm from one of the DAVs, and we ended up sort of like reaching out to random companies, being like, hey, we're a bunch of high school students. We want to organize a hackathon, bring people together. Reached out to, does anyone remember SketchUp? Yeah? Sketch. So before Figma was a thing, Sketch used to be a design tool on, very similar to how Figma looks like, but it was on like Mac OS. Anyone who has heard of Sketch on like the archival pages of the internet? You've heard? Have you gotten a chance to use it at any point? No. Too long ago, right. But yeah, so before Figma was a thing, Sketch was all the rage. We sort of like, we're like, hey, we're just like 2 or 3 of us. We want to just do this thing. Would you love to sponsor us? And they were like, yeah, sure. Here is $500. Go have fun. And we're like, whoa, okay, so that's a possibility. But anyways, that's how I also reached out to the GDG community, and we were like, you know what, like, let's try to do something together. And we were very excited when they were like, yeah, let's go. And it's been a really long time. We have been involved in different things in different ways. And yeah, so like, when I heard that this is going on, I was like, you know what, this is exactly the kind of community that we have always been a part of. We have literally like grown up in this space. and it would be incredible to do something with all of us today. And all right, before further ado, what I was thinking of doing is, how many of you want to just hear me yap about random stuff? One. And how many of you want to do something together? Like maybe you will have your laptop. How many of you have your laptops on you? Okay, almost all of you, right? Would you be, okay, option 1 and 2, all right? Option 2 is basically you bring your laptops out. It might be a little bit chaotic, but we can try to just do something together. If you're following along, then great. If not, I'm going to make sure that you get access to all the code that we generate, whatever resources that will be helpful for your build. We will make sure that happens. But the point is that we should do something together, right? Let's build something together. We're all developers, we're all builders, we're all either a designer or a non-engineering person who's interested in building something as part of the hackathon. Let's build something together. Okay, so these are the 2 options. Option 1 is just yapping. How many for option 1? Love that, love that. How many for option 2? That's amazing. So that fits the level 5 energy that we just heard all of us say, right? Okay. Shall we take like a minute or so and bring out whatever devices that we are on? If you are someone whose laptop is currently dying, unfortunately, I don't think the current setup is going to allow us to connect to a power socket. So if your device has charge, please, let's take it out. Let's pull up whatever coding agent that you are comfortable using, and let's try to build something together, right? And is there anyone here right now whose device does not have charge right away and won't be able to use it for the next 30-ish minutes? Okay. Why don't you sit next to somebody who has a device with some charge left on it, and they can use it for the next 30 minutes? If you haven't, is there anyone who isn't sitting next to somebody they know and want to move around? Anyone with a device which does not have a charge and requires continuous power to run? No? Okay, all right. Cool. I also remember that some of you raised your hand when you were asked that, have you built your application already for the hackathon? Was that someone in the audience right now who's already built something? Okay, what have you built? While the setup is going on, let's have a chat. What are you thinking of building, or what have you built? I see, I see. So like a hospital management system of sorts that... You connect everyone, all the stakeholders involved in the healthcare system.
From patient to the admin.
I see. So from patient to the policy holders on, yeah. So like the policy folks on that side. All right, that sounds amazing. Did you end up using a bunch of like the Google APIs that they say that like you should be using a lot of the Google products? Okay, so you're using Gemini API for the chat assistant. I have a quick question for you because I was sort of generating something. The free API usage has sort of been tanked quite a bit. Did you end up looking for like credits from Google and then like you set up the API, or? I have the subscription. You have a subscription, so that worked out. Okay, works. All right. Cool. Are we all ready with our devices? Okay. Before we proceed, like, how many of us here have been working with coding agents for a while and have our own setup processes? And when I say processes, I mean like, I don't want to use jargon, but let me come to it. Like questions like, I am working with an agent and I have noticed that there are certain parts where it doesn't do well. So to augment those parts of the development, what I have decided is that like I'm going to set up a whole system around it so that it helps the coding agent. Some people will go for a harness, that's a particular way of writing code. Some people will go for like a particular open source agentic framework of sorts, and then they will use that. So those are valid ways of setting up your own systems, but how many of you have tried to set something up of their own? Okay, anyone else? Okay, What about the others who were trying to raise your hand when I was asking the question in the beginning? Like, do you have a open source project setup that is doing? What is it? What are you using? Okay, something to keep an eye on the errors that are being generated and passing it back to the model to help with the debugging cycle. So debugging is an important point. Anyone else was trying to raise their hand when they're like, we have something set up? Okay, what about the rest? Like, how do you do your development these days? Like, are you using terminal agents, or are you using like something like Cursor or Bolt, or what are we doing? Like, I want to understand where we are before we proceed. Because my entire thing is entirely based on like the terminal. And before I jump into something that looks scary, I want to make sense of like where we are at. Anyone, just randomly shout it out or raise your hand and like, what are we using? If you're options, you're using something on the terminal, and option 2, you're using a GUI application like Cursor or Claude Desktop or something that has like a desktop window that shows up, like a and the third option is like you're just using everything on a browser like Lovable or something like that. So okay, option 1, terminal based. How many? Okay. And are you all from like a STEM background, like an engineering, computer science engineering background of sorts? Okay. Next up, GUI. Okay. And these are what? Like AI Studio and Bolt. Okay. Okay. So CLI as well. Anyone else over there who is raising their hand for GUI? Yeah. What do you use? Anti-gravity. Okay. And anyone else that's not been named right away? Like any other GUI-based tool that you're using? Anyone who was raising their hand? Okay. And the third one was just entirely web browser-based, like Lovable, Bolt, and okay. What do you use? Lovable. What about the rest? What about the rest of the people? Whoever, like people who did not raise hands for any of these 3 options. That was like a good like 50% of the group. What do you do? Are you like non-engineers? Like you don't like writing code? How many of us like don't like writing code? Okay. 1. Designers. Okay. Then okay, designers. Okay, lovely. Okay. Anything else that I'm missing out? What do the people who did not raise their hands for any of the 3 options use? Or do you not build anything? Okay. How many people have come to an event where you're going to be building something for the first time? Very first time. Okay. All right. And are you guys all in like first, second year of your undergrad? First years? Lovely. Welcome to the event. All right. So what we're going to do is that because most of my work is going to be around the terminal, we're going to just like whip up the terminal, and if you don't understand it, feel free to like pause at any point, and we're going to get started from there. Happy to explain wherever we pause. All right. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to just talk about what I think we can build together. And I'll open the floor for like just quick opinions. Provided that a bunch of us are going to be working on like the project to submit for the hackathon, what I thought would be interesting to build is some sort of a system that keeps track of the code changes that we are making, like or our agents are making. How many of you have used Git? All right, that's amazing. So I'm guessing you're using on GitHub? Anyone who's on GitLab, Codeberg? Codeberg, lovely. GitLab people? GitLab, oh, nice. Codeberg, that's lovely. We should chat afterwards. Okay, so, and how many of you, and everyone has used GitHub, most of you, how many of you have used pull requests as part of your development workflow? Okay. And those who did not raise your hand, what do you do? Are you just using branches, or are you just working with like a single branch and letting the agent do the development however it pleases? Branches, just branches, no pull requests, raise your hand. Okay. Just letting AI do whatever it is doing, it thinks is best. Raise your hand. Okay, so I'm going to assume that you haven't had a lot more experience. All right, so what I was thinking is we could build an automated system that was going to keep track of pull requests that our agents are putting up on the project website and connect it with Gemini. And we're going to let it put reviews of whatever tasks that, whatever code we have been adding to the repository. Let it do a quick review and just leave comments on it, right? And yay and nay. Okay. How many of you are excited about building something like this? Yay. Okay. And nay. Absolutely not interested in this. Let's do something else. Okay. What would you rather do? Idea. Okay, what's your reasoning for nay? Oh, you built this already. Oh, lovely. Would you like to sort of like come on up and then like we can all talk to everyone together? Again, another thing, even though this is like a stage and I'm here and I have the mic, you can see that I'm talking to everyone together. Let's make this, let's break that whole cycle. Let's make it like more open. If you build something, would you be interested in like, no, you can talk about your design decisions if you want to. Yeah? All right, cool. So let's all progress towards that direction of like making an architecture decision, and then we can open up because you've already built it, and we're going to be building one together. Maybe you can give us your inputs. It's lovely to see that someone has already built it. Anyone else who has attempted something like this? Okay, lovely, works. All right. How many of you here use Claude Code? All right, lovely. I am personally also a Claude Code fan, and we're going to attempt to do this. I will just be like, hey. Cool. One second. Cool. I'm going to use the voice thingy with Whisperflow. Any Whisperflow users over here? Oh, lovely. The person who's already built it. Let's go. OK, so Whisperflow is just like a way to talk to your computer, speech to text, all the rage everywhere. So I'm going to use Whisperflow to talk to it so that it's easier instead of like starting and like waiting and typing over here. Ooh. The mic is set up. Hold on. Can you say hi? You are currently on stage, and we're going to be building something together over here at a GDG community event. All right, cool. All right, can you all read the text on the screen? OK, works. I know some people have tried like doing the whole like voice thing so that it also speaks back to you. Does not work in the terminal. And I do not use anything that's not on the terminal. That's just a personal bias. OK, cool. Let's just go ahead. We are going to build a pull request review system that's going to keep track of the PRs that are being generated by AI agents as part of our workflow. We're building something for a really fun hackathon. And we need this to be a closed loop system that keeps track of the code quality, gives helpful suggestions, posts comments as and when necessary. We might be asleep at night, might be tired, and we want the system to be constantly reviewing the code and pushing comments. One thing I should keep in mind is it should not post a comment on a PR that has reviewed already. So we need to figure out a system to keep track of the state. of review, for instance, in whatever minimal system we're at. Let's stick to as simple of an MVP as possible. And also, let's use this as an opportunity to learn architecture and design principles so that we are taking away certain key design ideas that we can then implement as part of our eventual build for whatever it is we're building for a hackathon. Does that sound good? So it truncates everything that if it's a long text, if I press enter, it should. Yeah, this is why I like Whisperflow, because then I just can talk to the computer and then it's there. And while that goes on behind it, while we're waiting for that, I want us to open up the floor for anyone who's tried to build something that's a little bit like large scale, deployed in real life, has real users, and has had to deal with production issues when you're setting something up of your own. Anyone here who has like something that has real users right now? Okay. Anyone who has interned somewhere and then code got merged with production code? Anywhere? Okay. Okay. Where? Okay. He used a bunch of words. Anyone heard the word webhook? Yeah? How many of us do not know what is webhook? I did not know like 6-7 years ago. But yeah, we don't know what webhook is. So all of us know? That's love. No, we don't know. If you don't know, raise your hand. It's okay. It's okay. Like, that's how we learn. All right. Here is what I want everyone to take note of. Oh, hold on. Permissions. I'm going to set one rule, all right? Because I'm going to be talking to everyone. I might not see these things where like, oh, okay, do you want to proceed? It's asking for a permission. Anyone who notices Claude asking for permissions, just shout like, look back. Sounds good? Just look back so that I'll come and like do this. Works. All right, here is a thing to point out. Anytime you hear me or someone else talking about anything that the word sort of stands out and you don't know what it means, do one of two things. Pause and ask, what is that? All right? Happy to open that up. No one shouted. What were we supposed to shout? Yes, thank you. Why don't we actually, like, this is actually a good place to pause. I'm going to finish what I was talking about. Do one of two things. One, either pause and ask, what is that? Like, what is webhook? Or two, write it down somewhere so that later on you can go to an AI agent and then just be like, hey, can you explain this to me like you're a professor of computer science at so-and-so university, right? Use the tool that you have access to learn what you do not know. And that's exactly how you can sort of like skill up as these tools also get smart, right? I want to open this up to the entire room. Question. Where do the PRs actually live? What's the source of truth the reviewer reads from and comments on? Real GitHub repo, simulated local, GitLab, or other? I'm glad we also discussed a similar point of like, what should we do? Real GitHub repo? Yeah? Anyone who disagrees, we should do everything else? Because someone is on Codebug, a bunch of you also have used GitLab. Should we also do those as well? Yes? Anyone who says yes? Anyone who says no? Neither. Okay, okay. So we should do nothing. Again, yes, that we should support other forms of code hosting version control systems like GitLab, Codebug right now. No? GitHub is fine? Yes? Why? So GitHub is running into like production issues, so you want to have access, support to this. So there are certain issues with the way PRs are being handled. Okay, anyone wants to rebuttal, like has a rebuttal to that, like we should not support anything else and just stick to GitHub? Anyone? I have a point, but before I put my point forward, I want someone else to go. Anyone else who's like, we should just stick to GitHub? For now. No? Okay, I'm going to take this. I believe that we should stick to GitHub because we're building an MVP. It's a small, scoped out problem space where we are building something and we're looking at the logic. There's a bunch of logical things that we have to figure out, right? The PR comments, whether or not a previous comment has been made or not. And there's a lot of questions that we'll have to answer, and there's a lot of bugs we're going to run into. And it makes sense to start with GitHub. And once the whole workflow works there, then we can proceed to GitLab, Codebug, and everything else. Does that make sense to everyone else? Yeah? Yeah? Any questions? OK, cool. All right. Please remind me if it says something.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
You recently shown some file on the terminals actually. Is that what I'm thinking, that you have made your own Git version kind of thing?
When you say own Git version, what do you mean?
Kind of a Git clone, like made using from a different language. You know, the Git is made using the C, so you made your own Git version.
Oh, the G thing.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. No.
That's what I'm thinking actually.
No. Anyone who knows what a dot files repository is? What dot files are? DOT-FILES. Dot files? No? Okay, cool. What I have set up is an alias, and if you're more interested in something like that, I will quickly pause here. That's essentially like, there are a few use cases where, like, for instance, when you're making a commit, say git commit with a message. Anyone who's done a git commit message on the CLI? Anyone who's asked their agent to do it? An agent has been like, yeah, can we do this git commit with a message?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So sometimes what you would want to do is to modify the workflow to suit your use case. For instance, what I like to do is that every single commit I make, it is signed with my own GPG keys.
Okay.
And anyone who knows what that sentence means, signing with your GPG keys?
Yes.
Okay, very quickly. That basically means that any code changes that I make on my device, you are going to essentially put like a nice wrapper around it with mathematics, and you're going to create a hash of that, and you're going to sign it with a key that only I have access to. Okay? It's a convoluted analogy, but think of it like, you know, I made like a few changes to the backend code I made. How do I prove that I am the one who's made those changes? So I'll have a key with me. It actually sits on your laptop, and there is a cryptographic way to sort of sign the changes that you have made. Like, think of like, sometimes as part of installing a package, it will be like, hey, we're going to check the code signing, and then we're going to unpack things and whatever. So like, those are a little different things, but the idea is that every single change you can sign as your thing. So then it shows up on GitHub like this. Let me actually take a quick detour. So I'm just going to show what happens there. Like, this is a very old code base from a really long time ago. If I go to, say, the commits, oh, internet. I'll leave this here. That's 5G? That's crazy. Yeah, you see this over here? It says verified. That's what happens if you sign a commit. So what you saw me doing was essentially an alias I had set up that would do the signing command without me having to type the entire git commit -s-m and then the whole message. If you don't sign it, unverified will not show up. Nothing will show up. Unverified showed up in a very different use case. So let's not go there right away. All right, back to this. Next question. What does already reviewed, so skip it actually mean? This defines the state we track and when the bot stays quiet. Option 1, we already reviewed this commit. A human peer already reviewed. Another agent or bot already reviewed. Does the question and the points make sense? People? Yeah? What should we go with? Everyone for 1. Raise your hand. Okay, 3 people. Everyone for 2. A human has already reviewed it. Raise your hand if you agree that's what we should be doing. Okay, 2 people. Another agent has reviewed it. 1. Everyone else, you don't have any opinions about what should we be doing over here? Do you have questions? We can ask more questions as well. What would happen if we leave it at another agent or bot has reviewed it? For the people who are saying human should be there in the loop. Do you want to answer? Like, why do you want the human to be in the loop? Okay, so there are some changes that is incorrect. Is that what you're saying? They changed a lot in the way the application is set up, and you would want the human to review it. Anyone else who disagrees with that sentence? No? That's okay, yeah. So like it's a probabilistic model, essentially a stochastic parrot, so that it ends up making some changes. Anyone who agrees with that statement, that AI might make some changes that you might not agree with, it has gone ahead and made a lot of changes in the process. Assumptions you set in the beginning, like कुछ हमने पहले decide किया था करना है, वो जाके सब change कर लिया है. ऐसा हो सकता है. And that's why we should have the human review in the process, right? People who agree with that. Okay, great, that's lovely. Anyone who disagrees with that? Nice, so no contrarians amongst us. All right, so let's keep the review at a human peer has reviewed. That's a great point, that we can do human verified and agent verified. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the last option, chat about it, and I'll just quickly type this out. I don't want to use voice for this one. It's quite simple. Humans should have reviewed the PR. Also ensure that if the bot, us, has posted a review comment, then do not attempt to post another comment until, all caps, no, unless more commits have been added to the PR since your last review. Does this make sense? Does this make sense? If a human has reviewed it, then don't review it. If you have reviewed it, then don't review it again, right? And unless there are more changes that have been added to the pull request. Does that make sense? That we maybe had like 5 commits and now we have added 2 more, then you should go and review that. All right, and then we're going to submit that. Submit answers. I wanted to point out a few things over here. What were we doing over here? Like just the idea of what we are trying to build, letting it ask us questions and thinking about what we are answering, understanding what is going on behind the scenes. What was happening over here? Like what would you think we were doing over here when we were talking to the AI agent? We have not started writing code, right? What were we doing over here? Any guesses? Sorry? Brainstorming. Any other answers? What were we trying to do over here? We're trying to make pancakes. Yeah, we could be, right? Like maybe like the servers that this is running on is running really hot. We can go pour some batter. That's also an answer. Anything else? Okay. What we were doing is setting up constraints, limitations. This was a brainstorming process. We have done brainstorming as part of our group projects, yes or no? Right? Yes, no? No group projects अब तक? कोई भी group project किसने काम नहीं किया है अभी तक? School, college, कहीं पे भी नहीं. Okay, so we do that process. Why do we do it? We're trying to set up bounding boxes around what we are trying to build. And why is that necessary? Coding agents are notorious to just very eager to go and build everything for you, right? Oh, we'll just add like this feature, that feature. Let's have like a live reloading thingy, a full dashboard for you. Yes or no, right? What's the problem with that? if we do it? Hint is in one of the answers I gave to that person earlier. What would be the problem with that? I didn't hear, look back. But yeah, what would be the problem with that? Anyone? We'll stick to stateless using GitHub as the DB. No problems with that? Okay, okay. What? That's okay. All right. The problem would be it's asking more questions. We need to pay attention for a little while. GitHub webhooks, web. Oh, we ran into webhooks over here. What triggers the reviewer to run? How does the loop actually get its heartbeat? Polling or loop, GitHub webhooks, one-shot CLI. Anyone who understands what polling means? Polling? Anyone who knows what a for loop is? Loop. The word loop, what does loop mean? Bar bar? फिर से एक ही चीज? Yeah? Anyone who disagrees with that definition of loop? Whenever you see polling, that's exactly what it means. Like something is going to be happening on its own in a loop. Webhooks. I'm not going to go into this. I have a quick question. Say you are in the process of like setting and designing the constraints before you start coding, and you don't understand something. What will you do? Google it. Or ask the agent to go back and explain that again. I'm not going to do that, but you can always just go and like, hey, like, can you please explain what this is? And don't stop understanding the design boundaries until you know exactly what is going on with the overall state of your application. Does that make sense? Any reason why we will do this? Like, why would you want to do that? Anyone? Why would you want to understand what is going on with the application? So that you know what we have built, right? And when would that help us? If there is an issue, then we know where to go and fix it. Or even ask the agent to go and like, hey, this is where it might be happening, let's go and fix it. Okay, cool. We are running out of time, so what I'm going to do is, this is the other problem with like a process like this where you're trying to understand. Anytime you try to understand something, it takes a little bit of time. And you should give yourself that time. I'll give you an example. Some of the people I know who built production-grade systems and are using AI in their everyday use cases, some of these systems are serving literally millions of users. What do you think is the process they're going through? Something very similar to what we are doing here. And not just with one person, a team of developers in their own ways with different parts of your entire application. They're going into the depths. They're making sure that they understand the boundaries and what is this probabilistic model trying to establish. And, oh, I love that it also used the word boundaries. Yeah. And use that as the overall architecture of what you're trying to build. And then you let the agents run through. I'll give you an example. For some of the projects that I end up running, I take up to 7 days to write a single prompt. Up to 7 days. The whole point is that you want to understand every aspect that's going on. And once you, thank you. And once you have the entire design in place, then you can let your agents go wild and just go build the thing. I'm going to stick to Python. No, Python is slow. It's very slow. What generates the actual review? Let's just go with like Gemini API. Okay, lock it or tweak something first. Let's lock it, submit answers, and then, so now the whole thing has been there. What I would do is that, like, because we're on stage right now, we're not doing it, but what I would do is like, I'll go understand what this part is, what is OctoKit, why have you picked a certain kind of a naming convention, where are you adding the modules, like think software engineering principles, but you bring in and you grill your agent, orchestrator, before you go into building it. Then it's just going to initialize a Git repo and just go for it. All right. What I'm going to do is like, I'll let it build. All right. What I'm going to do is we can continue this asynchronously. Do we want to continue building this together? one question for everyone. Do we want to keep building this? Do you all want to contribute to? We started it right here. All of us started it together, right? We're talking to this project, and what I am thinking of doing is we'll just put it on like an open source public repository. Get all of your, I know we didn't get to use your devices, you took it out. I had a different plan, but this made a little bit more sense because of the design, because I wanted you to walk away from this session with at least one understanding of like, how do you start working on a project? Okay, thank you. Thanks for the look back. And all right. So what I want us to do is that, like, I'm going to commit everything that it has. I mean, it has already committed it. I'm going to push it. I want you to go back and put your agents to use. Let's use the pull requests and issues to talk to each other and figure out, like, what would be a good use case to add to this, build this whole thing out, and maybe we're going to walk through how do you host it for yourself and use it for yourself. How many are for yay for that? Like, let's keep building this together after the session on an open source public repository. Yay? Lovely. Nay, do not want to do that? OK, cool. Everyone who's interested, we can do that. I'm going to share a quick URL where we can sort of like, you can scan the code or like just use the form to fill with your email IDs, and then we can sort of continue that. We can either do, anyone OK, I have two ideas. One, we keep it on email, like a single email thread with everyone as a Google group. Other option is like a Discord server or something. If GDG already has one, we can use it, and we can continue there as like a, keep the conversation going. Two, Discord server? OK, lovely, lovely. So what we can do is like we can send a blast to the attendees later on if that's OK, and then we can continue building together. I think it's asking for, yeah, OK, continue, build, let's build it. I'll let it build on the background, and whatever it does, I'll ask it to keep committing it. I want to do one very, very quick thing before we close. My bad. Yeah. All right. I want to do a very quick thing. How many of you have been using agents and you leave your laptop a little bit like open, like cracked a little bit open because something is running? An agent is probably like writing code. Maybe it has written some code and it's going on and on and on, and you have left it open. And maybe you walk around with your laptop like this, back from class. How many of you here have done that? With this whole agentic AI development workflow boom. And the others, what do you do? Anyone who's figured out a solution around it? Never sleep. Yeah. Hey, has anyone tried the never sleep thing? Like you set your laptop on like it is not going to shut down if you close the lid, and then you just walk around with that closed and it's doing, yeah? I see. OK, OK. All right. That is also exactly one of the problems that me and a few of my friends have been running into quite a bit. Some of them are in research, so they have a little bit more of that problem. And what I decided to do is to go and try to figure out a solution around it. And it's, at the end of the day, very quickly, it's a single CLI tool that you use to point at code that you're running on your laptop. If you have like a Python script or a JavaScript application, whatever it is, anything that runs on your laptop, you can use the CLI tool, point at the repository, and press enter, and it's going to take care of the things. It's going to open up a very small computer somewhere on the cloud for you, and it's going to give your agents access to a computer, essentially. And the plus side is that you don't even have to do anything. What you can do is go to Claude Code, just in a minute, go to Claude Code, and whatever agent that you're using, and ask like, hey, you know all the projects I'm working on. Right? It has shared memory, and you know my workflow. Here is something that it appears to be like a compute that is available to you as an agent. Can you do a quick review of this tool and see if it makes sense for my use case. Just talk to the agent, talk to the orchestrator, talk to the design engineering expert that you're working with, and see if it makes sense for your use case. And then it makes sense. What I'm talking about is it essentially becomes like a computer that your agent has access to, and it can sort of do everything that it has to. We are called Burst. I will quickly show you the website. So it's docs.burst.cx. Yeah, that's it. Claude can just do that, or whatever agent you have can do that. It's currently not available for public. Like, you can install the CLI, but you won't be able to use it. You're just going to add yourself to a wait list. If this is something that's interesting to you, feel free to go for it. And once the positions open up, we're going to let you know. But that's something that I'm sort of like working on. And but before we move on to the last few things, you had a question somewhere there. Yes. Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, that's lovely. And where does the task run? On the laptop? But you can use a Telegram bot to control what's going on. Yeah. That's lovely. So anytime there is a question like this, instead of having to look back and go to your laptop, it sends a notification to your Telegram bot, and then you can give it permission from there. That sounds incredibly useful. Maybe like someone else in the community can sort of use this, and once we start talking to each other and trying to build this, maybe we can you can build the plugin for the thing that we are building and then make it easy for people. That could be it. That's lovely. So we should definitely talk about that. But yes, so before we close, the last thing is like, okay, yeah, it's going on with things that it's doing. I wanted to just show what I was talking about in terms of the use case. This is something I was trying to see. One sec. Monte Carlo. There was a space over there. I'm typing with one hand. All right. Yep, so that's how it looks like. This is basically a Monte Carlo simulation run that it does. Very basic repository. And the CLI tool I was talking about, Burst. So if you do Burst run, dot means this repository, uploads it to the server. The server is currently sitting in Finland, and submits a job, waits for it to run. I think this takes around like 10 seconds. I think it fans out to multiple, and yeah, it comes back. That's how easy it is. This was 10 seconds because it fans out into like 60 different small computers. So what it does, it's spinning up 60 different computers, running the code that was written, and it comes back with the response. That's how fast it was. When it said submitted, that's how fast it was to set things up. So for whatever coding agent you're using, it essentially becomes like almost like your own device, but not here, and it's in a secure location somewhere else. It creates a mini computer, and the moment your code stops running, it shuts it down. And that was it. All right, cool. Before we close, any last questions? Any questions about like what we're going to continue building after this? Anything unrelated? All right, cool. Okay, yeah, cool. If you have anything else you want to discuss, I'll be around, and we will be, through the organizers, we'll be sending out an email blast with like a Discord server, and you can all join. We're going to name it something fun, and then we'll...
With us today. Thank you so much, sir. With this, I would like to invite Adiba and Ankita to the stage.
So, how's the जोश? सबको नींद आ रही है क्या? आ रही है? So here comes the favorite part of the day. My favorite part of the day, the workshops. Because थ्योरी में हर कुछ समझ नहीं आता है. The slides take a back seat and your laptops take a center stage. So if your laptop battery is still above 50%, you have already won. And if it isn't, I hope you have made some friends who are sitting near the charging sockets. Our workshop mentor here are here to guide you through hands-on experiences, answer your questions, and help you build something exciting. So do not hesitate to experiment. Do not worry about making mistakes. Every experienced developer in this room has broken something before building. Let's begin the workshop. All the very best and happy building. I would like to call upon Satyadarshi to move forward.
Hello. And now it is the moment many of you have been waiting for. We have listened, we have learned, and we have inspired. Now it's time to put those ideas into action. This workshop is your opportunity to get hands-on, explore the concepts we have discussed, and build alongside with our mentors. So open your laptops, keep your questions ready, and do not hesitate to experiment. Or a friendly reminder, if something doesn't work on your first attempt, don't panic. Every developer knows that debugging is not just another way of learning. Remember, the best way to learn is by building. So with this, our next to-be speaking organizer is a passionate software engineer and community leader dedicated to building impactful technology solutions. As a software development engineer at Encompass, he works across full-stack development, generative AI, and cloud technologies. To create scalable applications, his commitment to innovation extends beyond engineering. Though active membership and developer community leadership, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in getting a warm welcome to Mr. Rajat Kumar Naik on stage.
Whatever it is. So, is there any energy left or you are still sleepy after the lunch? Yeah, I know. I was in your place 4 to 5 years ago. I was also an attendee. So I can know it's very difficult to stay up to these hours. So I will not take much time explaining all those things, all those theories and all. We'll straight come to the point. We'll do a small demo. We'll walk along with you. So I will request all of you to open your laptops and you can connect to your Wi-Fi and everything. So let's take 2 to 3 minutes. You can open your laptop and we will do a small workshop which will have GenKit as the main focus. Okay. So I request all of you to please open your laptops. And we'll be sharing, so it will be pretty straightforward. It will not be complicated. Okay. And we will touch the very basic of AI development. We know all the buzzwords around here, but we will focus something which we need in a day-to-day basis. So I as a developer face very difficulty in debugging things. So we'll build something around it, okay? So everyone has laptops. Can you raise a hand if anyone is having laptops? Is there any charge left in laptops or not? Like the laptop is still up? It's not. So I think we have teams over here, right? Team of 4, 2, or everyone is in an individual label. How many of you are team leaders? Can you raise up your hand? So very few. It's fine. Any one of you, if you have laptop up, okay. Any one of you in your team, it's fine. We can manage it. Or else you can just take a look. I will share the GitHub link in the group. You can take inspiration from that, okay? So this is pretty much familiar with all of you, I think. This is Google Cloud Console, okay? So here you can do one thing. The first step is, obviously we will be needing API keys. So in order to have API keys, you need to have a project up and running in Google Cloud Console. I have made a project earlier. So I am using that itself. So you can create a new project over here. Let's try to build one. Okay, it will take some time. I will avoid doing it. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay. So I don't think it will take much time. So I will just brush up your knowledge. So you can create a new project over here. Okay. Okay. So let's have a talk for just 1 or 2 minutes. How many of you are aware of RAG, Retrieval Augmented Graph? I have already told the full form, so you can just explain me in one line. In any language, if it is English, Hindi, Odia, it's all fine for me. What is RAG for you? What is RAG? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So what difficulty you face while doing something in RAG? Like what exactly you face some difficulties while doing something in RAG? In general, as a software developer, what problems you feel? Like all of you are in which year? Like doing your undergraduation, right? How many of you are students over here? Oh, mostly. So I think in due course of time, when you will transition as a professional, you will feel the pain of debugging, okay? It's very difficult to debug something. So बहुत मुश्किल होता है यार, मतलब 2000-3000 लाइन का कोड अगर कोई लिखा है, कोई सीनियर अगर लिख के है, तो it's very difficult to find the actual reason, okay? So we'll build some way to ease these things, okay? So GenKit is a library which helps you to debug things. You can see the steps in a user interface, so it's very easier for you to debug. So you will be having like Hackfest, like you have already registered via Hackskill. So whenever you are doing some product and you are implementing RAG, you can use GenKit, okay? GenKit is just an add-on to your existing project. So we'll do that, okay? Okay, so I will directly go to the steps. Okay, let me open the GitHub. It's not open. So, okay, meanwhile I can open the repository. Okay. Okay, let me go to my recent repo. Okay, so how many are doing with me? Anyone? If any one of you will try with me, it's fine. Otherwise, we'll be sharing all the steps. Okay, so any one of you, anyone is trying with me? Okay, good. It's fine. At this point of stage, if 5 people turn up, that is a great thing for me. I will take it as a good sign. Okay. Oh, this screen is not supporting. This is a very simplistic demo, okay? I have kept it as minimal as possible. So you need to create a directory, obviously. Then you need to have these commands. These are pretty basic commands. This is not at all difficult. You should first, okay? And feel free to reach out if you have any queries, okay? We can talk outside. If you have any queries, you can ask me here also. If you want to ask outside of it, I am also okay with it. Yeah, if you have any questions, let me know, or else I will just wrap this thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's it from my side, guys. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Attention, please. How many of you have registered for the hackathon? All? Can I have some mics with the people? Jyoti? So anybody voluntarily what you guys have chosen as your problem statements? Anybody? How many of you registered? Raise your hands. Okay. What is your problem statement that you're working on? Not chosen. Okay. Anybody who has chosen any problem statements? Wanted to share?
I need to work on the problem statement. I've just chosen it out of the 4. That is
okay. Okay. Anyone else who have made the choice for the problem statements? No one? Yeah, please.
I have also chosen AI for the construction.
Anyone else? Yeah. And that for the community. The community is us. Okay? What is a lot of our sitting MPs and MLAs in the parliament have thought that there are some set of problems that we need to resolve. Because with the advancement of the tech, none of the less things are happening, right? So in collaboration with Google, they came up with 4 problem statement, four very specific problem statement that they wanted to solve. And as from the morning we have been listening, AI is a great help. We can build a lot of things using AI. This is what it was meant for, okay? Now, the greater thing is that today, out of you, many would be likely wanted to become an entrepreneur, wanted to build something, wanted to win some hackathons. Many would be, multiple participants for a hackathon who have already participated in some hackathons. So it's a good opportunity, and this is what was meant for you to learn, give a break start of building something new. So I'll give a brief of what this code for communities is, and if any questions, I'm happy to answer. So what is the mission? What will be covered is the mission? What is the judging criteria? What data you can use? And what are the toolkits that you can use? Timelines, and how to get started. Now, as I said, the major problem, the life problem that today we feel, today we don't have any systematic process where we can vote out our problems, voice out our problems to the sitting MPs and MLAs. It just keeps on piling up in their desks. Now, with the use of AI, certainly something can be, prevented, reduced, and improvised, right? Now, these are the people from the sitting parliaments who are heading this particular ecosystem for us, along with Google. We also have our very own Mr. Sujit Kumar, who is leading this entire portfolio. Now, what are the challenges? So first is for people principle. Second is clean air and clean street. That seems to be very use AI Studio. This can be a sample way how you build it. The way is you build your solution using AI Studio. You specifically use Gemini API to get dedicated outputs. Third is deploy into Firebase, and then you scale it using cloud, maybe Cloud Run, Kubernetes, so on and so forth. Right? Any questions around this?
So much, sir. Before we conclude today's event, we would like to take a moment to express our gratitude to all our speakers. We now take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speaker, Mr. Abhijit Tripathi, for sharing such valuable insights with us today. I request Basant sir to kindly come forward and felicitate sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Deep Raj contributing it towards its success.
Hello. So good evening, everyone. As we come to end the Build with AI 2026 by Google Developer Group, Bhubaneswar, it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks. First and foremost, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude to all our esteemed speakers. for sharing their valuable knowledge and experiences with us. Thank you for inspiring us and making this entire event truly enhancing. A very heartfelt thank you to all our sponsors, partners, and the entire organizing team of volunteers whose dedication and hard work made this event a very grand success. Can we have a big round of applause for them, please? To all our participants, thank you for your enthusiasm. It was a rainy day and all of you made it. Can we have a big round of applause for all of you as well? So we hope you all leave today with new ideas and you would have built new connections and the motivation to keep learning, building and innovating. Once again, thank you all for being a part of this Build with AI event. We look forward to welcoming you to many new future GDG events. All of you have a safe journey home. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come towards the end of Build with AI 2026, it's hard to believe how quickly आपको जीतना पड़ेगा. इस बार swags है, इस बार सिर्फ boast करने का option नहीं मिल रहा है. So, let's begin the quiz. All of you kindly scan this. सिर्फ एक chance मिलेगा. First question is, which Google AI model is designed to be open weight for developers? Moving on to the next question. What's every AI developer's favorite phrase? And the correct answer is Firebase. Moving on to the next question. Which of these is... Kindly come forward and receive your prize. I would also like to call Biplab Paridh.